Hello everybody, this is Zaxter99. Today I got another game that's going to require your imagination, and I hope you guys are ready for this. Now, I've done one of these text adventure games before, and with a hero of Kendrick Stone, and it was actually pretty good. I bought it when it came out on Steam back in March, so about 6 months ago, 7 months ago. And now they have a zombie exodus, choose your own adventures. This is by a company called Choice of Games, and I'll have a link down to their website down below. You can buy a lot of their text adventures for like Android devices and iPads and Google and even on Amazon. This is one of those games, I believe it came out in 2011 or 2012, and this is about, I believe, a zombie apocalypse. I don't really know a whole lot about it. So we're going to go ahead and jump into this, and this is kind of like the old choose your own adventures that, maybe some of you guys remember from like the 1980s when they were so popular back then. And like I say, I've already done one of these, the Hero of Kendrick Stone. I really enjoyed that, and that was like 240,000 words. Well, this one's more than 3 times bigger at 750,000 words. So for the same price, this one's a pretty good deal. It is 25% off its first week on Steam. And keep in mind that you can go to the Choice of Games website and you can read, I believe, the first 2 chapters for free, either the first chapter or 2 chapters for free, but then there is a price tag to actually finish it. So I would just went ahead and bought it on Steam at a 25% discount, and I'm going to go ahead and share my experience as I read this Choose Your Own Adventure with you guys, my viewers. So hopefully you enjoy, and we'll be back to go ahead and read Chapter 1 right after this. Alright, welcome back everybody. This is Zombie Exodus by Jim Dattilo, and we're going to go ahead and jump into this and see what this game has to offer us. Alright. In near darkness you stand, pressed against the damp side wall of the cabin. Thin rays of sunlight cut through the planks of the wooden wall. The zombies' low, guttural grunts pierce the closed door nearby. Your hands are empty, and as you feel around for a weapon, any kind of weapon, your fingertips glide through a pool of thin liquid. You raise your hand and smell blood. Outside, the zombie emits a shrill howl. You wait for what seems forever. Zombies are patient creatures. Your mind wanders, and you think of months past, and how you ever got in this mess. You think back to... Okay, so this is kind of, that kind of gets you into it right there. This is just kind of a starter to kind of get you into the game, and it offers you a great opportunity here to either load a saved game or skip, or restore a saved game, or just go ahead and start from the beginning, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Alright, this chapter is called Escape, Chapter 1. You awaken in the apartment bedroom. News blaring on the television and the sound of a helicopter soaring outside. You stayed up way too late and don't remember all the details, but flashes of moments. Drinking whiskey, chaos in the streets, your sister packing suitcases, and police cars lining up along the major avenues like makeshift border crossings. You glance around the apartment hoping to see Emma. Your eyes adjust to the light, but the Jameson whiskey hangover is a sharp kick in the back of the head. Your mouth tastes like mud, and the roller coaster ride your bed is taking you out of control. You think of Emma. You are her brother or sister? Well, that's kind of like, am I a male or a female? I'll be her brother. You are Emma's older and very protective brother. You are staying with Emma in her high-rise apartment. A responsible woman, she works as a nurse at a nearby children's hospital and recently left a long-term relationship. Her choice. On the other hand, she is also quite a free spirit and often takes to random acts of dancing in inappropriate places, dragging you to karaoke night at the Broken Horn Tavern down the street, and hosting a few too many parties lately that end in a multitude of empty liquor bottles and evidence of other mood-altering substances. Uh-oh. You grew up together, never apart since your parents both died when you were young, and the aunt who took custody was never a parental figure. You raised Emma, and she is your family. Let's get on to your profession. You had work today, but who works when the apocalypse is starting? What job are you getting out of? I'll call my client and tell him my years of military training are not for sale today. I'll have to finish an experiment today, but since I don't do hangover cure research, I'll just stay in bed. I should be at the job site ordering around those union guys, but on second thought, let another manager do it. Or I should be up preparing a sermon, but even God needed rest on the seventh day. Or coach will probably kick my ass for missing practice, but he won't like it if I throw up on the court. Okay, so we got some different choices there. Basically, we can be a soldier in the military, or we could be, it looks like, a scientist doing research, a construction worker, or a pastor, a minister, or we can be a sports player. Let's just go ahead and be a sports player. Heck, that might help us with zombies anyway, give us a little more buff muscles, you know what I mean? Alright. You have just been drafted 5th in the second round. You have recently moved to the team city and are staying with your sister because frankly the fat paychecks and endorsements haven't exactly come in yet. But they will, because your offensive style and raw talent make you fearsome on the court. Ooh, we're big leagues, second round, that's pretty high. You fall asleep again and dream of the past few months. In your time off, you had several activities keeping you occupied. What do you dream of? Well, I'm going to go ahead and share all these choices with you guys, my viewers. What am I dreaming of? Dream of the past few months. Exercise at a local gym. Well, that's probably what a football player or a sports... this is actually a court, so I guess I'm a basketball player. You go to the gun range for target practice. Take public speaking courses. You write a political blog. That doesn't sound like a basketball player. Go jogging in preparation for a marathon. Work on home improvement projects. Spend time in prayer and meditation. That'd totally be if I had chose a pastor or minister. Or play video games. Well, you know what? I know a lot of sports guys like video games in their off time, and I myself obviously am a big fan of video games, so I think I'm going to go with that. That's more honest about who I am. It's definitely not exercising at a local gym or writing a political blog. So we're going to go ahead and continue from there. So every night is raid night. You played the most popular, massively multiplayer online game, World of the Living Dead, and equip multiple in-game characters in one of the most intense guilds in the game. Ooh, that sounds like fun. Your dreams shift until you recall other things that had your attention in the past few months. So now I gotta choose something, my dreams shift to something else that happened that got my attention. Jogging. I like to run in real life, so I'll choose that. You've been practicing for a marathon for the past year. You ran through the parks near your apartment building for hours a day, meticulously watching your diet and training your endurance. You were able to compete a marathon and continuously work on bettering your completion time. There we go. I got to be all buff now. I'm a basketball player. I'm running a marathon, but I'm kind of a nerd like I am now and love video games. Sounds like a cool guy. All right. Now we can't let this guy die to zombies of all things, for sure. All right, let's go ahead and continue. You awaken in the apartment. You must have dozed off at the computer. A bottle of aspirin lies on its side, with the contents spilled. You happen to see a note on the desk with your name on it. The letter is addressed to... Oh, now I gotta choose my name. I will choose my own name, thank you. My name is Zach. Duh. Zackster99. What do you think my name is? Joe? Not hardly. And your last name? I'll just be John or Zach. I'll be Zach Anderson. That sounds cool. All right. The note reads, Zach, sorry for not being here when you woke up. I am heading out to get some things before we leave. You were sick, so I didn't want to wake you, but the city is getting worse, and we need to get out. Be ready when I'm back. Emma. Remember, Emma's my sister, people. All right. So you awaken to a heavy, nauseous feeling in your gut. The clock reads 8:03 p.m. Emma has not been home in hours. You plop down on the living room couch and flip on the television where a middle-aged anchorman reports. The CDC via White House has just announced over 20% of the world is infected with virus Zeta. Reports are coming from around the globe of a massive spread of this terrible infection that attacks the brain and nervous system, quickly disabling the victim and in effect reanimating the body of the afflicted. Moments ago, we heard from Dr. Anthony Willis, who has treated the infected, and stated how they show deterioration of the bone and muscles, a yellowing of the skin, lack of fine motor abilities described as a drunken walk, and inability to speak. Dr. Willis goes on to explain the virus affects primitive areas of the brain and acts as a parasite which rewires the nervous system of the host to take over functions of the body. Infected become aggressive, attempting to bite or otherwise injure others and pass on the virus. This just in, Governor Tate has declared a state of emergency and the National Guard have come in to keep peace in the streets and enforce a mandatory curfew of 9 p.m. You peer outside the apartment and from 7 stories up notice crowds of people formed outside. Sirens blare as police vans and cruisers skirt up and down the streets, and news helicopters swarm overhead. You remember now, the infection. It was only a few days ago that you first heard of the outbreak. Emma mentioned reports that the hospital were of a fatal, highly contagious virus spreading like a forest fire if the forest was doused with gasoline. The lights flicker, and the television set dims and cuts off. Light streams in through the apartment windows, casting a golden glow through the air, which fades in the recesses of the room. You hear movement in the hallway outside the apartment and rush to the door. All is silent. You wait and listen, pressing your ear to the hardwood surface. Silence. You move back to the television and flip the power on and off. Nothing. The dim ambient light from outside coats the room. Time creeps by as you consider your next move. A sharp, scratching noise seeps through the ceiling. Once, then twice. Metal scraping cement. You spin a full circle. The sound comes from the floor above. The scratching builds into harsh screeches, like a fork digging deeper and deeper into a styrofoam plate. The sound intensifies for several minutes and then ceases. Ooh, this is good already. I'm into this. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this as much as I am. Hopefully I'm reading it okay for you guys. But this is good stuff. The television pops back on. Pictures of infected running through the cities across the globe cover the screen. Police and military attempt to subdue the creatures, now called zombies by the media. An announcer describes the macabre truth that infections are spreading rapidly and cautions viewers to stay indoors at all costs. From overhead, you hear a loud thump and a crash of broken glass. An explosion of footsteps rings from the hallway, and several screams cut through the air. You think of Emma out in the city. If zombies are running rampant through the streets, uncontrolled by police, what chance does she have? You need to reach her. There is no landline, and your cell phone is missing. She could be on her way back, but you have no way of reaching her from the apartment. Then again, there's nothing keeping you here. You change into jeans and a t-shirt and grab a quick sandwich and a glass of water. After eating, you realize a few items may come in handy should you need to leave or your situation and the relative comfort of the apartment changes. You decide it's best to take my wallet, a flashlight, a .38 revolver, a 20 gauge pump action shotgun, a backpack with clothes, food, and water, a multi-tool, or your favorite book. You know, as good as a gun sounds, right now it only has so many bullets. I think survival out there, if I leave the apartment, is going to be pretty important. So I think I am going to take a backpack with clothes, food, and water. So I'm going to choose that. That's what is jumping out to me right here. So, fearing you may decide to leave the city and be in survival mode, you quickly pack clothes, some non-perishable food, and half a dozen bottles of spring water. One more item is all you can take. The next thing you choose is, I think there's going to be plenty of light streaming from around, I guess until the power cuts out in the middle of the night. Flashlight tempting. It's definitely not going to be my favorite book, as good as this book is already. I think I'm going to choose a 20 gauge pump action shotgun. You can't beat the stopping power of a shotgun, and even a zombie will think twice when you pump a slug in the chamber. You take a shotgun from inside a closet and grab a box of shells. What the hell is your sister doing with a shotgun anyway? Hey, it was a choice. Now it's time to make a decision. Emma is a smart and capable young woman, but it's your job to watch over her. You can head out and look for a phone, or just leave the building and find her in the city below. On the other hand, it may be best to learn more about the virus, and you could watch the news or search the internet while the power is still on. Search the neighboring apartments for a phone, or lock the doors and check the news. I'm going to go ahead and look for a phone. You head into the hallway. Someone will let you use their phone to call Emma. There have to be others still in the building behind locked doors. Finding your sister is your only priority. The lights flicker and cast an eerie glow all around. Power fluctuates off and on. It's silent again. Way too silent. You head to apartment 7A, Mr. Connor, antique dealer, 7C, unknown occupant, or 7D, unknown occupant. An antique dealer. Well, since I know him, that seems like my best chance of maybe talking to him or getting him to let me use his phone, so I'm going to go there, I guess. You knock at the door, but notice it's ajar. No light escapes the small opening. Static from a television or radio permeates the air. This is Arthur Connor's apartment, an antiques dealer who usually keeps his shop open late in the evening. Your sister mentioned him a few times, mostly to tell you to avoid him at all costs. Oh, now you tell me. Arthur is quite old, probably in his late 70s, and on one occasion you did meet him, about as friendly as a starving hyena. He won't take too kindly to you being in his apartment without permission. Well, maybe I made the wrong choice there, huh? I enter anyway because rules change when the apocalypse is right behind me, or decide it's best to keep out of Connor's apartment, mostly because you don't want to hear him whine. Well, hearing him whine isn't as important as getting my sister, so I'm going to go ahead and enter anyway. You ease the door open and step inside. Helicopters outside thrust light through the blinds, creating a striped pattern across the wall of the apartment. You stand in the living room, atop an oriental rug stretched across a hardwood floor. Victorian-style couches and a loveseat are arranged in the center of the room, with a Victrola on a pedestal next to them. You glance at the old music player, with its large funnel-shaped horn and hand crank that spins the record, considering how it was made in such a simpler, less zombie-filled time. Impressionist art hangs from the walls, and statues of Aphrodite and Apollo stand guard on either side of the apartment's lone exit. Wow, this guy lives pretty fancy. You check the bedroom and find a well-kept room in perfect order. A closet full of old clothes pressed and hanging or folded in neat piles. A large steamer trunk with photos turned gray and brown from aging. A scrapbook, and a box with a top hat. A large oak dresser stretches across the northern wall. You hit pay dirt as the bottom drawer has a Smith & Wesson Model 10 in a case with a box of 38 caliber ammunition. You take the gun and ammo and return to the living room. Hell yeah, got us another gun. You perform a more thorough search of the living room and find no phone. You step into the kitchen and spot a radio on a counter next to a coffee maker. Static fills the area, so you turn off the radio. The white noise dies out and is replaced by the sounds of scraping, similar to what you heard in your apartment. You spin around, look up, and put your hand on the revolver, readying yourself for whatever is making that noise. It slides from one end of the room to the other, crossing the walls behind overhead cabinets. You search through each one, anxiously waiting for something to leap out. You find nothing but soup cans, old dried pasta, and glass jars of herbs. In the last cupboard, you open up a can of coffee and find a roll of money inside. The scraping intensifies in the corner of the room as you consider the money roll. Well, I've already stolen a gun. I've already taken his gun. I'm a survivor, not a thief, but what good is money going to do you in an apocalypse? I have to think of myself, and this cash may help. I'm not going to take it because the gun's more important to me anyway. Even though I'm already a thief for taking anything else, the gun, the 38, but I'm going to go ahead and leave the money. I'm more worried about what's making that sound in the corner. You put the money back in the coffee can, place it in the cupboard, and head out of the kitchen. Having checked all of Connor's apartment, you walk back out into the hallway. Your humanity increases slightly. You think you should check another apartment. You head into 7C or 7D. I'll just go for the next one, 7C. You knock on the door and receive no response after several minutes and hear nothing from inside. You check the doorknob. It is unlocked. You sigh and enter the apartment. Hanging in the middle of the room is a short, thin man, his neck tilted to the right by a rope around his neck. Dangling in the room with an expressionless face, he appears as a puppet on a string. Dressed in a navy blue business suit, he is pale white with blue lips and a thick, sagging purplish skin under his eyes. A slight swaying from side to side is his only movement. A makeshift noose leads from his neck to a ceiling fan, and a stool lies on its side a few feet from the man. His apartment is well furnished with a widescreen TV hanging on the wall, leather couches, modern art, and a full bar setup on the far right side of the room. You do a quick scan of the area, but see no phone. There may be a cell phone on him, but that means searching his dead body. Wow. Search the room, search the man, leave his apartment, or pray for the businessman. That's not even an option, doesn't look like. Because I'm not a pastor, so I wouldn't pray. Makes sense. I'm gonna go ahead and I'll search the man. Heck with it. You move over to the hanging businessman and stop his body from swinging. You check his pants pockets and find them completely empty. Then look through his coat and remove a folded piece of paper and a checkbook. The note is a handwritten message which reads, "To whoever finds me, I'm sorry I couldn't handle this life anymore, but this infection is spreading, and soon we will all be food for the zombies. I cannot stand the thought of living in such a world, constantly struggling and fighting for my survival. I tried to call my mother and father, but the networks are down. If you found me, please get in touch with my parents, Arthur and Jean Dobson. I have written a check for $25,000 in my pocket and offer it to you to find them and tell them that I am sorry. Thomas." Wow. You look up from the note and spot the body twitching. You fall backward, knocking over an end table which hits the ground with a hard thump. Thomas's eyes open and he thrashes about, slowly at first, then intensifying into an almost convulsive state. His skin has yellowed, and greenish lesions have formed over all parts of his visible skin. He struggles in midair, flailing his arms but unable to reach you. Slender, hooked fingers claw the air. Blood-strained eyes track your movements. While he seems securely stuck to the ceiling, you are not sure how long it will take for the cord or ceiling fan to give way, so you back into the hallway, closing the door behind you. You realize that staying upstairs is a waste of time, and if you want to find Emma and get out of the city, you'll have to make your way downstairs. So the next chapter is the journey downstairs, and that sounds, so far, this book is really intense. I mean, it definitely starts off with a drama and gets you hooked right away. I'm really enjoying the first chapter of Zombie Exodus. You guys will have to put down in the comments below. Let me know if you guys have already read this, if you guys have already, played this game or done this, because this game did come out, a few years ago. So please let me know down in the comments if you guys are enjoying this. If you want to hear more, I will definitely come back and read you guys the rest of my adventure through the Zombie Exodus game. But please, I want to see comments from you, letting you know you want chapters 2 through whatever chapter it goes through, and see what happens to me as I play this game. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. This has been Zaxter99, and again, I will continue with Zombie Exodus and my adventure through this game, or through this text adventure, if you guys let me know you want to see it. Thanks so much for watching. This has been Zaxter99. We'll see you in the next video. Take care, everybody. Don't let the zombies get you. Hello everybody, this is Zaxter99, back for Chapter 2 of Zombie Exodus. What the hell was that? Oh god. Oh god. Alright, everybody. Alright. Wow, that was pretty intense. Alright, so we're back. And I'm gonna go ahead and try to read you Chapter 2 of Zombie Exodus while I watch out for my own safety here. Tell you what, something about reading this novel, something about my imagination just kind of brings out the zombies. I don't know. I hope you guys are enjoying this book as much as I am. We're going to go ahead and do Chapter 2 of Zombie Exodus, everybody, right after this. Alright, welcome back, everybody. Zombie Exodus Chapter 2. If you remember from the last chapter, we had escaped I believe like an apartment building, or we was going to go downstairs. And we were looking for our sister. I believe her name was Emma. And she was out in town somewhere. And we pretty much, obviously in a zombie apocalypse, we seen one of our neighbors down the hall had committed suicide because he didn't want to live in a zombie apocalypse. Yeah, pretty scary world. So this book's actually started off really well so far. So let's go ahead and get started with Chapter 2 right now. You head down the hallway and step into the open elevator. The lights inside flicker, and you hit the down button. Nothing happens. You realize there must not be enough power going through the building for the elevator to work. The metal door of the stairwell beckons you. As the fog of your hangover slowly lifts, you recall the stairwell is closed for repairs below the third-floor landing. The best plan is to walk there and check around for a phone. You step inside the darkness. A wave of cold air swallows you. A low humming echoes in the distance, but the closest sound is that same scratching noise. It seems to be coming from all around you, with no discernible source. How do you proceed? Run down the stairs, head down cautiously, or turn back and head back to your apartment? Well, I don't like any of those. In all honesty, I'd probably be freaked out and be running for my life like an idiot. But I think that sounds like a pretty crazy choice here. You're going to make a lot more noise by running. You're going to be panning heavier. I think I'm going to head down cautiously. Hopefully you guys agree with my choice here. Each step is taken carefully, and you use the railing and feel with the other hand in front of you, like swimming through the thick darkness. The air is musty, and you smell the strong odor of rotten meat. Your legs scrape against the trash and debris as you walk down. You kick obstacles in front of you to clear a path. Your foot presses down on something soft, but you keep your balance, vaulting over whatever is beneath you. The debris shifts and rises, spilling trash outward from a central point, where you perceive a figure rising from the midst of the debris. It stands, maybe 6 feet tall, but other details are lost in the darkness. He creeps towards you, reaching out with each hand, his arms long and fingers curled. He stumbles forward with legs at odd angles, stepping in and out of the trash with the difficulty of being held by quicksand. That's pretty creepy, huh? Next. Oh, we even got a picture. I didn't know this book had pictures. Cool. The man darts forward, but you sidestep and run half a flight down the stairwell. That sounds like what you'd do. A high-pitched scream pierces the air, and you know your next move is critical as the strange man closes in. Strange man looks like a damn zombie. I've watched The Walking Dead enough to know what that sounds like. Fighting with my bare hands? Use your revolver, use your shotgun, run away, kneel on the ground and pray, or figure your way out of this? Isn't that what these are for? And see, I don't know. This is the same problem I had with The Hero of Kendrick Stone. I mean, I really like the novel, but there really wasn't any conceivable rationale to the choices. I mean, I have no idea which option is going to be best. I mean, I guess it's both good I got both those guns, because if I didn't, I'm sure that if I hadn't, taken, like the shotgun, for example, that would be grayed out right here. But I did find the revolver in the other guy's apartment. Let's use the revolver. Heck with it. I don't know. The man lunges at you, but you scramble out of the way, landing hard against the stairwell wall. He leaps again, hands outstretched, but you drop down and roll under his body, the jagged edges of the stairs digging into your back as you tumble down the stairs. Ouch. You roll until you reach the next landing, and your body crashes onto the cement floor. All air leaves your lungs, but you know the stranger is coming. You scramble to your knees and yank out your revolver. Only half a staircase away, the man barrels toward you. Taking the best aim possible in the darkness of the stairway, you pull the trigger. The man's head flips backward, and his momentum sends him crashing into the wall on the side of the landing. His body twitches, his limbs convulse, as a thick liquid oozes from a hole in his skull. You keep the gun raised, ready to fire again. After a few moments, the creature's body goes limp. Oh, good shot. Shot him right in the head. You slump to the ground. Your heart is pounding, and breathing is so rapid, you wonder if you're having a heart attack. Minutes pass, and you regain your strength with your pulse rate returning to normal. You step past the man's body and walk several flights down to the next landing. Boy, if this were real, I don't think my heart would return to normal, as it says here. I think my heart would just keep on pounding after an incident like that. Could you imagine facing a living, walking zombie? That'd be pretty freaking scary. Anyway, let's continue. Actually, this is the chapter 3, so with that, we're going to go ahead and say, yay! I'm wondering if I should stop here. It's only about a few minutes. I think we're going to go ahead and continue with part 3 and hope this chapter 3 is not a long one. So we're going to go ahead and continue right here and make this video just a little bit longer, because I don't want to have like a 8-minute video or something. So it says progress is saved. This is chapter 3. Should you die during the next chapter, you will have the option of trying again from this exact point, or to replay the game from the very beginning. Please note that this option applies only to this session. After quitting the game, the next time you play will be from the very beginning. Well, I like that though. Okay, so progress saved is pretty important. That's cool. Alright, let's go ahead and continue to chapter 3. Okay, it looks like a word's misspelled here. In the dimly lit hallway of the 3rd floor, you pause for a moment to collect your thoughts. Things just got more real. Sure, it was disturbing to watch on TV, but you just encountered an actual infected person. A zombie. You have to make contact with Emma, and either need to find a phone or somehow locate her in this crazy zombie-filled city. And let's hope the hell our sister is not a zombie by now. You move down the hallway. It's only a few degrees warmer than the stairwell, and you rub your arms to generate some heat. The hallway runs east and west and is wider than the other floors, and you recall this area houses management offices, maintenance, and a cafe. You could surely find a phone in one of the offices, or maybe one of the staff has remained and can help you. On the other hand, the maintenance area may have tools or other items that could come in handy. You could also search the cafe, which may have a phone, or at least some food to take. Choice here. Management offices on the north side, management offices on the south side, or the cafe. So, recall this area. You could surely find a phone. I'm trying to figure out which side. Management offices on the north. I thought one of them a maintenance and a cafe. Oh, maintenance. Okay, I was thinking both of them said offices. Maintenance offices. Okay, I thought both of them said management offices. I wasn't reading that right. So maintenance offices for the tools. Management. I think I'm going to go for the tools and maybe find something that can help me. Sounds like what I'd do there. I'd also want some food. I might be getting hungry. I don't know. Anyway, we're going to go for the maintenance offices. You walk to the end of the hallway, which turns east and continues on. Through the darkness, floodlights provide enough illumination to see 30 feet ahead. A musty screen of white billowy smoke hangs in the air, and you hear the low hum of steam vents and machinery working. The air is noticeably warmer, enough that the adrenaline in your veins and the rise in temperature have you covered in a film of sweat. Water stains spot the drop ceiling, and the tiles bulge every few feet, through which the scurrying of rodents can be heard. Up ahead is a single wooden door with a glass pane and the words Michael Woods, Maintenance Supervisor, etched in black. Lights flicker behind it, and as you step closer, you see the silhouette of a man inside. There is no movement and no sound from within. Open the door and enter, or go to a different area of the 3rd floor. Wow. How come there's not an option to make sure I have my revolver in hand as I enter? If I had that option, I'd definitely go with that, but I guess I'm going to go ahead and enter. I mean, I came here for a reason, so. You step inside the maintenance office, which is fairly cluttered with old machine parts and tools. A table lamp flickers, and you smell a mixture of oil and burnt cigarettes in the air. A tall, burly man sits on the edge of the metal desk. He is wearing a brown uniform with work boots, and a tag on his chest reads Mike. He has a dirty rag pressed against his neck, and blood streaks through it. Uh-oh. A bottle of whiskey and a .38 special lie on the desk. "Hey, how you doing?" he asks in a husky voice. He breathes heavily and grimaces every few seconds. Attack the man? He was obviously bitten by a zombie and will become one soon? Well, we know that if we watch The Walking Dead, huh? I mean, who's to say that's the way zombies work in this story, though? I guess it is. It'd be based on how that reads. Attend to the man's wound? Ask him if he has a phone? Ask him if he knows the way out. Well, I really want a phone, so I think I'm going to ask him if he has a phone. Let's do that. You step forward and scan the room for any signs of a phone or an exit. I'm doing okay considering the circumstances. I need to use a phone if you have one. He smiles and shakes his head. Sorry, buddy. The phone system is down in the building. One of my maintenance guys has a cell phone, but I haven't seen him in a few hours. Mike takes a deep breath and leans back, shifting his weight. Tears well up in the corners of his eyes. He takes a swig from the whiskey bottle and sets it back down. I got into a fight with one of those things, those zombies. It was a tough one, but I got it down. The thing is, it bit me. Mike pauses for another belt from his bottle. We both know what happens next, and I don't want to be one of them. I can already feel the venom flowing through me. I can tell it's changing me. I got my gun here. He lifts the revolver off the desk and waves it around. I know what I gotta do. I gotta stop the infection from turning me. But I tried to do it, and I just can't. I just can't pull the trigger. Mike puts his hand over his eyes and sobs. Moments go by. He coughs hard and lifts his head up. I need you to do it for me. Just take this gun and do it. Don't let me turn into one of those things. Alright, wow. So should I take the revolver and shoot Mike? Or explain that you can't do it and leave the room? Well, I know from watching The Dead that you gotta do this in these situations, otherwise they can come back and bite you, literally. So I'm definitely gonna do as he asks, seeing as how he's already bit and he knows it. So let's do that. You take the gun and aim at Mike, who closes his eyes and smiles. You pause for a moment, then pull the trigger and watch the man's head jerk back from the blast. He slumps backward over the desk. His legs kick out and then fall still. The rag falls away from his neck, and you see the large bite marks across his neck, forming into a large patch of green skin. You search the room and find 2 meatball sandwiches and a lunch bag, along with 4 bottles of water. A knapsack is tucked under the desk, so you take all of the items and shove them in the bag. A multi-tool lies under an old brown coat, and you throw it in the bag as well. You sling the knapsack over your shoulder, pick up the bottle of whiskey, and tuck Mike's gun in your belt. Past the desk is an exit, a short hallway leading to the stairwell. You walk down to the ground floor landing. Though you took Mike's life, you know it was the humane act. And next chapter is ground floor, and that I believe is chapter 4. So we did go ahead and read chapter 2 and 3 in this video. This story I am really liking for whatever reason. Maybe I'm just more into zombies. Maybe it's because The Walking Dead is one of my favorite shows. But to me, this story almost seems like it's better written than The Hero of Kendrickstone, which I really liked as well. But I am definitely getting more into Zombie Exodus than I think I ever got into The Hero of Kendrickstone. I'm sure there's other people that might like The Hero of Kendrickstone better, but I am really, really liking this. So you guys will have to let me know what you guys think, and let me know if you guys are enjoying this as much as I am. So I'll definitely be back soon with Chapter 4, and we'll see some more of what lies in store for me as I play my choose your own adventure, basically, of this zombie exodus. Great story so far. I'm really digging it. Hope you guys are too. Be sure you leave your comments down below. Be sure you rate this video if you enjoyed this. That definitely helps me out a lot. Just takes you a few seconds. If you can do that for me, I would certainly appreciate it. And until the next time, be sure you watch out for zombies and take care of each other. Take care, everybody. We'll see you in the next one. Hello everybody, this is Zax299. Excited to go ahead and continue my playthrough of Zombie Exodus and read you my path that I'm taking through this adventure. And we are going to go ahead and start on Chapter 4. That's where we left off back in my second video. And here we're going to go ahead and continue on until I either die or see how long Chapter 4 is. If it's short, like Chapter 2 and 3 were, then we'll probably continue into Chapter 5 in this video. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and get started right after this. Alright, welcome back everybody. Alright, so if you remember before, we actually took a gun, we aimed it at Mike, and he closed his eyes and we shot him because he had been bitten by a zombie, a guy that we had found in the apartment complex while looking for a phone to try to call Emma, our sister. And the zombie apocalypse is happening, people are killing themselves and getting bitten in the apartment complex, and our sister Emma is somewhere out in the town, and we are hoping to find her. And it says that we walk down to the ground floor landing, so we're going to go ahead and get started right now. Again, we have a progress save point, so if we die we can come back to this point and make another choice. It's always a good thing. Alright, so only a few rays of light peek through a small window in the lobby stairwell door as you descend the unlit stairway. A cacophony of sound flows from the other side. Breaking of wood and glass, a woman screaming, sirens blaring, a man yelling orders to fire, and loud grunting of what you can only assume are more zombies. You step through the door and see a riot of activity. On the right of the stairwell door, two corpses lie still on the ground, a young woman in a tan and green sundress, and an older male in a business suit, whose head is half torn away. To your left, the lobby opens up with plush leather couches and chairs, towering plants, and a central fountain. Its beauty is in direct contrast to the rest of the lobby, which shows the aftermath of a battle of zombie versus man. Dead bodies are scattered about, all shapes and sizes of corpses, at least a dozen in count. Humans lie with their throats ripped open, entrails spilled out, limbs twisted in angles, and expressions of horror frozen on their dead faces. Standing at the east side, trapped behind a counter formerly used as the reception area, are two young women, using brooms to fend off an advancing zombie dressed as a bike messenger. To the north is an office with a placard reading, Brad Spencer. Deep gore marks are displayed across the office door. Lying in front of it is a handsome man in a charcoal gray suit with his leg badly injured and a pool of deep crimson blood creeping out a wound on his thigh. The south side has triple glass doors, used as the building's main entrance. Two policemen stand on the street side, holding the doors closed, automatic rifles in hand. You realize they must be controlling who goes in and out. It may be difficult to get by them without helping the women fighting off the zombies, or helping the man in the manager's office. You also notice the electricity must be on again, as the elevators are lit up. You curse silently, considering the ordeal you just had taking the stairs. What is your next course of action? Search the body of the young woman in the tan and green sundress? Search the body of the older male in the business suit? I help the women fighting off the zombie? Or I check the man by the manager's door with a bleeding leg? Well, as selfish as I would probably be in this kind of a situation, and panicked and everything else, and scared for my sister's life, and wanting to find a phone in either the older male or the young woman, I've been taught to always try to help women and children, and so I'm not going to go towards the man that's bleeding, even though he might be in more trouble. I'm going to try to help the women fighting off the zombie. So we're going to see what happens here. Hopefully this isn't my death. You move toward the reception area to gain a better view of the action. The zombie bike messenger is in a skin-tight red and black racing suit. He appears almost comical as his helmet is strapped across his back, bouncing as he chases his potential victims. You consider the bad luck he had of having gear to protect his head and not using it. A large circular piece of flesh and skull is missing from the back of his cranium. You hear the soft hum of his MP3 player on full blast as his earbuds dangle around. The two women are early 20s and dress as if coming from a jog, and you formulate a scenario in your head in which the two women were casually jogging down the street and the biker stopped to flirt with them, only to progress to the current situation. "Mindy, he's coming to your left!" screams the taller redhead, her ponytail flailing around like the blades of a windmill. "I got him, Candace," says the shorter woman. She has jet black hair in a pixie cut. You admire the shape of the hairdo and how it frames her face, momentarily forgetting they are in the fight of their lives. Candace and Mindy are playing a game of merry-go-round with the zombie as he is chasing them in a circle around the receptionist's counter. Each has a long broom, which they thrust to keep him away if he gets too close. You wonder why they made no attempt to leave through the lobby exit, and wonder if the police have anything to do with it. Alright, so I can choose to tackle the zombie and immobilize him. I shoot the zombie and get the heck out of the lobby. I distract the zombie and lead him away from Candace and Mindy, or I leave the girls to fend for themselves. It's not my problem. Well, this isn't even a choice because I already decided I was going to try to help these ladies. This sounds like sure death, distracting the zombie and leading him away from Candace and Mindy. I think I'm going to shoot him. Because, I think I'm going to go ahead and try to shoot him, because if I try to tackle him, that sounds like a risky situation where I could get bit. So until I run out of bullets, I think I'm going to use the guns that I have. The zombie circles back around the receptionist's desk to the lobby side. You aim and fire before it crosses behind the desk. From this distance, it's hard to miss, and you rip a hole into his back. He crumples to the ground and has the look of shock on his face, as if wondering who shot him. You look forward and fire once more, this time in his head, and liquefy the ex-bike messenger's brain. Mindy and Candace run over. "Thanks for your help," says Mindy. She breathes hard and inhales deeply, then shakes out her legs and arms. "Yeah, that was amazing," says Candace. "I can't believe no one helped us." Mindy looks around, then says sarcastically, "Yes, all the dead people didn't lift a finger." Alright, so I offer them water they needed after the workout, or don't offer them anything. I need to worry about my own survival. Well, again, I'm going to go ahead and help the ladies. I'm going to, not just because they're ladies and I'm a guy, if it was children, I would help them too. So I'm going to go ahead and offer them some water. Maybe they can help me. We'll find out. You reach into your backpack and take out a bottle of spring water. "Here, take this and drink it all. Dehydration is a killer." The pair smile and take turns drinking the bottle and thank you for offering it. Your humanity increases. Cool. So we had a stat increase. "You must be exhausted from running around so much." "He was chasing us 20 minutes. By the way, I'm Mindy, and this is Candace." "Nice to meet you. I'm Zach." "We should get out of here. The police wouldn't let us by with that zombie running around." Well, I guess I judged that right. What is your next course of action? Search the body of the young woman in the tan and green sundress. Search the body of the older male in the business suit. check the man by the manager's door with the bleeding leg. I'm going to go ahead and check him out. You run up to the man on the ground and kneel beside him. He looks up through an expression of pain and says, "Please help me, my leg." You're Brad, right? Okay, I'm going to check your leg and see how bad it is. You rip open his pants leg to find a badly bruised thigh and shin with no signs of broken bones or deep cuts at the top. It bleeds from several areas, mostly from some kind of wound under his left thigh. You attempt to move him to inspect the wound, but he cries out in pain and pushes your hands away. "There, in a first aid kit in my office, bottom drawer. Please, need something for the pain. Stop the bleeding." Alright, so do I go into his office and retrieve the first aid kit? There's no time for first aid kits. I shred some of his clothing and bandage the wounds. I find out first what caused the injury, or I leave him there to head to another part of the lobby. Well, I do want to find out if a zombie actually bit his leg, because if so, there's no use using a first aid kit that could come in to help me or somebody else. So I think I'm going to try to find out first what caused the injury, or I could go ahead and shred his own clothing and bandage the wounds. Trying to think. It's going to be between these two. I want to find out what caused the injury if I can before I cover it up. Makes sense to me. You look over the wounds on the man, then consider the door and the broken wood around. Brad, what caused your injuries? He looks away and grabs the top of his leg, rocking back and forth. "It's so much pain. I need your help." Brad breathes hard and fast with huge inhalations and quick puffs out. I slap him and demand he tells me what caused this. I ask politely and calmly what caused his injuries. Or do I ask bluntly, did a zombie do this to you? I'm just going to go ahead and ask him bluntly. That sounds like what I would do. Did a zombie do this to you? I'm not going to slap him, and this is almost too nice. Brad doesn't answer and stares straight past you. You check his throat and find no pulse. His skin is yellow, and green dots are forming over his face and hands. Well, at least I didn't waste time trying to bandage him while he's, I'm trying to reach over there and bandage him with either a first aid kit or his own clothing. And meanwhile, he's biting me in the neck because he's turning into a zombie, obviously. So I'm glad I at least asked him and checked it out. All right, you take a few steps back and watch in horror at the transformation. The green dots reshape into large lesions and spread at an alarming rate, as if a ripple in a pond from a stone. Having another zombie running around this lobby seems like a terrible idea. You consider your options. Disable Brad before he rises as a zombie, kill Brad before he rises as a zombie, or quickly check on another area of the lobby. I'm going to go ahead and kill him. I've learned this from The Walking Dead. It's only a matter of time before Brad becomes Zombie Brad. You remember the old saying, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of getting your throat bitten, or something like that. The old saying is actually an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and there is a lot of truth to that, such as oil changes in your car, or just minor maintenance on your computer, whatever, can save a lot of damage and a lot of cure. For example, blowing out dust in your computer can keep it from overheating. Pretty simple thing you can do. But if you don't, and you never blow it out, pretty soon you're going to get enough dust in there where it could actually cause your computer to overheat and fry. And that's a lot of damage and a lot of, burnt up parts that you could have easily fixed. Ounce of prevention, just blowing it out, once every 2 months or whatever. A lot of truth in that. My grandpa used to say it all the time. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. I like how they did that in this book, though. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of getting your throat bitten, or something like that. Anyway, Brad is already dead, and you want to keep him that way. You take out your revolver and place it against Brad's temple. You look away and pull the trigger. A popping noise is all you hear, and Brad's body slumps over the ground next to his office door. A spray of blood smears the wall and sticks to the surface and congeals, like drops of gum, rather than running down the wall as liquid does. Next, I run to the center of the lobby, or I head to the triple glass doors and go outside. It doesn't really say what the two ladies are doing. I assume they've already left without me. I think, honestly, right now I'd go get that first aid kit that he mentioned in his desk, but since that isn't an option, I think I'll head out the doors. The triple doors are tall glass with gold-colored frames and door handles. They are locked shut, and as you approach, the two policemen on the opposite side point to you and wave. They are dressed in full battle gear with Kevlar vests and pads over their shins and thighs. You cannot hear what they are saying through the glass doors, but you realize you are being ordered to back away. You knock on the window and point at the door handle to get them to open it. The taller African-American officer waves you back again, but the smaller policeman points his M16 assault rifle in your direction. You mouth the words, "Open the door." The taller policeman takes out keys and unlocks the doors. "I am Officer Murdoch, and this is my partner Briggs. No one is getting out while the curfew is on, and those things are running around the city," he says as he cracks open the door. You raise your hands up to show you are not threatening in any way, and explain the need to reach your sister, flirt with the police in hopes they'll let you pass. I'm not going to flirt with two dudes. That might go bad. Fight my way out. I'm not going to do that either. Use Candace and Mindy to get past the cops, or bribe your way out. You know, two young, hot girls jogging in jogging suits might be my best bet here. I think I'm going to try that. I didn't know they were even still standing there, but we're going to see if we can get them to get us past here. "Sorry, officer. Be right back," you say and step backward. You turn around to Candace and Mindy, who are in the front of the lobby, sitting on the edge of the large water fountain. Candace washes some dirt from her left leg with water from the fountain, and Mindy stands up as you step near. "The policeman won't let us out," you say. "That's crap," says Mindy, hands on her hips. "They can't keep us locked in here like criminals." "Mindy, calm down. Zach probably has a plan to get us past the police." You tell Candace and Mindy to distract the guards while you get the door open, or flirt with the guards to get them to let you pass. Again, I'm going to go with my original plan to have these young women, barely dressed in jogging attire, probably all sweaty from running. That would turn on almost any guy. Try to get their attention with that. But I hope they don't distract the cops too much to where the cops aren't paying attention and shoot any zombies or whatever. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and try this. You smile to the ladies and lean in to whisper, "If you two distract the police, I think I can get by them and get out. Once outside, I'll distract them and lure them from the door and get the two of you out." "How are we going to distract them?" asked Candace. "Well, flirt a little. There's two of you and two of them." "Are you nuts? I'm not doing that," yells Mindy. "Oh, what's the big deal, Mindy? Do you want to stay here and wait for everyone to turn into zombies?" says Candace. Mindy folds her arms across her chest and shakes her head. She then puts her arms down and takes a big breath. She walks seductively towards Murdoch, and Candace follows. Here we go. "Hey guys," says Mindy. Murdoch smiles at Mindy. She presses her hip up against the glass door and playfully bounces it against it. Candace stands at the other side, and Murdoch's eyes go wide as if ready to pop out of his head. "So what are you guys doing out there?" Mindy asks. "We're just standing guard here and trying to keep the peace," says Murdoch, who is overtly eyeing up Candace in a way that almost makes you feel uncomfortable. "Have you guys had a break? It looks hot out there. Come inside for a minute." Mindy grabs Murdoch's hand and pulls him inside. Murdoch looks back at his partner, who walks towards the doors. "Well, what's going on here?" Briggs asks with a grin. His eyes dart from girl to girl. Both men are inside and completely distracted by the two attractive women. The glass door is wide open now, and you can see the city outside beckoning. Hey, look at that. It worked like a charm, huh? I told you two young girls, all sweaty and jogging clothing, would probably get some older men's attention. So should I head into the city, leaving Mindy and Candace behind? Wait for the girls to finish with the police and help them get out of the building? Or use a weapon to threaten the police? Wow. This is a tough choice. I really don't want to take both of the cops on. But then again, I don't want to just leave them behind. I mean, they could be raped or anything else. That probably wouldn't happen, but it could, and especially in an apocalypse like this with no law. I think I'm going to go ahead and wait for the girls to finish with the police and help them get out of the building. We'll try that. You head through the doors and quickly move across the street. On the other side, you duck behind a car to watch the action in the lobby. 10 minutes pass, and the two policemen exit the lobby and take their positions back outside. You look around and see a small grocery store with a large broken glass window. It appears looted. Displays are knocked over, shelves are nearly scarce of items, and no one is inside. You take the only items left, several expired cans of tuna fish, and head behind the car again. You toss a can hard, and it lands near Briggs. No sound is made, and Briggs doesn't seem to notice. You toss another one overhand like a football, and smack it against the wall of the building near Murdoch. As it hits the wall, a loud bonk rings out. The two policemen come to the edge of the curb. "Who threw that?" yells Briggs. You toss several more, which splatter against the sidewalk and cause the officers to dodge the fishy shrapnel exploding from the cans. As the last can leaves your hand, you make a break for the corner, hoping they chase you. You get your wish and see Murdoch and Briggs sprinting across the street in your direction. You duck into the abandoned store. The pair of cops run by, and you wait a few seconds and sneak back towards the apartment building. Candace and Mindy are already outside, as apparently the cops never lock the lobby doors again. They join you in running to the end of the block and around the corner. Yeehaw! Not only did I escape out of the apartment building, but I got two hot broads with me. Hey, that's got to be a +5 or something, right? +5 to my intelligence, +5 to my charisma, something. I don't know. All right. You head around the corner, somewhat out of breath from running. Mindy and Candace stop next to you, bent over, hands on their thighs. You scan the area. The streets appear empty. You would like to stick around and chat with your new friends, but you have to find your sister. It is dark now, and her chances of being in trouble are ever increasing. You have already encountered several zombies, and the numbers are rising dramatically. "Hey, Zach, we really appreciate your help, but we have to split," says Mindy. "No problem, I understand." "My boyfriend called, and he's heading outside the city as soon as we reach him. We're going to run there now," says Candace. "Hopefully we can catch up with you at some point. I hope you find your sister." You hug each girl goodbye and wish them luck. They run south down the street, and you are once again alone. Next chapter, into the city. Alright guys, we're going to go ahead and stop there, and we will be back with Chapter 5 in my 4th video, covering my playthrough of Zombie Exodus. Hey, I think I did the right thing. I tried to check on the people down in the lobby. I, saved the women first, not just because they were hot, because I knew nothing about them really. And then I checked on the gentleman bleeding out of his leg. I found out he was basically turned into a zombie at that point. And I shot him, put him out of his, kept him from turning into a zombie. And, and then I used the lady's assets to get me and them out of the apartment building that was locked and being guarded by the cops. So I think I did a good job so far. It hasn't cost us our life. Now, if it's even possible to die in this chapter, I have no idea. If I'm doing good, again, I have no idea because this is my first playthrough. But you guys are welcome to go ahead and leave comments down below. Be sure you rate this video. I want to go ahead and thank you for watching. And be sure you tune in for my 4th video and Chapter 5 of my playthrough of Zombie Exodus. Thanks for watching, everybody. This has been Zaxxer99. Take care and stay away from those zombies. everybody, this is Zaxter99, back with Chapter 5, and actually video number 4 of my playthrough of Zombie Exodus. Now again, this is my first playthrough. I haven't played this game at all. I haven't seen, how many endings there are, or if we're even doing good. Like, I don't know if a lot of people could, have actually played this game and maybe already died and never even made it to Chapter 5. Or if every ending is actually in Chapter 5. I have heard that there is only 5 chapters to this book, though, and we are now in Chapter 5, so it's going to be interesting to see, based on the choices that I've made, what my ending is going to be like. So we're going to go ahead and continue with Chapter 5, and we'll be back right after this. Alright, welcome back everybody. As you remember in Chapter 4, my last video, we met up with a couple of girls. We kind of used them to help get me out of the apartment building because there was cops standing guard and keeping us locked in there. And we used the 2 girls to flirt with the cops to actually help get out of that building. And then they pretty much gave us a hug and they had to go. They were headed with one of their boyfriends outside of town. So we're going to go ahead and continue Chapter 5 here. Into the City is the name of Chapter 5. And again, we got the progress save report, so if we die, we can go back to this point and make a different choice. Ooh, looks like it's getting dark. I guess it's a city. Alright, you stand on the corner of the street in the desolate city in the late night. Litter blows by, and the air is thick with moisture. You hear movement of large vehicles and low-flying helicopters in the distance. Few people are on the street, and those you see are running into houses or stores, with few remaining on the warm city streets. Little light emanates from houses or businesses, as if everything in the city has shut down. For such a busy city, where are all the people? Has the virus killed off so many so fast? You walk several blocks and stop as a sound builds around you. The rumble of large vehicles fills the area, shaking the ground, and a speaker fills the void of silence. Stay inside your houses and lock your doors. Keep your lights off. If you are outside, get to shelter. If you encounter an infected, run and get to safety. Do not engage the infected. Avoid being scratched or bitten at all costs. If someone is bitten, isolate them and restrain them immediately. Wow. Gunfire erupts and you duck for cover behind a parked car. The windows explode, coating your back in shards of glass, and the alarm blares out until another round of bullets rips through the car. You check yourself for bullet holes, but find none. The alarm lets out a last fading sound and goes silent. At the intersection of the corner only 40 feet away is a procession of military vehicles, tanks, troop transports, and jeeps with heavy machine guns mounted on top. The parade of vehicles passes for a full minute, followed by a trail of zombies, who you guess are attracted to the noise. Soldiers cut down the undead stalkers. You wonder if this is a strategy of the National Guard. Round up the dead and destroy as many as possible, in some twisted version of the Pied Piper of Hamlin fairy tale. Before crossing the street, you wait for the military vehicles to leave your sight and take all zombies with them. The corner red light silently holds off traffic, but no cars are moving on the road. Little light shines in the area, save a solitary window from an office building next to where you stand. You sit on the edge of the curb and take a few moments to rest, despite the growing exhaustion, hunger, and thirst. Sitting here for any extended length of time is a foolish idea, but you need to take care of yourself before moving on, or you'll never survive to find Emma. Continue my search for Emma. Use your first aid kit. See, that's blanked out. And I wonder if we should have got that first aid kit that guy that was bleeding from the leg had inside the apartment main entrance. I don't know. I don't know how we would have got that. If we had got it, if we would maybe didn't use it, we realized he was dying or a zombie or whatever. Interesting. Drink some water or eat some food. Well, let's go ahead and hydrate. Let's drink some water. You drink a full bottle of spring water and immediately feel cooler and invigorated. The hangover from earlier kicks back in for a split second and reminds you of a need for more sleep and never to drink again. Ever. Movement across the street pulls you out of your current comfort zone, and you realize reaching Emma by phone can be delayed no further. You need to find a phone to contact Emma. Most stores are locked up or have metal gates covering the front. Breaking in could attract unwanted attention. You travel south a block and see a payphone stand to the corner. The area is illuminated from a cone of odd orange light from a street lamp over the phone stand. You pick up the receiver and are surprised at the dial tone. After a moment, you hear several clicks. You check your pockets for change, but a voice comes over the receiver. Prime Telecommunication is providing this service free of charge during this national emergency. All right, right on. You dial Emma's cell phone number and receive a busy signal. You try several more times, and finally it starts to ring. Hello? Emma, it's me. Where are you? Zach, I can barely hear you. Emma's voice fades and you hear, I can't hear him, but I think it's Zach. Emma, can you hear me at all? Where are you? You yell. Zach, if you can hear me, I'm at my friend Heather's house. She's on 10th Street and Holland Avenue, 1027 Holland. If you can hear me, meet me there as soon as you can. Be careful. The army is taking everyone off the street. Then the line goes dead. 10th and Holland is roughly 5 miles away. You have several options for traveling to Emma. Find a car and drive there. Hopefully the roads are clear. Or head to the subway. They may still be running. Wow. Let's go ahead and... I'm going to say subway sounds dangerous to me, but finding a car could be just as dangerous. I'm going to go ahead and try to find a car, though. It sounds like the better of the two options. I don't know. I don't know how far away the subway is, but there's probably cars all around. There is no shortage of cars on the street, and seeing no traffic makes it a fast method to reach Heather's house. Of course, the military is a huge obstacle, and they are patrolling the streets to enforce curfew and hunt the infected. Directly in front of you are several vehicles. Which do you choose? I'm wondering if this choice here even makes if there's any even a difference. A luxury convertible, a luxury SUV, a pickup truck, a new sedan. Well, I think I want something higher up in case there's, stuff all over the street, so maybe I can kind of run over it. So I think without a doubt I'm going to take the pickup truck just because it, can maybe run over some of the debris and stuff in the roads, dead bodies, whatever. You get a sedan, it might get bogged down and not be able to run over a simple dead zombie corpse in the middle of the road. So I'm going to take the pickup truck. A pickup will provide durability and off-road capability better than any other car around. If you need to haul anything or anyone, you also have the option. You pull the handle, but it's locked. I decide to break the window, use my multi-tool to pick the lock, or search the area for a tool. Well, why don't I try to use my multi-tool? That's quiet anyway, we'll try it. You grab your multi-tool and flip out a screwdriver. You jimmy the lock and pop the door open. Yeah! You check the sun visor and under the seat for a key but find nothing. In the glove compartment you find an old candy bar and a pack of cigarettes, which you pocket for later use. To start the car, you'll have to do it manually. You select a flathead screwdriver from the multi-tool and slip it into the key slot on the steering wheel. It takes a good deal of pressure and a few tries, but the car turns over. You pull the Dodge Ram pickup out and start towards Heather's house. From across the street, you notice a pack of teens running down the sidewalk and into a 2-story home. You don't see what they are running from, but decide not to stick around to find out. The streets are vacant, and you drive through the first red light on the corner. You head west and make a turn on the next corner to go north. Up at the next intersection is a military transport vehicle with a dozen or so guards forming a blockade. Assault rifles are pointed in all directions, and one soldier is on top with a heavy machine gun. The entire scene is surreal, straight out of a high-budget urban war movie. Dang. The military blockade presents a huge obstacle in your path to reach Emma. Several spotlights cut through the darkness, and the soldiers are alert with weapons pointed and covering all angles. As you watch from a distance away, you catch sight of a woman striding towards the blockade. One of the soldiers yells for her to stop, and then threatens to shoot. She wobbles at about 20 feet from the pack of armed men, misshapen arms to the side, then sprints to the closest soldier, who turns and fires. The muzzle flashes bright orange and sends light around her body like she stepped out in front of an old movie projector. Her body flies backward, and lines of red shoot out the back of her body. You are stunned by the violence of the attack and the pure destruction of the assault rifle. You pull the car forward and cut the motor. Cars are not allowed to move north, but that is the direction towards Heather's house. Going through the soldiers is a risky move, but is the most direct route to your destination. The other option is to detour a few blocks and ride the river road, which will add 20 minutes to the drive. It also may be guarded by soldiers. Finally, you could abandon the car and try the subway. My choices are to drive up to the blockade and explain to the soldiers you need to reach your sister, crash through the blockade, travel the river road, or take the subway. Dang, all these choices are sound like decent ones. Decisions. If I drive up to the blockade and explain to the soldiers I need to reach my sister, I don't think there's a chance in hell that they're going to let me through. Likewise, crashing through the blockade sounds like sure death. I could travel the river road or take the subway. I think I'm going to go ahead and, I mean, it doesn't give me any information about like how much gas I have or anything like that. So I assume I have enough gas to reach your house, if even taking a longer route. I think I'm going to go ahead and try that way and hope the hell there's not more blockades up there. There probably is, but we'll try it. You drive the Dodge Ram pickup toward the river. As you travel further west, there is evidence of more fighting and mayhem. Cars overturned, dead bodies scattered about, and small fires rage in houses or stores. You hear sounds of gunfire in all directions. Your hands are sweating and slip over the steering wheel. You take deep breaths to slow your heart rate. The physical stress of this apocalyptic event is overwhelming. You feel like you've just practiced drills for hours and played a full game. Still, there is no time to rest until you reach Emma and know she is safe. A blue van speeds past you in the opposite direction, nearly crashing into your front end. When you look back, you see a zombie hanging on the hood, clawing at the driver's side window. The car spins around a corner and sends the zombie flying off into a pile of debris. You head to the river road, which is a serpentine stretch of double-lane highway running the length of the city north to south. There is light traffic here as cars zoom past with little regard for one another. You think of two options for making it to Heather's. Follow the river road, the most direct but dangerous route. Take side streets. Take the longer but less risky route. I'm thinking in this kind of time, though, the more direct route would also be less likely to be, blocked by debris, where the side roads might be blocked by who knows what, cars or, debris of all kinds. So even though it's more dangerous, I'm thinking about continuing down River Road. I think I'm going to go ahead and take the dangerous route. Let's hope we get there. You've already wasted time avoiding the army blockade and figure it's best to try to make the most direct way now to Heather's house. You turn right onto the road, avoiding a delivery truck speeding by in the opposite direction. The road is dark, with most of the overhead lights broken, and vehicles drive without headlights on. The lights attract zombies, you realize, so you keep them off. You drive as fast as traffic allows, and only slow to avoid wreckage. Up ahead, you see a different type of blockade. A group of 4 armed civilians partially block a narrow area of road. They are forcing certain cars off to the median. As you draw closer, you see their intentions, looting and stealing from the fleeing motorist. The armed group have masks on and carry a variety of small arms. A man and a woman and their young child are being searched off to the side. One of the bandits, a burly man with a hunting rifle, puts his hand up towards you and points to the side of the road. The other 3 bandits surround the family, a tall one with a scar across his arm holding a shotgun towards the 3 hostages. A female bandit dressed in a delivery uniform has a submachine gun trained at them as well. A shorter bald one with a pistol rummages through the car. Dang, this is brutal times, and this is exactly what you would expect in a situation of an apocalypse with no law. It's going to be survival of the fittest, and here we have a man and his wife and their very young child being searched and basically looted of any food or anything they have. I mean, the looters are after food for their own survival. They could care less even about that little young child. That would be hard times, and I hope the world, for all of us that are listening to this, even if you're very young, I hope the world never goes to an apocalypse like this. And I don't mean zombies, I mean, the end of the world, world war, whatever might cause it, because it would definitely be very harsh reality. It would be brutal and very scary for sure. Something that we're not ready for as humans, especially when we live in the kind of world we live today, where we have the conveniences of pretty much everything right in front of us all the time. So be grateful for that. I mean, a story like this, even though it's completely fictional, and all that, and zombies and all that, it can, if you stop to think about it, it can make you be grateful for what we do have here. So anyway, I have another choice here. I can blow past the bandit blockade, pull to a stop before the blockade, and shoot at the men, or stop the car and talk to the bandit. I really would like an option to try to save the family and save that young child. I mean, that's kind of the choices that I've been making so far, is to try to be helpful. And really, that only option is going to be pull to a stop before the blockade and shoot at the men. But there are how many? 4 of them. One of the bandits with a hunting rifle is trying to get me to pull over, and then 3 other bandits, one of them a woman, and then one short, bald guy rummaging through the car. Can I possibly take out 4 with just myself? 3 of them are busy with other things, but once I shoot, they're all going to be like me on, like, I don't know. It's going to be, let's go ahead and try it. Let's see what happens. Pull to a stop before the blockade and shoot at them in. You only live once, right? And it's just a game. You turn the car sideways with the passenger side facing the bandits. You step out and swing the car door open to use as cover. You glance around the area and look for the best time to act. The family of 3 sit against the side rail, their youngest holding a ragged teddy bear. Aww. As you pass, the father is brought to his feet and pistol whipped back down to the ground. The mother screams out and runs at the attacker, who shoves her down and kicks her in the stomach. Oh my God, could you imagine the horror of this poor little kid watching his own parents being beat down like this? That would be awful. With the bandits focused on the family, you figure this is your best opportunity. You are 40 feet away and no one notices you yet. Which weapon do you use? Why would the guy that was motioning me to stop not notice me? That's interesting. Anyway, I only have a revolver or a shotgun, and I think I'm going to go ahead and choose the shotgun. 4 bandits remain. You target the burly bandit with a hunting rifle, the tall bandit with a shotgun, short bandit with a pistol, the female bandit with a submachine gun. Damn. Well, I have a feeling that probably the most dangerous one, the boss, is probably the burly bandit with a hunting rifle, so I'm going to go for him first. The burly bandit is close and the easiest to hit. You fire and clip him in his right shoulder. His body twists from the impact. You fire again and strike him in the stomach, doubling him over onto the ground. The other bandits fire and strike the Dodge Ram pickup. Bullet holes riddle the hood. You aim at another one. 3 bandits remain. You target the tall bandit with a shotgun, short bandit with a pistol. I don't know that a submachine gun, while it's dangerous, I don't know how. Well, I guess it could probably hit me. I think the next most dangerous one, though, is going to be the tall bandit with a shotgun. I'm going to go for him again. I'm going to go for him first. And it might be putting him in order of danger, top to bottom, right here. So I don't know. Let's go ahead and go with the tall bandit with a shotgun, though. You aim at the tall, scarred bandit who is 30 feet away and a fairly easy target. You land a shot dead center in his head, which snaps back. Oh yeah. Blood sprays across the little girl. She screams and falls into her mother's arms. Bullet holes explode around you. You aim at another bandit. The remaining bandits jump over the median divider and run into the woods beyond. You hear noise behind you, the sounds of rushing traffic and a helicopter moving in. Fearing the worst and realizing you spent enough time at this bandit blockade, you jump into your car and head to Heather's. You see the family of 3 getting into a vehicle and appear to be safe now. Cool. So we were able to save those 2 parents and the little girl, and maybe they was able to go ahead and get whatever belongings that were being stolen from them back, food or whatever that might be necessary for their survival. So that's something to feel good about, even if we die. So I do like that. So cool. You pull your car onto a highway, which puts you less than a mile from Heather's house. You drive up the on-ramp and see 4 lanes have turned into a parking lot with rows of abandoned or wrecked cars as far as you can see. Heather's house is due north, so you think your best choice is to leave the car and walk the rest of the way. Past the highway is a forested area, which you figure is the most direct route. The park is fairly empty like the rest of the city, and you can see far ahead and to all sides, making it ideal for spotting trouble in any direction. It is extremely dark, but the moon provides enough pale light to see up to 100 feet ahead. You walk for 10 minutes and find a tall kiosk with a map of the area. Plotting a course, the quickest route is through the main forested area, which leads to a children's playground. You start out knowing you have already spent so much time getting this far and need to get to Emma as fast as possible. The path flows into a deep section of woods with trees close together and bushes and high grass filling in the gaps between. Moonlight weaves through the flora, creating a glow to the forest, but only a dim-lit path. Owls call out atop high branches, and the rustling of leaves by wind or woodland creature stirs the quiet. Well, at this point, it looks like we might make it to Heather's house to find Emma, but I am just hoping that Emma hasn't been bitten and, all that good stuff. Something inside me just tells me that Emma's going to have been bitten and we're going to have to make a choice to kill her or something. I don't know. This is interesting, though. I'm definitely curious what's going to happen here towards the end. All right, let's go ahead and continue. You walk along the lonely winding path for several minutes until you spot a clearing ahead where lies a large animal and a figure in a ranger suit. Stepping closer, you see the ranger prodding a deer on the ground, its belly gaping open, with a dark pool of blood forming below it. You walk closer still, and the ranger reaches into the dead animal and lifts out a thick piece of flesh from the cavity of its midsection. A chewing and slurping sound is evident from 30 feet away, and blood dribbles down from the ranger's hunched body. So is this ranger that savage that he's just opened up a deer and eaten raw meat? Is he that hungry? Or is this another zombie? If it's a zombie, he's kind of going at it kind of humane rather than just putting his mouth into the deer's belly and ripping at it, kind of like The Walking Dead. He's actually using his hands, right? Yeah, Ranger reaches into the dead animal and lifts a thick piece of flesh, but it still could be a zombie. I mean, maybe he's just tearing into the flesh and shoving the flesh in his mouth. It's really hard to know with a description if this really looks like a zombie or if it's a person. Go closer for a better view, attack the Ranger, or go deeper into the woods to avoid the Ranger. Let's go in closer for a better view and see what happens. You step forward cautiously and circle to the right side. You step forward cautiously and circle to the right side. The deer twitches as each fleshy chunk is pulled from its wound, but its eyes are wide open. The deer is alive but immobilized by two broken hind legs. Blood soaks into the forest floor, creating a soggy mud beneath the Ranger's feet. As you pull further alongside the scene, you can finally see the Ranger's face, which is void of emotion as it eats the deer's flesh. The path progresses on the other side of the Ranger, but there is no room to pass without him seeing you. A large rock half your size blocks the right side of the path, and a large overgrowth of thick vines mimics a wall behind it. On the left side of the path is an old rotted tree that is teetering in the wind. Tall and heavy, it could easily topple with force. Attack the Ranger, knock the tree over onto the Ranger, or use vines to restrain the zombie. I think I'm going to try to knock the tree over onto the Ranger. I don't know why. Sounds like an interesting thing to do. I don't think I would use vines to restrain the zombie, but... You creep forward with precision, dodging twigs and leaves, adjusting each step to ensure your silence. The zombie throws its head back and bites from a large organ, turning its head in your direction. You pause and stand perfectly still. Sweat covers your face and neck, itching your skin as it slides along, but you remain motionless. After several long moments, the zombie turns back to the deer and continues its meal. You reach the tree and check its massive trunk. There is a sizable break in the trunk, but enough bark remains to keep it erect. You push and realize it will take some effort to topple it over. You can draw on your strength to move it, or figure out a way to break the bark away and make it fall over, or you can abandon this effort and attack the zombie Ranger. We have the protection of the tree. Maybe we can hide behind it. But shooting in the forest here might draw more zombies that we're unaware of that are around. I don't want that. Especially as I close in close to Heather's house here. The last thing I need to do is have 30 zombies following me. That could get us all killed. And that's what I don't want to do, is run to Emma and have zombies coming and kill us all. I think I'm going to go ahead and try to use my strength to push over the tree. You brace your shoulder against the trunk and lean in with all your might. The tree creaks as it bows forward, but the Ranger continues to feast off the deer corpse. You squeeze out every bit of strength and think of your ultimate goal, reaching Emma for inspiration. Your shoulder aches and your fingers cramp, but you squint your eyes and bite down through the pain and exertion. The tree moves several inches over, and its massive weight begins to pull it forward. You push to guide it over the intended target, and as the angle reaches 45 degrees, gravity propels it downward. Leaves and branches twist in the descent, and a loud crackling fills the area. The Ranger turns to face the tree and steps sideways to avoid the crushing plummet of the tree. The zombie slips on blood and falls on top of the deer carcass as the tree comes down across the path. You hear a thunk and cracking of bone and step around to view the Ranger sprawled out under the thick wood and tangled branches as unlife passes out of his eyes. Hell yeah! We're just a hero, aren't we? Taking out people that are stealing and looting a family and a young child and beating them down, and now we've actually pushed a tree onto a zombie. Starting to feel like Rick or somebody heroic in The Walking Dead. You climb over the tree, avoiding sharp broken branches and the mixture of deer and zombie blood, which seems to have sprayed everywhere. You pass it by and continue down the narrow dirt road. The track to the playground is smooth and straight, with a well-paved path taking you most of the way. As you approach the actual playground, which has a large wrought iron sign hung a dozen feet above the ground in a cartoonish font, you notice numerous footsteps and piles of dirt have hidden the trail, as if a mass exodus marked the impact of 100 running feet. You walk into the playground and see an overturned slide, its blue and white striped ladder broken in half. A jungle gym has a solitary green balloon still tied to a rung, a tiny pink sneaker, a yellow hair ribbon, a box of crayons, all scattered about as remnants of children who played here not long ago. You hear a song whispered across the wind. Ooh. Frere Jacques, domes vos, sones las matinas, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. I hope I read that right. I'm not French. You walk towards the sound of the music. Sitting at the edge of a sandbox is a young girl in a yellow and white polka dot dress. Her back is to you, but you hear the sweet song emanating from her. Oh, wow. Pass the child and continue through the park. Stop and help the child to a more safe place. Well, I mean, I've played this game trying to be a hero so far, and a potentially young, sweet girl singing in the park sounds a little out of place, sounds like it could be, danger, but I'm curious enough, and I want to be enough of a hero that I'm going to attempt to try to save what could possibly be just a sweet young girl scared out of her wit and not knowing what else to do besides sit there and sing a song she knows. So I'm going to go ahead and stop and help the child to a safer place. We're going to try, we'll see what happens. You walk up to the child and kneel down next to her. She is playing with a small sunflower, gripping the petals with her tiny fingers, pulling them away and letting the soft breeze carry them away. Her dress is spotted with dirt, and she has a bumblebee hair clip pinning up her golden curls over her right ear. She stops singing when you are near. "Hello, my name is Zach. What's your name?" you say. She doesn't answer, but stares at the sunflower. You speak softly and ask, "Are you hurt? Is your mommy and daddy around? Where do you live?" I think I'm going to ask, is your mommy and daddy around? Okay, so I ask her where her mom and dad is, and the child stares straight ahead and remains silent. Leaving her here surely means trouble, but you need to get to Emma soon. You consider your options. Search the area for any clues about the child. Take the child outside the park and get her to safety. Leave the child and continue to Heather's house. Why isn't there an option to just take her to Heather's house with me? Because that's what I would think I would do. Take the child outside the park and get her to safety. I don't know, I think I'm going to search the area for any clues right now. Quickly, hopefully. The little girl is motionless and silent, and as you step away to scan the area, her singing begins again. That's creepy. You spend a few moments checking the sandbox, the swings, the slide, and in the bushes. It is surprising to see the great disarray the playground is in, as you imagine a once active area of smiling children, content with an afternoon of sun and play. The search takes you past a row of trees that block your sight of the little girl, and you hear no singing. You're ready to turn back when you spot a brown school bag underneath a bouncing swing in the shape of a unicorn. As you pick up the bag, you see a bumblebee hair clip and a label, Julia Collins, in bright red marker. Aha! You rush back past the row of trees to the sandbox and see no one around. You call out, "Julia!" for several minutes and run into the area, desperately trying to find the child. Panicked, you cover the entire playground and look for any fresh footprints but find no trace of Julia. You search for 20 minutes and have no choice but to leave the area. Wow, that's kind of creepy, huh? A little girl just singing a French song, and then I go find her backpack. It's obviously hers, and I come back and she's gone like the wind. It's like weird. All right, so we'll continue on. You make it to the edge of the park and cross another road turned parking lot. You scan the area in all directions in case zombies or other hostiles are around. You find a street sign, and luckily, you are on the corner of 12th and Holland, so you quicken your pace the last 2 blocks to Heather's house. You find 1027 Holland, a 2-story brick and stone row home in the middle of the city street. You stand at the bottom of its stone porch, and the large bay windows are covered in thick curtains and no light shining through. Okay. You stand at the bottom of its stone porch, and the large bay windows are covered in thick curtains with no light shining through. The upstairs window, framed in a white siding, give the house a look of an angry face peering down onto the sidewalk. A narrow alley runs parallel to the south side of the home, and a solitary light casts a dim glow some 30 feet away from the sidewalk where you stand. 2 trees loom from the edge of the curb, towering above the second floor. You walk up to the porch, careful to make no sound. You press the lever on the metal screen door and swing it open. A long creak breaks the silence. You stop and listen. Nothing moves inside. You brace the screen door against your shoulder and turn the knob. It is locked. Several options come to mind. Knock on the door, break in, or pick the lock. Well, in this situation, I mean, they're going to be really guarded, and in anything like this, they're going to immediately think zombie, or probably more likely, they're going to think looter, somebody bad if I break in. So I definitely don't want to break in, and I don't want to pick the lock either. That's something a looter would do, so I think I'm going to go ahead and try to knock on the door. You knock on the door lightly, concerned that too much noise may not only alert those inside, but any zombies in the area. No response comes. You knock harder and catch movement inside. The gray curtains to your left move. You square off with the door, ready to run if necessary. You hear shuffling inside, and the sound of a deadbolt lock triggering, followed by a clang of a chain and turning of several more locks. You breathe in and out, eyes focused on the doorknob. The door opens. Uh-oh. I hope this is her. Emma stands in front of you. Yay! All right, Emma. She reaches out, grabs your shirt, and yanks you inside the house. The door slams behind, and arms wrap around you from both sides. You pull away and see another woman, taller than Emma, with sandy brown hair tied into a ponytail, fashionably dressed for the apocalypse in green and pink camouflage print sweatsuit and rifle slung over her shoulder. She has a bounce to her step and pulls away to relock the door. Zach, this is Heather. You smile and say hello. Heather throws you a sideways smile as Emma leads you into a kitchen area. Stacks of containers, boxes, and packages lie about. Emma pops open the refrigerator and rearranges shelves of food. She looks thin in tight jeans and a gray jersey. Her sleeves are rolled, and the skin underneath is blotchy and scratched. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You have so many questions for Emma. What do you ask? Why did you come here when you knew the infection was spreading? Are you hurt? Have you run across any zombies? I'm going to say, are you hurt? That's my first concern. No, just a bit roughed up. We had some looters try to break in, but Heather is a hell of a shot. She just scared them off. We're not trying to add to the zombies out there, Emma says. What do you ask? Why did you come here when you knew the infection was spreading? Have you run across any zombies? I'm I'm going to say, why did you come here? Emma sighs and says, I had to get my medicine, and I wanted to stock up on food. I had no idea the infection was so out of control. Heather needed to get some things, so we figured we'd go out together. You step back and sit on one of the chairs. It is the first time you have sat down to rest in several hours. Your legs ache and throb. You pick up a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and munch on it. Heather brings a laptop into the room. The internet is slow, but things are still working. Apparently, the infection is out of control, and governments are just trying to contain the large chunks of zombies in the cities, which sucks for us. Outside the city, there are fewer people and infection is much less. Plus, wackos outside the city are just popping heads off the dead and keeping the numbers down. The big concern, though, is that all essential utilities will go down: electricity, water, gas. Then people will be forced to go to the streets for food, drugs, the good drugs like insulin and antibiotics. Deaths will go up, as will the zombie number. Emma cuts in. She always talks first. Some on the net are saying military will set up borders around major cities and not let anyone in or out. Then we'll just have to wait and survive. Wait for what, you ask? Heather perks up. Zombies need to eat just like humans. If they are deprived of food for a week, they die just like humans. Real death, not fake zombie death. Listen, Zach, Heather's brother has a group of friends who are preparing to leave the city, Emma says. If we stay in the city, our chances are slim. If we leave and get to Tom's group, we have a better chance of living. We're all tired. Let's get some rest and figure out what to do in the morning, you say. Then we need to meet with her brother and get the hell out of here. So next we're moving on to part 2. Progress saved. Alright guys, so I thought this book was about over. I thought that 5 chapters was all there was. I didn't know there was a part 2. That's interesting. Let's go ahead and check here. Alright, yeah, so there definitely is a part 2. The story does continue. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't over and like we had to wait for Zombie Exodus part 2 to be written. But it looks like it's still here. So I thought this was going to be the last chapter, but it's not. So we're going to go ahead and continue this adventure of Zombie Exodus in my next video, which will be video number 5. Expect that in a couple more days. I want to go ahead and thank you guys for watching. Be sure you leave your comments down below. Let me know if you guys are enjoying this for sure. And if you are, please take a few seconds to just go ahead and give me that thumbs up. It does help me a lot. It lets me know that you are enjoying the content and this adventure that I'm going through and the time I'm taking to actually read it, record it, and upload it to YouTube. I want to go ahead and thank you guys for watching. This has been Zaxter99, and we'll continue with Zombie Exodus here in the next video. Take care of each other, and we'll see you in the next one. Oh my god, I am trying to get you guys your next chapter of Zombie Exodus, but there are zombies where my computer is behind this door. Anything for you guys to get you guys the next chapter of Zombie Exodus. Hang on. That was close. Alright, anything for you guys. We're going to be back with Zombie Exodus. This is part 2, chapter 1. Hello everybody, this is Zaxter99. Welcome back to the Choose Your Own Adventure style game I've bought on Steam last week called Zombie Exodus. This is a apocalyptic survival game, but it's all text and uses the vast power of your imagination according to the the ad on Steam. So we're going to go ahead and finish where we left off. We had finished chapter 5, and it looks like we had started on part 2. And I guess this would be chapter 1 of part 2. So we'll go ahead and continue Zombie Exodus right after this. Alright, welcome back everybody. If you remember right, we made it through the park, we made it past all the guards and everything like that, like trying to keep us away from this side of town, and we made our way to Heather's house, who is Emma's friend, and Emma is our sister. So we was just starting to look at some of the gear and food and everything that they had, and said that I think we decided we was going to get out of there and join it with some other people or something like that. So we're going to go ahead and continue here where we last left off. And it starts off with Heather. Heather shows you a spare bedroom upstairs. She is a bit younger than Emma, and the two could pass as sisters. She wears her hair down today, and her bright green eyes catch light from any angle. She spent the last hour bouncing around the kitchen, pouring out every detail of the last 24 hours, while Emma cleaned the kitchen, adding in only a word or two at each pause in Heather's verbal stream. Emma is naturally thin, with wavy brown locks, which often cover her dark brown eyes. Her tight smile hides true emotion. She mutters under her breath, and stares into nowhere each time you glance over. Any time you gaze at Heather, she looks away. The second floor windows are boarded with heavy curtains pulled across, with candles placed around the edges, as if decorated by a funeral director. There is an indescribable comfort to the room. Though hell is raging outside, you feel safe inside and fall asleep in minutes. You awaken to the sound of booming gunfire. Waves of light blind your eyes. You sit up, and as your eyes adjust to the light, you become aware that the area has changed. Square cement room with huge hanging lights, rows of small metal doors across two walls, and metal tables with bodies lying on them with white sheets over their heads. Your vision is hazy and distant, like peering through a zoomed out lens. You are naked under a white sheet, and your skin is pale yellow and cool to the touch. You check your body and find no marks or bites. Ooh, scared me there. You stand. You flinch as your bare feet hit the freezing floor. Under the table, you spot several objects lying on the ground. You have a feeling you can only take one. So you choose a samurai sword, so we can be like Michonne in The Walking Dead, an Uzi submachine gun, or a flamethrower. Wow, a flamethrower sounds cool, like a video game, but I don't think I want to be lighting all this stuff on fire. Fire is dangerous, and in the real world, I know it's cool like in a video game, but this isn't a video game. I'm trying to imagine this as being an authentic reality. I'm trying to use my imagination, so again, I don't think I'm a badass sword slinger like Michonne either, so I'm not going to take the samurai sword. I think the submachine gun is definitely what I'm taking. I just hope there's ammo for it. You lift the small SMG in hand. Feeling the cold metal is like a jolt of electricity running through your body. Once you take the weapon, you are jarred by the sound of sliding metal and notice an open doorway behind you. Stepping into the hallway, you are surrounded by a white cloud of fog, but as you walk, the fog dissipates and the hallway extends further than you can see. Your arms itch, and green freckles appear over your arms. As you scratch at them, they move around like tiny insects, evading your fingertips. Oh, wow. This is when you realize you're dreaming. Wow, okay. Wow, I was like, what the hell's going on here? That sounds like a dream, though. That's pretty bizarre. You are startled awake and open your eyes. Emma stands above you. Zach, you were having a nightmare. You blink several times and rub your eyes. Emma's cool hands press against your forehead and cheek. It's 6 o'clock, and we better get going soon. Heather's brother wants us there by mid-afternoon. We have breakfast ready. Where are we going anyway, you ask, and sit on the edge of the bed. The military is keeping everyone inside the city, but that's where the largest zombie population is. They're trying to quarantine us. If we stay here, we're dead. Tom has some location outside the city, and the only way out is by boat. The government can't keep watch over the ocean as easily as highways and bridges. You nod. Take a few moments, but be quick. We're almost done packing, Emma says. At least I am. Heather, not so much. You get out of bed and wash up in the bathroom. A fresh set of clothes has been set out for you. Jeans, t-shirt, leather jacket, and a baseball cap. You put on the clothes, grab your gear, and head downstairs. In the living room, Emma and Heather are packing items and provisions in knapsacks and suitcases. They have 5 bags apiece and seem dressed and set to go. Emma looks ready for battle in camouflage pants, a tank top, and camouflage jacket with her brown hair back in a crisp ponytail. Heather wears a tank top and tight shorts. Aha, so this must be Emma and this must be Heather. Okay. I've got clothes in these 2 bags, food in this bag, and stuff for Zach in these 2, Emma says. Heather latches a buckle around a suitcase and looks up. These bags are mine, but I need everything. Well, we have to get all this packed in the Jeep, Emma says, the tone of her voice raising at the end. You're going to take all 5? You have the same number as I do, Heather says, moving all bags toward the door. These are for me and Zach. Emma points to the pile of Heather's bags near the door. Those are all for you. Well, what do you think? Asks Heather as she looks at you. We should take essentials and weapons only. We should each take no more than 3 bags. Heather should be able to take what she wants. Heather, why? Because she's pretty or what? Heather should be able to take what she wants? We have to get it all in the Jeep. I mean, why not at least try loading it, though? I mean, I'm not her mom or her dad. I don't know. I have a feeling this is an important decision, but let me go ahead and sip my coffee here while I think about this. I know it's unprofessional. I'm going to say the first option, we should take essentials and weapons only. Traveling light is best. So we take some clothes, some provisions, and carry weapons. Both women frown, but agree with your approach. You step to a window and move a curtain just enough to peek out. Several zombies are in plain view on the street, wandering around searching. All have amorphous green lesions over green-yellow skin. They wander aimlessly, arms down or outstretched. You count 3 within 40 feet of the house. Heather, you should change. We're getting ready to go soon. Change into what? I'm wearing this, you lunatic, Heather says sarcastically. She smooths out her white t-shirt and pulls at the edge of her shorts to make them seem longer. You can't wear that. You look ridiculous. It's hot out there, and I'm not going to sweat my ass off being chased by the undead. Clothes protect you from the zombies, says Emma. Yeah, because zombies won't see through your amazing camouflage disguise. Heather rolls her eyes and checks one of her bags by the door. Emma shrugs and shoves the last bit of clothing into a black duffel bag. She scrunches her mouth, as she always does when she's angry. Do we have a plan for getting outside, you ask? Well, we have a car. "We're just gonna pack and go," says Emma, and stands next to you. "All the zombies are roaming all over," you say, pointing outside. Both women run to the window and look out. "We need to figure out how to leave here safely," you say. So my two choices here are help Emma and Heather pack and deal with any zombies, should they come over, or let Emma and Heather pack the car while you stand guard from the roof. That sounds like kind of a cowardly thing to do, but it might be smart. I think I like that option. That kind of sounds smarter, even though it also sounds kind of like a chicken shit option too. Like, I don't want any zombie touching me if things go bad. But I seem like I'm a pretty good shot. I mean, I've shot some guys, the brigands and stuff like that, from a pretty good distance away. I think I could handle shooting a zombie from up on the roof where I'd have a better view. Yeah, I think I like that option. "I think you two should head to the car and pack everything in. I'll go to the roof and stand guard. If any zombies come, I'll take care of them and give you enough time to load all the bags." Emma and Heather nod in agreement. They each load up bags and wait by the door. "Give me 5 minutes to get in position." You run up to the second floor and climb out of the window. Standing on the windowsill, you wipe moisture from your hands and grip the edge of the roof, pulling yourself up without looking down at the street. With the rain falling, you slip several times but manage to maintain your balance. You scramble to the level rooftop, and from this vantage point, the neighborhood is in full view. The rain slows, but clouds in the distance hang dark and heavy. Your sister and her friend move to the black Jeep Wrangler, parked in the narrow driveway. You scan the area for any signs of trouble. Several zombies roam the north side of the street, over a dozen houses away from Heather's house, but you still recognize their staggered walk. To the south, the street is clear. From around the side of the house across the street, a zombie dressed as a mailman wanders only 30 feet away. Emma heads to the driver's side door and pops it open, while Heather swings up the back hatch. Little noise is made. The hissing of the back door hydraulics, the clicking of locks, the stamping of feet across the pavement. Okay. As you watch the zombie mailman, you spot the neighbor's door open, and a black woman in a bathrobe bursts from the home. She wears the undeath well, with cracked and bruised skin, erratic movements, and long, bulging brown veins through her face and arms. The infection has lightened her dark brown skin and elongated her feet such that blue, fluffy slippers bulge. Her bathrobe has slipped open, revealing soiled pajamas. She turns to Heather in a slow arc and sprints towards her. Heather faces away from the zombie and does not notice the imminent threat. Shoot her with my shotgun? Shoot her with my revolver? Or tell Heather to take care of it? No, I'm gonna shoot her with my shotgun. You wait until the zombie neighbor is close, then aim and fire. The blast tears off the zombie's right leg, exposing purple muscle and deep gray bone underneath. The zombie howls and collapses to the ground. Blood darkens the pavement as it spurts from the amputated leg, but the infected woman drags her body along the ground. Heather turns to face the dead woman, moves to the front of the Jeep, and draws her pistol, hand shaking. The zombie lifts her head and snarls at you with a mouthful of crooked brown teeth. She rises and stands on one foot and hops forward. You fire again and hit her head, taking the top of her skull off. She falls sideways, hits the pavement, and goes silent. Emma and Heather pack the Jeep, and only a few bags remain on the ground. Having little to pack makes loading the car a breeze. You have probably avoided more trouble by the decision to restrict the number of bags. Emma and Heather are close to completing the packing of the car, so you climb back into the house through the second-story window. You rush downstairs and out the front to rejoin your sister and her friend. You help with the rest of the packing as more zombies appear down the street. All of the bags fit into the back row of seats, with some in the hatch. Heather gets in the back as well. Emma hops in the passenger side and you take the driver's seat. You start the car and speed down the street, cutting the silence with the engine's roar. In the rearview mirror, several zombies chase after the car, their horrific bodies shrinking as you gain distance. You head around the block and drive down a 2-lane avenue with a mix of houses and commercial stores aligning each side. The area is devoid of any activity, and the only sound is the low rumble of thunder high overhead, a warning of weather's fury. Cars are scattered across the road, some damaged from accidents, others by gunfire or zombie attacks. You maneuver the Jeep around them and creep through to ensure safety. Luckily, no zombies are around. So, where are we going, you ask? You know the old fishing dock down by the warehouse district, Miller's Dock? Asks Emma. I'm kinda new in the city, haven't been fishing much. Emma takes out her smartphone, and you hear an automated female voice. What location do you want to travel to? My phone's GPS can get us to the right spot, Emma says. Don't we have a map, you ask? I have a phone, Emma says, holding it up and waving it in your face. But if the phone stops working, a map will help, you add. Emma puts the phone down and glares at you with one of her I know you idiot looks. Sorry, you say. Heather provides the address, and the GPS calculates several routes. Carlson Bridge is the most direct way, Emma says. Yeah, but lots of people use that bridge, and maybe it's best to avoid what is probably a complete mess over there. I imagine fleeing the city and driving like animals. Just do the tunnel. Not many people know of it. At least, no out-of-towners. No offense, Zach. It will probably be clear of cars, says Heather. Wait, you want to take an underground tunnel that goes under the river? Asks Emma. Well, it's not like 48 hours have gone by and the epidemic in the tunnel has collapsed. Stop being a wuss, says Heather. What about the other route, the expressway? I've taken that way before, you say. That's not a direct route. We'd have to go south, then take the interstate. It's huge, though, with lots of options if we get stuck and have to take a new route, Emma says. You're driving, Zach. Just pick one, says Heather. Route 1 is Carlson Bridge, as Emma suggested, 17 minutes, 5.5 miles. Route 2 is Bridgemont Tunnel, the one Heather suggested, 19 minutes, 6.2 miles. Or the expressway, 22 minutes, 7.9 miles. I think I'm going to go with my sister on this one. Let's go with Carlson Bridge, 5.5 miles. Let's take the Carlson Bridge, you say. You drive due north and travel for a mile before hitting the on-ramp to the bridge. As soon as you drive up to the incline, you weave around an overturned tractor trailer. The driver's body hangs halfway out of the broken front window, his stomach impaled on the edge of shattered glass. Once on the bridge, you behold an impressive array of destruction. A mass exodus from the city has left hundreds of cars abandoned. For at least half a mile, a maze of twisted wreckage is scattered before you. Half-torn corpses lie about with fear-worn faces, angled brows, mouths agape in surprise, and wide eyes. Zombies, or those stuck in the transition from human to zombie, can be seen everywhere. Peering from the car, you spot a crawling body, a twitching carcass, and other horrible displays of viral infection. You steer past a 4-car accident. Black charred skeletal metal shells are all that remain. Several burnt arms hang from one window, and as you stare into the car, you see no body attached to limbs, as if the remains melted away. Your driving skills are put to the test, as you avoid cars and debris, twisting and turning at a slow crawl over the bridge. Well, maybe we shouldn't have taken this way. Up ahead, several damaged cars block the road. A red van's front end is turned to the left and collapsed against the side wall. The driver still lies inside the car, slumped over in his airbag, unmoving. Behind the van sits a burgundy luxury car, which appears brand new except for recent scratches. Next in line is a light blue late 90s model sedan, flipped over and flattened. The three cars make a perfect blockade. "What are we going to do now?" asked Heather, slamming her hands against the back of Emma's seat. "We need to get around this somehow," says Emma. "You figured that all out on your own, Sherlock?" Heather says. "The only way to get by this is for one of us to get in a car and drive it out of the way, you say." Heather leans forward so her body is between the two front seats. "Let me get this straight, so I understand the essence of this thoughtful plan of yours. You want us to get out of our safe vehicle and get in one of those death traps. Are you out of your mind?" I can reply, "I would never let either of you get hurt. Your safety is my priority." That sounds like BS. That's exactly my plan. Thanks for summarizing." Or, "Well, if we turn back, it's a long way, and that's a waste of time." Or I can say, "Knock off the attitude, or you can walk on your own." No, I'm not going to get feisty back with her. I'm just going to say the second one. That's exactly my plan. Thanks for summarizing. Emma laughs, and Heather leans back and folds her arm, like a child. "Smart ass," says Heather. "We can't afford to backtrack and take another route. One of us will have to get in a car and drive it out of the way while the others stand watch. The middle one seems like the only reasonable choice, you say." "Wait, you keep saying one of us. If you think I'm getting out, that's insane," says Heather, and puts her seatbelt on with a loud click. You glance at Emma. Her lips are thin and her eyebrows arched. She stares at the blockade, and her hands grip the dashboard as if trying to push away. "So, who is going?" she asks. Well, obviously not your friend Heather, huh?" I can say, "I will go, just get ready to back me up if anything pops up." Or I should say, "Heather should go, she's a good shot, and it is best if Emma and I stay here and watch the zombies." Or should I say, "Emma should go, Heather and I will stay put and watch for zombies"? Well, I don't know. Trying to think this through here. I don't want my sister to die. If Emma goes, she could die. Obviously, I don't want to die, but Heather is, I guess, hot or something, so we can't send her, right? I mean, I don't know. I think I'm just going to go, because either one, if I pick Heather or Emma, they're going to feel singled out by me, or like teamed up against, I think. So I think I'm just going to go ahead and go. I mean, like that matters in a zombie apocalypse when things are so important that feelings get hurt, but I think I'm just going to go ahead and do it. The two women release a heavy sigh. Emma grabs your arm. "Zach, just be careful." You nod and check your gun and ensure it is loaded and ready. "If anything goes wrong, or you even sense a problem, just turn back," Emma says, still holding your forearm. "I know," you say, and smile to ease her mind. "We'll keep a watch out too, so keep checking back so we can alert you if anything pops up," Emma adds. "I will be fine, Emma," you say, and open the door. You step outside. Heather climbs into the driver's seat. With a deep breath, you step forward toward the trio of vehicles. You pull out your shotgun and hold it in front of you. No movement is visible in the luxury car. Lightly tinted windows make seeing inside difficult, so you skulk forward, conscious of any indication of danger ahead. Closer and closer you creep, keeping watch on the car and its surroundings, the van and the flattened sedan, any sounds or disturbances in the area. Within 5 feet, you notice the front door is unlocked, and you reach with your right hand to open it. You take a quick look at your own car. Emma gives you a thumbs up and sign, and Heather is leaning out the driver's side window with her 9mm in hand. You open the door and point your weapon inside. Uh-oh, have a feeling something's going to happen here. Something's going to be in there. The inside front seats of the car are empty. A Jesus statuette sits atop the dashboard, and an evergreen tree hangs from the rearview mirror. You plop into the driver's seat, close the door, and lock it just in case anyone or anything happens by. Dried blood stains the passenger seat, but otherwise the car is clean and undamaged. The keys are still in the ignition, so you turn them and hear the hum of the starting motor. From your peripheral vision, you happen to catch movement in the Jeep. Though you cannot hear them from inside the closed luxury car, you see Emma and Heather screaming and pointing behind you. Lifting your gun high, you spin around to the back seat. Something catches your right arm. "Easy there, bro," you hear. In the back seat sits a tall man with medium-length brown hair combed forward into a point and a short goatee. His slight smile and dark, narrow eyes give him an almost villainous look. He wears a dark red hoodie with a black windbreaker over it and faded brown jeans. You reply, "Sorry, I didn't see anyone in here, or I just got in here to move the car out of our way. I don't want any trouble, just let my arm go, and I'll get out of your car. Or take your hand off me, bro." Wow. Take your hand off me, bro. Sounds like the one I want to do, but... I'm confident. I'm going to go ahead and tell him, I think I'm going to go ahead and fight fire with fire and say exactly what he said to me. "Bro, take your hand off my arm, bro." Let's do it. The man smiles, releases your arm, and raises his hands. "Hey, it's all good. This ain't even my car. I was just walking that way and found this ride was open, so I hopped in and fell asleep." When he says "that way," he points in the direction you are trying to go. You lower the gun and give a thumbs-up sign back to Emma and Heather. "Oh, you're with some people? Who are they?" "Listen, Devlin. My name is Devlin." "Okay, Devlin. Let me move this car so we can get by, and I'll tell you whatever you want." "All right, Chief." You put the car in reverse and give it some gas. The chassis shakes and backs up several inches, which pulls the front fender away from the van. You change gears to drive and push down on the pedal, hitting into the van with a crunch. The back end seems free of the sedan, so you turn the wheel, hit reverse, and back up a foot, repeating this routine several times until the car is free. You are able to move the luxury car out of the way of the road. You step out and walk back to Emma and Heather, who are outside the car, their faces a mix of confusion and worry. "Yo, wait up," you hear from Devlin. He trots up next to you with a smile, looking each of your companions up and down. "So anyway, like I said, I'm Devlin." "I'm Zach, and this is my sister Emma and her friend Heather." "Alright, cool. So where y'all headed?" You reply, "We're going to Miller's Dock. We're heading east outside of the city. We're just trying to find a safer place." I think I'm going to be vague with him. Yeah, I don't trust this guy. I don't know why. Heather and Emma nod in agreement and smile. Devlin chuckles. "Hey, it's all good. You all do your thing. I was just curious, 'cause I'm coming from that way, and it's all gone to hell. Whole city full of zombs. That's why I'm carrying this." Devlin lifts his hoodie and shows a .357 Magnum inside the belt of his pants. He smiles and looks at Heather. She frowns and folds her arms across her chest. "So anyway, why are you headed east?" "To meet up with Heather's brother. He has a boat to get us out of the city. To meet up with friends to figure out a way out of the city. Or we heard it was safer. I'm going to say to meet up with friends." "Well, I don't know what's that way so different from the rest of the city. Army's got the airports, train stations, and highways on lockdown." Heather bumps your foot with hers, and when you glance over, she cocks her head to the side, indicating she wants to go. A chilling wind picks up in the area. Heather shivers and rubs her arms. You spot Devlin staring her up and down as she turns and walks. His eyes follow. We gotta get going, Devlin. It was good to meet you. Good luck. You head into the driver's seat of the Jeep. Emma and Heather resume their spots as well. Devlin trots over and knocks on the driver's side window and gestures for you to put the window down. If he asks, he can't come with us, says Heather, loud enough for you and Emma to hear. You lower the window. Devlin leans in, a thin smile spread across his face. Y'all got room? It's a long way back for me to walk. The girls are saying no. Sorry, Devlin, we don't have any room. Sure, hop in the back. No, like I said before, for whatever reason, I don't trust this guy. I don't know why, but I don't trust him. So we're going to say sorry. Devlin stares at you for a moment, looks over at Emma, then back at Heather. He bites his bottom lip, hangs his head down, and stands up straight. Alright, I understand. It's a dark road out there, so y'all be safe. Don't worry about Devlin. Emma touches your arm and says, well, maybe we should discuss this. We just can't leave him. Do you want to reconsider? Talk it over with Emma and Heather before making a decision? Or drive the car and leave Devlin behind? Yeah, I'm gonna, I don't know. I still don't trust the guy, but I guess I'll talk it over with him and make sure. You roll up the window and face Heather and Emma. Look, for all we know, the minute we're on the road, this guy, a total stranger, takes out that cannon tucked in his boxers and shoots us all in the head. Or worse, Heather says. Her hands fly up as she talks, making her appear as an orchestra conductor. Emma folds her hands and faces Heather. That's a bit melodramatic. You always think the worst of everyone. No, I don't. I'm just a realist, Heather says with a slight smile. You thought your last boyfriend was an IRA terrorist, says Emma in a voice you remember from childhood she used when she was fed up with the situation. Who else picks up all of a sudden to fly back to Ireland to pick up special packages, Heather says. It was Christmas, Emma says. Okay, enough already, you say. Let's get back on track. Devlin hasn't done anything to hurt us or help us, so it's really just an issue of intuition. Zach, starts Emma, that's a good point. What's your gut tell you? Again, my gut tells me not to trust him, so I'm going to say we can't take him. Reaching the docks is our only go, and we don't know him well enough to take him along. Sorry, Emma. You drive the car forward, through the van and flattened Toyota sedan, and continue your journey down the road. In your rearview mirror, you see Devlin standing in the middle of the lane, watching as you drive away. The path is clear and takes you directly to the main avenue leading to the warehouse district. Tall, flat buildings deck the sides of the road like tombstones, silent and dark. The overhead clouds spill rain now in heavy bursts, and the slish-slosh of wiper blades mixed with a patter of rain mixes into the humdrum static of sound. You are tired and warm, eyes drooping but still alert due to the knowledge that any moment in this new world may present some challenge with the risk of death. Proceed 1/2 a mile north, then turn left onto Carper Drive, says the robotic voice of the GPS. So that is the end of Part 2, Chapter 1 of Zombie Exodus, and we've already had to make some difficult decisions. I don't know if Devlin was a good guy or not. Just my gut feeling, based on who knows what, told me that he was up to no good. I don't know why. Maybe it was the fact that he was in the back seat and he's like kind of threatened me a little bit. So I don't know. Anyway, I don't think he was up to no good. I could be wrong, But you guys will have to let me know down at the bottom in the comments below if you think I made the right decision there. What kind of feelings were you guys getting about Devlin? I want to know. Put it down in the comments if you're actually listening to my story and my playthrough of Zombie Exodus. I'd love to know what you guys think. Do you guys think I'm making good decisions all around? And specifically about the one I had to make about Devlin, do you think I made the right one? I want to go ahead and thank you guys for watching. If you enjoy this, if you're enjoying my Zombie Exodus playthrough, be sure you go ahead and give me a thumbs up. Helps me know that you guys enjoy the content that I'm spending time reading and uploading to my YouTube channel. Thanks so much, and we'll see you in the next one here in 2 or 3 more days. That'll be Zombie Exodus Part 2, Chapter 2. So thanks for watching. You guys take care, and avoid all the zombies. See you in the next one.
We gotta get out of here. Oh my god. Oh. Help! Help! Oh my god!
Welcome everybody to Zombie Exodus. This is my playthrough. This is part 2, chapter 2. This is Zaxter99. We'll be back with my playthrough right after this.
Party like it's Zaxter 99.
Alright guys, welcome back. We are back with Zombie Exodus. This is going to be chapter 2 of part 2. So we're going to go ahead and continue on this. And if I remember last, we had our sister Emma and I believe her friend named Heather. It's been a while since I've actually done this, and we were headed out, I believe, to meet her brother and some other people. So we are going to continue this this book now. And again, we have the progress saved, so if we die, we can come back to this point and start over. Alright, Zombie Exodus Part 2, Chapter 2. Copper Drive is a narrow street leading northwest from your current location, flanked on each side by huge warehouses. A massive pile of wreckage lies 50 feet from the corner, with twisted metal and burnt tires scattered in the middle of the street in what looks like a massive explosion of an 18-wheeler. Pushed up against the side of a building is a portion of a sign from the side of the truck reading Hampton Meats. Ooh, there we go. Emma's smartphone clicks and beeps as she presses a button on it. The GPS server may have gone down. I can't find some other way around the street, she says. Maps don't use servers, you say. Emma purses her lips and waves a fist at you. After a moment, you both burst into laughter. We can climb past the debris, but won't be able to get the car down there, you say. The three of you step outside the Jeep. You put on your backpack, and Emma and Heather each grab a few bags. You walk down Copper Drive towards the wreckage. The rain has stopped, but thunder rolls as constant background music. The warehouse walls block out the ambient light, and a long shadow covers the street. Trash rustles on the ground as a smell of burnt oil permeates the air. When you step near the torn-apart trailer, you see the major portion of the trailer was impacted from the opposite side, away from where you parked your car. Looks like it was shot by a tank, says Heather. Why would a tank shoot a meat truck, you ask? Vegetarian soldiers? Asks Emma. No one laughs or says a word. That's funny, vegetarian soldiers. Come on, that was pretty good. You take off your baseball cap and put it on Emma's head. I still love you, sis. The trailer's wall is caved in and peeled at the edges of the large hole. The jagged metal is cool and pitch black. Inside the exposed cabin are residual stacks of burnt animal carcasses, now covered in flies. All of you cover your faces as you climb past this destroyed trailer. Wow. Your group makes it to the end of Copper Drive and heads east. The smell of salt water floods your nostrils, and the edge of a pier is visible a few 100 feet away. Seagulls perch atop the warehouses, quiet and still like gargoyle statues warding off danger. Emma and Heather engage in idle chatter, which you have learned to tune out during the car ride. Across a thin alleyway sits a parking lot, and beyond it rows of small blue and white cabanas line the pier. Rounding a corner, you head straight into a pack of zombies not more than 20 feet away. 5 of them in all. They turn in unison toward you and let loose a guttural, common growl, which instantly makes your heart race. Ew. Look at that picture. Heather screams, and Emma stands frozen in place. What do? Stand and fight? Giving your group time to run? Or grab Emma and Heather and run back towards the meat truck? Or run back to the meat truck? No, I think that we need to fight because, I mean, this is obviously where we need to be. Why would we run back to the meat truck? What would be there for us? I think we're going to fight. Run, you yell. Emma stands frozen, muttering, "Oh God, oh God," over and over. Heather, grab Emma, you say, and prepare to fight. 2 zombies head towards Heather and Emma, while 3 close in towards you. What weapon do you use? I'm going to use a revolver. The 3 zombies before you are large men in dirty sweatshirts, jeans, and boots. One has a fishing hook lodged in the side of his cheek, while another has a part of a fishing pole juddering through his shin, straight through the flesh. The 2 running towards your sister and her friend wear swimsuits, a man in oversized trunks with cartoon fish, and the woman in a bikini and big floppy sun hat that somehow remains on her head. Which group do you shoot at? The 3 fishermen coming at me, or the 2 vacationers chasing Heather and Emma? Well, I got 3 after me, and they're running. They got 2 after them. Zombies don't move too fast. I can't run and shoot at the same time. Plus I have 3 after me where they just have 2 after both of them. I mean, I want to make choices where I save other people first or other people come before me. But in this situation, based on the scenario, because I can't run and shoot at the same time, or if I do, I'm not going to be a good shot, I think I need to worry about the 3 coming at me, or I have a feeling I might be dead. And I'm not going to do Emma and Heather any good if I'm freaking zombie meat. So we're going to go ahead and shoot at the 3 coming at me and hope they can run and hide or whatever they need to do long enough for me to, help them out. You draw your revolver and fire. The head of the first zombie bursts open, sending fragments and jelly-like brains over the other 2. They seem unfazed by the death of their compadre. The smaller of the 2 runs forward, and you fire as he attacks, clipping his chin from underneath. His head pops back so his bite misses, but the clicking of his jagged teeth sends a shiver down your spine. Oh gosh. You fall over from the momentum of the zombie, but roll sideways so he does not pin you under his weight. Before you can react, the middle-sized zombie fisherman grabs your shoulder and leans in to take a bite. You fire up into his face, tearing away the flesh and bone over the temple. As he falls sideways, he flings you down hard onto the ground, and the force spins you over and over until you land in a pile of trash bags. A sharp pain in your neck and the smell of rotting fish let you know you are alive. As your dizziness subsides, you sit up to face a small fisherman who is now perched over your prone body. He grabs your left ankle and slides his mouth to your exposed flesh. The lower part of his jaw is missing, but he instinctively puts your leg to what remains of his mouth. You feel the ground for your gun, but it lies a dozen feet away near the edge of the parking lot chain link fence. From a distance, you hear more gunfire and a woman scream. Oh my gosh, this is getting intense. What do? Kick the zombie and beat it down with your hands? Try and find a weapon in the trash? Shake free and run for the gun? Or just pray for a miracle? Well, I'm not just going to pray for a miracle. No, I'm not a religious sort. That doesn't seem like it would do me any good in this situation. I believe in the power of prayer sometimes, but in this kind of a situation, I think God would just laugh at me if I prayed to him right now. He'd be like, "You're dead, dude. Thanks for the entertainment." Shake free and run for the gun. Kick the zombie and beat it down with your hands. I think I'm going to do the first one. I think I'm going to kick it. Hopefully it'd be like a Walking Dead, you know. I've seen people in The Walking Dead do this kind of crap enough, where they beat something in with their hands or whatever. Find a nearby rock or something if there was one, or brick or anything, and smash its head in. But it says beat it down with my hands. I don't see why not? Let's try that. The zombie brings his top jaw up and down against your leg as he tries to figure out how to bite you. Your physical conditioning is better than that of a dead fisherman, and you slam your foot of the held leg into the rest of his jaw. He stumbles backward, and you leap to your feet. Though the creature starts to rise, you lift your foot up and crunch it down on his head, driving it into the cement. Again and again you raise your foot and bring it down, caving in the skull and releasing a deep amber goo out of the several cracks in his head. Hell yeah, that was pretty gory. I know in the first chapter or two I was getting a lot of negative comments, and or at least a couple, and people were saying this the zombie exodus, we want blood, we want bloods and brains and stuff like that. At this point, I think we've heard a lot of pretty graphic content as far as blood and brains and guts and everything like that. So that's pretty cool. All right, let's go ahead and continue. This is still pretty good. Exhausted, you turn and spot the middle fisherman, who has regained his undead senses. As he rushes at you once again, you dash to the edge of the parking lot and snatch up your revolver before he attacks. The third fisherman lumbers forward, blood covering the left side of his face, and his eye socket bulging from the impact of the shot to the side of his head. He swings wide to your right and grabs at something in the air. You realize his vision is reduced by the wound to his temple. You easily dispatch him with a quick shot to the frontal lobe. Very cool. But I am concerned about the woman's scream. We heard other gunfire and a woman's scream. I guess we couldn't tell if it was Heather or Emma. That's concerning. You race back down Copper Drive and spot the two ex-vacation return zombies chasing Emma and Heather. They have a good lead on you, but are climbing over the metal truck trailer. The two zombies are almost on top of them, but all are moving slowly across the debris. You fire your revolver to get their attention. Which zombie do you shoot at? Alright, do I fire at the female bikini-clad zombie or the male in oversized swim trunks? I think I'm going to fire at the male first. He's probably the biggest threat. I don't know, though. The shot hits the zombie's stomach and sends him sprawling to the ground. A spray of blood shoots up like a geyser, and as he tries to stand, intestines poke from the wound. The female zombie spins on her bare feet, looks at her fallen undead companion, and yells madly into the air. Wow, I've never seen a zombie care about another zombie. She must have still been in love with her fella. She speeds towards you like an Olympic runner, full throttle, and leaps high into the air. Oh my gosh. You are quick enough to duck, aim, and fire, hitting her mid-air. Dang. I'm pretty quick there. The body sails over you and crashes hard into a side wall, sliding down with a stark smear of brown blood across the red bricks. Yeah. A quick shot to the back of her head ends her unlife. Exhausted from the activity, you can afford no break and walk toward the male zombie and shoot him once in the forehead. Emma and Heather stand on top of the meat truck, apparently having watched the entire fight.
Wow, good shooting. That was the sexiest thing I've seen in a while,
says Heather as she climbs down from the trailer. Thanks. Let's get back on track and meet your brother. You help Emma down, and the three of you cross the alley to the end of Copper Drive. Cool. Alright. Emma holds out her smartphone and Heather grabs it out of her hand.
Let me make a call real fast, she says,
and steps off to the side of the alley. A few minutes go by, in which time Emma checks you over for wounds. When Heather returns, she smiles and hands the phone to Emma.
Time to make our rendezvous, Mr. and Miss Anderson,
says Heather. Sunlight warms your body as your feet hit the wooden pier. The still, blue-gray water invites you as the gentle sway of the river soothes your mind. Flocks of seabirds fly overhead, oblivious to the changing world around them, migrating for a chance at survival. The salt air is invigorating, and even as the fishing boat approaches the dock, you consider diving into the river and swimming into the all-consuming giant underworld, absorbed in the past pure refuge of the world. The low roar of the fishing boat's motor cuts as the vessel caresses to the wooden planks of the pier. Three men with rifles watch over the approach, stone faces, even as the boat parks and its captain appears on deck. His smile widens as the boat creeps closer, and he slides a 4-foot bridge out to the dock.
There's Tom,
Heather says to you and Emma as she rushes to the edge of the pier. Well, there's my sister, he says in a charming, cool voice. Heather runs across and Tom bends low and picks her up. She rubs his head, messing up his crew cut, and kisses his face. Aww.
You need to shave,
she says and rubs his short, stubby beard.
Emily must be chasing you around with a scissor.
He stares her in the face. Blank eyes and a slight quiver from his bottom lip tell a story. Heather hugs him again, her arms pulling tightly over his broad back. She looks back at the group still on the pier and whispers into Tom's ear. Wow. Pretty awesome reunion, though. Wonder what his concern is. It's a little bit scary. He's not... Whatever it is, her brother, it's got to be pretty bad news, whatever it is, because, I mean, he's not even happy like she is to see his sister. So something's definitely wrong. Alright. One of the men on the boat, a dark man with a red checkered bandana around his neck, fires down the dock. The boom of the rifle carries across the pier like thunder. A few hundred feet away, a body of a woman falls on the deck of another boat. Murder vivente, he says with a thick accent. We have to go soon, Tom says. Others will hear the rifle sound and come fast. Heather moves to the side of the boat, near a topside cabin. She points to Emma and you.
Tom, this is Emma and her brother Zach.
Good to meet you both. Come aboard, he says. He takes Emma's hand and guides her across. He steps back and waits for you to cross, shakes your hand, and slaps you on your back hard. Tom instructs another man, a thick-bellied, curly-haired bruiser with olive skin, to take the bags from the side of the dock. He introduces the man as Uncle Lou, no relation to anyone. The rifleman is Javier, and a thin, boyish-looking man is Dave. Down the pier, a low-pitched moan stirs the silence. A crowd of zombies in all shapes and sizes and colors moves towards the fishing boat. The pier sways from the weight of the mass of undead bodies, some even falling into the crisp, clear river. Dumb zombies. Tom yanks the bridge back to the vessel. As the motor starts and the boat pulls away from the dock, a wave of calm washes over you, the first calm you may have felt in the last 2 days. Emma is safe. Heather is reunited with her brother. You sail on the sea, far from the infection, the marauders, the looters, and the chaos boiling in the self-destructing city of zombies. The air blows briskly around, cooling your skin and providing an almost euphoric feeling. The vessel leans back and forth in the churning river, and you lie down on an empty net suspended a few feet above the deck, allowing the movement of water and boat to rock you to sleep. Alright, so that is the end of Part 2, Chapter 2, and we will be moving on to Part 3, Cathedral, Chapter 1, in the next video. I hope you guys that are still listening to this, or that are listening to this, a year from now, whenever it is that you're listening to my Zombie Exodus series, are enjoying this playthrough of mine through this book. Now keep in mind that if you go and buy this on Steam at the link I'm providing down below, you'll be able to make your own choices, and you may have a completely different story than what I'm getting here. I don't know, how many different paths or how different each path is as you go through the book, because this is my first play of Zombie Exodus. So anyway, this Zombie Exodus really, the action really seemed to intensify in this last chapter here, Chapter 2 of Part 2. I really like this one. Hopefully you guys are enjoying my playthrough of Zombie Exodus. We will be back here real soon for Part 3, Cathedral. I want to go ahead and have you guys, or ask you guys, to please give me a like. It just takes a few seconds. If you're enjoying this playthrough, please leave your comments down below. I definitely read every comment I get on every video. Even if I don't respond to it, I definitely read every comment from you guys, my viewers. I want to go ahead and thank you guys for watching my playthrough, my continued playthrough of Zombie Exodus, and we'll be back real soon here in the coming days with my playthrough as I continue into Part 3. Thanks again, everybody. Take care. Don't let the zombies get you. This has been Zaxter99.
I run to the end of a corridor, and it splits left and right. To the right, I see a big Hulk He-Man looking zombie with two big arms headed right at me. And to the left, I see a zombie in a string bikini, her guts hanging out, with the string bikini making her look sexy. Which one do I take? Well, definitely going left. Come here, baby. Come here, string bikini zombie. Come on. Oh, God, you're hot.
Welcome to my playthrough of Zombie Exodus, everybody. This is Part 3, Chapter 1, and I'll be back with my playthrough right after this. Hello everybody, this is Zaxter99. Welcome back to my playthrough of Zombie Exodus. I'm excited to go ahead and get into Part 3, which is called Cathedral, and we're going to go ahead and jump into this. I actually started trying to record this already, but my audio recorder wasn't recording. My mic stopped working. Something happened, so I'm actually having to go back. Thankfully, it did actually give me the opportunity to not only save the game and progress at the start of Part 3, but I actually got to name it so I can actually go back and start again. It did tell me at the start of Part 3 that basically it's been easy up to this point, and it's going to get a lot harder at this point, and that's one reason it allows you to save your game and name it so that you can go back and don't have to go all the way back to Part 1 from the very beginning. So we're going to go ahead and continue on from where we last left off. If you remember in the last part, we had made it to meet Heather's brother. Heather is Emma's sister. Emma's our sister. Wait a minute. If you remember in the last part, Part 2, Chapter 2, me, my sister Emma, and her friend Heather had made it to the docks to actually meet up with Heather's brother, Tom, I believe is his name, and we got out on a boat on the river and got away from all the chaos in the city, all the different, hordes of zombies and, brigands and thieves and military and everything else going on there, just a bunch of chaos, and we finally got a chance to take a breath. So we're going to go ahead and continue from that part again after a big save point and the game warning us that it's going to become much more difficult now. So that definitely sounds more intense. So let's go ahead and get this show started right now with part 3, chapter 1. Coldness awakens you as something shocking blast kicks your brain and pries open your eyes. Inside a long tunnel you stand, naked and alone. Damn, dreaming again. You look over your yellow arms and legs covered in green lesions swimming amoeba-like over the skin. The constant hum of zombie music playing in the background means you're not really alone. Turning a corner, you come face to face with an infected woman, hands raised, filling the air in front of her. She ignores you and walks away. The ceiling is as sterile as the rest of the hall, pure white and unstained except for teeny cameras. Teeny pink cameras. Well, it is a dream, so of course they would be pink. Down the hall, fire and smoke rage in slow motion. A rage of warm air pushes into you along with the smell of ignited gasoline. The blast knocks you to the floor. Your vision dulls, yet you are fully aware, your perspective changing to the eye in the sky. Hundreds of zombies fill the hallway, now scrambled into individual charcoal-colored parts, writhing in animated bliss. Your vision pulls back until you are inside a boxy room peering at dozens of monitors, each capturing a different section of the hallway's rooms and cells. Next to you is a male doctor in a dark lab coat, covered in brown stains, a finger extended to a monitor like it is the hand of death. "Soon, Zach, soon," he says. Wow, what a dream, huh? Your body swings sideways and eyes pop open just as the floor rises to meet you. It takes a moment to realize you are awake. Overhead, the fishing net you used as a hammock swings back and forth. The cool sea air greets your face as you stand and look over the endless waves. Emma and Heather sit on beach chairs a few feet away, laughing, hair blowing in the breeze, their feet over the side of the boat. On the top of the short cabin stands Javier, with rifle in hand, dark cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth, and a pair of binoculars in one hand which he raises to see across the vast river. "Zach, are you okay? You hit the floor pretty hard," says Emma. "Try not to break the deck when you hit it," Heather says. How do you answer Heather? Should I say, "Sorry, just have Tom send me a bill"? It's kind of sarcastic. Or should I say, "I just woke up. I tend to be clumsy when I'm still asleep." Or I could say, "Thanks for your concern over my well-being." Or should I say, "Do you always have to make stupid comments, Heather? That's kind of rude." Or should I say, "If you want," I could say, "If you want to give my sore leg a massage, I won't turn it down." That's kind of hitting on Heather, huh? Kind of flirtatious. I think all of them kind of sound sarcastic. The one I won't do is I won't be mean to Heather by saying, "Do you always have to make stupid comments?" I have a feeling it's not really going to matter a whole lot, so I think I'm just going to go ahead and flirt for Heather and see what kind of response I get. Probably just a shrug of her shoulders, but... Yep. "You wish," she says, and looks out over the edge of the boat. Javier calls down from his perch. "Land off the starboard side," he yells in his soft Spanish tone. Dave and Tom appear from the small cabin and head to the right side of the boat. Tom takes a sip from a glass with an inch of dark brown liquid. You walk to the side with Emma and Heather and see the distant outline of the shore. Trees cover most of the area, though a towering structure juts out high on the rocky cliff. Two tall stone steeples peek out above the tree line. "That's your new home," Tom says. "At least until this apocalypse is over." Wow. Okay. All is quiet as the boat sails to the coast. The smell of salty sea air is invigorating. Being on the boat has been the most restful hours in the past few days. Now the anxiety of reaching land is palpable. Land is where the zombies live. "Let's get everything inside fast," says Tom. "We don't know what's there to greet us. Everyone grab the bags and have them ready by the bridge." The group works hard to pull the many duffel bags, knapsacks, boxes, and other containers to the aft side for unloading. Uncle Lou takes many breaks, which gets the attention of Javier, who tries to motivate him. Emma is a workhorse, and you keep up with her the best you can. Heather spends most of her time complaining about the cold air, the earthy smell rising off the mainland, the squawking of seabirds, and anything else that comes to mind. As you approach the shore, the immense building looms over the coast with brown stone walls, high-arched windows, and two circular towers protruding from the sides with Christian crosses poking from the tops. This building sits on a sloped hill surrounded by evergreen trees and brown foliage with several paths leading to the short dock. Okay. The boat idles to the shore with the motor off. Emma, Heather, Tom, Uncle Lou, and you stand at the bow, watching your new home grow larger with each passing moment. The columns and arched stained glass windows with the images of saints indicate a church or cathedral. A massive, sloped, dark brown roof covers the structure. 3 vehicles sitting in a 4-car parking lot, a black Dodge van, a black Jeep Cherokee, and a red pickup truck. "This used to be a Catholic cathedral. My friend Carl and I bought it a few years ago to convert it into a tourist attraction. I was going to open soon, but once the infection hit, he decided we should use it as a safe house until the virus was eradicated. Or, well, for as long as necessary," says Tom. The boat closes on the dock and turns to press the starboard side against it. Everyone grabs supplies and gear and carries them onto the narrow beach, which is more grit than sand. The path leading into the cathedral is rock and gravel, but in your vigor to get inside, you climb up easily. Javier keeps watch on the side of the path, as solid as a statue. Uncle Lou grunts as he carries a school bag and milk crate full of provisions up the steep path. "This place needs an escalator," he says, sweat streaming down his red face. "But I guess it would clash with the architecture." "Yeah, I don't know many Renaissance cathedrals with escalators," adds Heather. As you stand before the cathedral, you are enamored with the details. The steep-sloped roof, the cross-lattice patterns, the beautiful imagery in the stained glass. You are almost excited about living in such a place. Wow, what a place, huh? I wonder what's inside waiting for us. Stone steps lead up to double-carved wood doors decorated with the symbols of disciples and angels. A small square camera buzzes and turns as you step near, giving you a momentary chill as you consider your last dream. The doors swing wide. You enter a vestibule where typically a minister or priest would welcome parishioners, but now holds weapons of various shapes, sizes, and calibers alongside planks of wood and carpentry, tools that you assume for fortifying defenses. After another set of double doors, you enter the main church area, which has been transformed into numerous divided sections, a workbench with power tools, a medical station with a stretcher and various medical supplies, and further back near the altar, long tables with monitors, computer parts, and an ever-flowing array of wires. The marble walls and stained glass windows with carvings of religious figures and depictions of the life of Christ are covered partially by long catwalk ladders and a pulley system. The transformation from cathedral to zombie survivor control room is impressive. Your group steps into the center of the church, and you notice a man standing at the helm of the computer section. He is tall and lanky, appearing to be in his early 20s, wearing a tie-dye t-shirt and faded blue jeans with dark brown sandals and a full, bushy blonde beard. He has tight blonde braids dangling around his face. "Yo, what's up?" he says, bouncing up and down, then comes in for a huge hug. "I'm Jason." I'm Zach. Good to meet you. So, who do we have here? He says, and moves over to Emma and Heather. This is my sister Emma, and Tom's sister Heather, you say.
Well, good to have you ladies here, he says with a bow.
Now he hugs me, but he doesn't hug the girls? What's wrong with this guy? Is this guy gay? I don't know. Anyway, that's irrelevant. No gay bashing. Come on, Zaxter99. Anyway, Tom passes by and slaps Jason on the back. Good to have you here, Jason. Uncle Lou says you'll be a great asset to us, he says, and walks through a side door while you speak with Jason.
So, how do you all know each other? Asks Emma.
I am good friends with Carl, one of the owners of the cathedral, says Uncle Lou, sitting on the edge of a folding table. I used to run a food truck, best breakfast in the city, and Jason was one of my best customers. After the outbreak, Carl told me about this safe house, and I called my closest friends. Jason answered, and we've been here a few days. Okay, so Jason and Uncle Lou were good friends and came here as a safe house when he ran into it. Uncle Lou. Jason leads you, Emma, and Heather to the back of the church and shows off a huge collection of electronic equipment with a stream of monitors like strobe lights against the back marble wall. Scenes of various cities around the world are on display, a tragic tribute to the virus spreading.
Nice setup, Heather says. Yeah, I've got 4 servers linked together, hooked up to a satellite broadband, routing to as many jump stations as possible. Gigabytes of data are flowing through these babies, all about the zombie apocalypse.
Heather waves her hands in the air as if shooting a fly.
Okay, settle down, Sparky. I just paid you a compliment, not trying to be Facebook friends, she says.
Emma kicks Heather's foot and mouths, be nice. Jason's face goes blank.
Facebook isn't even running,
he says, and slinks down into a black leather rolling chair. On the west side of the room is a tall wooden door with a crucifix etched from top to floor. It springs open, and out walk more familiar faces. Mindy and Candace from the apartment building lobby. Candace runs over and wraps her arms around you.
Oh my God, Zach, I can't believe you're here.
Hey there. Glad you got out of the city, says Mindy and punches you in the arm. This is my sister Emma and her best friend Heather. Who is Tom's sister, you say, and point to each woman. And this is Mindy and Candace, who helped me get out of the apartment building on my way to you, Emma. All 4 women greet one another. As you walk through the side door, you say, how did you wind up here? How did you get out of the city? Or I'm so glad the 2 of you are safe. Well, being a nice guy, I think I would say I'm glad you're safe, but I kind of want to find out how they got here, or whatever, how they wound up here, so I'm going to go ahead and ask them that. Hopefully that doesn't get me killed, since this is going to be harder in part 3, says the book. So I ask Mindy and Candace how they got out of the city.
After we left you, we met up with my boyfriend, Carl, says Candace, and here we are. So how about a tour?
Candace and Mindy show you the rest of the cathedral over the next hour. Candace explains about how this cathedral was bought to use as a tourist site and haunted house attraction. They were remodeling when the zombie outbreak started and determined it to be a suitable location for their friends and family to live until the virus was cured. This area of the suburbs is far away from the major cities in the area, and the stone structure and position in the foot of the forest make it a defensible, hidden place. West of the main church, which they call the sanctuary, is the gathering, a central area for dining, cooking, and meeting as a group. North of the gathering are 4 offices, 2 of which are storage. One is Tom's private quarters, the other Uncle Lou's. West of the gathering is an alcove leading outside, and south of that are more storage rooms and a lounge. Southwest of the gathering is a small chapel, which is currently unaltered. South of the gathering is a small outdoor courtyard surrounded on all sides by high stone walls. Candace describes this as an area for outside entertaining and parties, which breaks the somber mood momentarily. The second floor has several meeting rooms and offices, which have not been altered yet, and finally a northern and western set of private quarters. Candace and her boyfriend Carl share a room, as do Dave and Javier. Mindy and Jason each have solo rooms, and 3 other quarters are unoccupied. As you head downstairs, Tom and Javier are shouting from below in the gathering. Dave sits at the main table, loading bullets into a curved magazine. "We have to go now. He's not going to last long," says Javier, and slams his hand on the table. "Let's plan a strategy before we run off," replies Tom. He stands by the door leading to the courtyard, arm crossing the archway. "I'll go now myself then," Javier says. "What's going on?" Mindy asks, as your group enters. Uncle Lou leans against the large stove in the corner of the room wearing a Beware of Cook apron, his thick arms folded across his barrel chest. Jason runs in and stands next to Javier. Tom leans over the table, both hands pressed on the wood surface, the tips of his fingers turning white. "Carl went out a few hours ago to get supplies from that farmhouse down the road. Jason tried to reach him on his walkie-talkie, but there's no response. It may be nothing, but if he's trapped somewhere out there or hurt, waiting any longer to find out could have dire consequences. Plus, it's 4 o'clock, so we'll run out of daylight in around 3 hours. "Wow, okay. Just down the road, a farmhouse. Carl. That's Mindy's boyfriend. No, that's Carl is Candace's boyfriend. Okay. "We have to get him," Candace yells, and that's exactly why she's upset, because that's Carl, that's her boyfriend. "We have to get him." "I'll go," says Uncle Lou, and steps to the table next to Tom. "Listen, everyone," says Tom. "Let's just think this through before everyone volunteers. He may have just dropped his walkie-talkie. We have a lot to do around here, so everyone can't go. I need Uncle Lou and Jason here. Candace, I need you to stay too." "I'm going," says Javier. "Me too," says Dave. "I can't have both of you go. We need people here to defend in case of an attack. Javier, it's best if you stay. Besides, we have new people who joined us. I think Zach should go." All eyes turn to you. "So, do you want to prove yourself?" Tom asks. "Well, of course I want to prove myself. I can say a lot of choices here. I can say, yes, I'm ready to help. I can say, if there's no one else to go, I'll help. I can say, I really would like to stay, unpack, and help here." That's kind of being snobby. I can say, "I'm not suited for this kind of action." Well, we already know I am. I've already killed how many zombies? Or should I say, "Sorry, but I don't want to go. Screw you." Pretty much what that is. That last choice there is pretty much like, screw off, buddy. I ain't going. No, I'm definitely going to be willing to help. I want these people, and I want Tom especially to respect me. I got ladies looking on. I got Emma, my sister, and Heather, and I mean, I got everybody looking up to me. Candace, which I've already met, and Mindy are looking at me. I don't want to be a pansy here. If I die, I die, but I got to try to be, volunteer. Besides, Tom's asking me to go. So I'm just going to say, heck yeah, I'm ready to help, buddy. "Good," says Tom. "That's what we'd like to hear. Javier, grab Zach some good gear. He should have the best gun available." "The AK?" states Tom. Javier nods. "Dave and Mindy, grab what you need and be careful out there." So Dave and Mindy are going with me. Okay. I think it's probably good that we're not taking Candace, because she might, be kind of squeamish, especially since it's her boyfriend that could be in trouble. So she wouldn't be an asset. She could be, she could actually cripple us. All right, so you are given reassuring pats on the back and nods of approval at the decision to go save Carl. Emma and Heather particularly appear proud at the choice to go. As the group breaks, Javier motions you to follow him into the sanctuary, where he quickly assembles a pack of dried food, an MRE military food kit, a first aid kit, several clips, a coiled rope, flashlight, and several bottles of water. He clips a Remington M1911 semi-automatic pistol and holster onto your belt and hands you an AK-47. Good grief. Boy, I've never been equipped like this. Man, I'm starting to feel like Rambo or something. Where did you get all this from, you ask, glancing over at the huge collection of weapons and gear. Some people collect stamps, some coins. Carl and me, we collect guns, Javier says. This is a good weapon. Can even shoot if it gets dirty. Doesn't jam. I thought these were illegal, you mentioned. What's legal anymore, he says. He's talking about the AK-47. Dave and Mindy gear up similarly and lead you out to the garage. Dave throws his pack in the back bed of the red Ford Ranger. Whoa, what are you doing? Mindy asks. We have to walk. You crazy? It's like 3 miles. We'll be dead by the time we get there, says Dave. The car motor is loud and will attract zombies, not to mention bandits. We are trying to rescue Carl, not get into trouble along the way. Dave throws his hands up, as if in desperation. By the time we walk to the farm, we'll be out of breath and half dead ourselves. Then what are we going to do? Walk back with Carl? Dave yells. Both look at you to break the tie. 1 to 1. I get to decide, huh? It's best if we drive or it's best if we go by foot. Okay, so I know Tom had said that it's 4 o'clock. It's going to get dark around 7. But I agree with Mindy that taking the truck is going to create a lot of noise and could attract the attention of not only zombies but bandits. 3 miles, Dave said it's like 3 miles. Well, even walking at a brisk pace, you can walk a mile in 20 minutes, depending, especially if you're just on a road. Walk 3 miles there, it's 5 o'clock. Spend an hour finding Carl, and then walk back before dark. I think that's feasible. Let's go ahead and walk. I don't want to attract any more zombies or anything than we already will. I think it's best if we go by foot. I'm agreeing with Mindy on this one. Well, at least someone has common sense, Mindy says, and starts down the driveway. Dave grabs his backpack from the flatbed and walks after her. You follow with backpack on and AK-47 in hand. Your trio leaves the parking lot down a steep incline to a paved road behind the cathedral. After a series of curves, the road straightens and goes further than your eyes can see. The sun is starting to descend over the tall tree line, and the low hum of insects fills the void of silence. You taste moisture in the air, and your skin itches as the wind brushes your arms. The sweet smell of pine is overwhelming as you walk along the lone road. After roughly 30 minutes of walking, Mindy breaks the quiet. How long have you been at the cathedral, Dave? I've been there a few months. Carl hired me and Javier to do construction. We got to know the people in the area, like the Thompsons at this farm we're going to. We went back once the outbreak started to check on Joe Thompson and his family. He's got 2 teenage sons, a little daughter. His wife can cook some mean biscuits. We used to buy eggs and milk from them. When's the last time you heard from them? Asked Mindy. Not for a week at least. There's also a town further down the road called Temperance. We only went there for this place, Hunter's Bar. Kind of a hick joint, but cheap beer. Up ahead, you spot 2 figures ahead coming out of the forest. Their staggered gait and random movements tell you they are zombies. Dave puts his hands up and points to a patch of bushes nearby, and the 3 of you head behind it for cover. The 2 zombies walking along the road in the direction you were walking do not seem to notice you. Dave whispers, "Let's continue through the forest." The rest of the trip is uneventful but tiring. The track requires movement through heavy forest, thick with low-hanging brushes, outstretched branches, vines, and other flora which must be ducked under or climbed over. Scrapes and scratches appear across your arms over time. Mindy twists an ankle while traveling over a thick dead tree trunk, requiring a few minutes of downtime to bandage it and get the boot back on. Dave mutters complaints under his breath the whole way. It takes over an hour and a half to make it through. Well, I was saying an hour, but since we're going through the brush and heavy forest, that makes sense. I'm starting to wonder if I made the right choice. It's taking a long time. The sun's going to go down soon. And Mindy just twisted her ankle trying to get through that crap. That's not good. As the trees thin and the sun nears the edge of the horizon in the distance, you come to the paved road again and spot a mailbox up ahead. We're close now, says Dave. That's the Thompsons' mailbox. We just have to cut across the farm. Fields of corn spread over numerous acres to the east, standing taller than the plants you remember from trips to your grandpa's farm many years ago. All right, here we go. I have a feeling something's going to happen. As you step close to a field, you spot an old pickup truck down the road, which you swear was not there a minute ago. Outside the vehicle, two zombies dressed in overalls claw and punch at the windows and snarl at something inside. They dance around frenetically, as if following the movement of someone. "Look inside," yells Mindy as she points to the truck. The zombies hear the words and turn to face your group. They charge forward 100 feet away. In that moment, you run through the cornfield or stay near the road and shoot them. I don't know that I really want to shoot them. There might be other brigands or zombies around, especially around this farmhouse. And that would definitely attract more zombies than we may want coming our way right now. Or brigands. Running through the cornfield. Maybe we could actually hide in the cornfield and hide. I mean, it could offer good cover anyway, right? I kind of want a third option of like waiting for the zombies and like readying like a machete or something to whack, cut them in the head with silently, but that's not a choice. So I think I'm going to go ahead and choose run through the cornfield and hope it's not a bad decision. You make a dash into the field with Dave and Mindy taking your lead and following behind. The corn is thick and unforgiving as your arms and legs crash through the heavy bristles, slashing into your skin as you struggle against it like swimming through furious ocean waves. Your heart rate is out of control, such that the only thing you hear is the beating in your chest. Gunshots come from behind, and you hear Dave scream, "Ah!" Wow. Dave screaming? Gunshots? Shoot, he must have had to turn and... I want to help him. I mean, I'm not just going to keep going. I'm going to turn and help him. Jesus Christ. You spin and raise your weapon. Mindy almost collides into you, but ducks at the last moment. Dave runs and spins past you like running back being chased by a whole football team. There is no other movement in the field, so you turn and run. You burst through the edge of the brush and run into a clearing. A large blue tractor stands in front of you, and behind it is a brown and white building with bales of corn stacked outside. Mindy and Dave stand beside it, doubled over and breathing heavily. As you head around the tractor, a scene of carnage emerges around the barn. In a huge animal pen, cows lie slaughtered, their bodies ripped open and fed upon. Flies swarm around the carcasses, creating a buzzing noise that hovers in the air. A mule is halfway out of the pen, its hind corners ripped to pieces, and a smear of blood trails 10 feet behind it. The area smells of ripe death, though the decay indicates this happened several days ago. The sounds of shuffling can be heard as you draw near to the barn. The brown and white doors, twice the size of a man, are ajar, and only darkness can be seen inside. "You hear that?" Dave whispers. You and Mindy nod. "We have to look inside," you say. "Well, I'm not going," Mindy says. "My ankle's hurt. I can't run fast." "I can't do it. I just can't. I'm claustrophobic," Dave says, his face sweating profusely. So you step toward the barn door, which is barely open enough to slip through sideways and peek inside. Enough ambient light slides in to allow you to see the area. At least a dozen zombies stand in the middle of the floor, heads tilted upward, mouths open wide. Your eyes track up and see a loft area high above with a man-sized figure lying down, partially covered by plain white sacks. A ladder lies on the side of the barn, which looks long enough to reach the loft. The zombies idly walk in place, calmer than their normal state, as if accepting they cannot reach their victim, and just wish waiting him out. Wow. You slip out and relay the scene to Mindy and Dave. "So we just gonna bust in there, guns blazing?" asked Dave, raising up his AK-47. "Either that or we lead them out and someone runs in to grab Carl," says Mindy. That's Carl up there then, huh? Hiding from the zombies in the loft. Okay. I thought Carl might have been in the truck that we first saw on the road with the two zombies clawing at the windows that we saw. Okay. "Maybe we can use that tractor," says Dave. "Or burn the place down." "We can't light the place on fire with Carl inside," Mindy says with an annoyed tone. Both look to you for your opinion. Of course they do. I gotta make all the big decisions, huh? 1-to-1 again. Open the doors and kill the zombies, or lead the zombies out of the barn, or use the tractor to kill the zombies. Well, in a tractor, you would be protected while driving it, all the metal protecting you from the zombies. I mean, you're going to be high up, and it's going to be big. The problem is it's going to be slow and noisy, but zombies are dumb. I might just be able to run them over with a tractor. I mean, especially if it has any kind of speed. Maybe they start the tractor and they're attracted to the noise of the motor running and head right towards it, and then I just run them over. That sounds like a good idea to me. I'm going to try the tractor. Sounds less dangerous than the other two options. I think the tractor may be a good option, you say, with a smile, and walk over to the tall metal beast. You step between the immense tires, half your body size, climb a 3-step ladder into the driver's seat, and close the glass windows to be protected fully. You look at the pedals, clutch, brake, and steering wheel. Driving a stick-shift vehicle is more difficult than automatic, and you have no idea how to operate the vehicle. Oh no. You push a lever and pump several pedals, but can't seem to figure it out, and you don't want to practice out of fear of waking up the zombies in the barn. That makes sense. You hop out of the vehicle. Anyone know how to drive this thing? Not me, says Mindy. Me either, says Dave. Well, let's figure out another way to do this. I can open the doors and kill the zombies, or lead the zombies out of the barn. Oh boy. Who's going to lead the zombies out of the barn if we do that? Me? I'm probably the one that's the best shot. And if they're chasing me, that means I'm not going to have time to really be able to aim. I want one of these other people to lead them out of the barn, but if I have to do it, I'm going to choose the first option, I think, and just go in and blazing and try to kill them. Yeah, I think I'm going to open the doors and just shoot at them in the situation.
There's a lot of zombies in there, but we should be able to funnel them out and get them down, says Mindy.
All of you take positions roughly 50 feet away. Dave hides at the edge of the cornfield, while Mindy stands near the barn doors ready to flip them open. You stand behind the tractor and prop your assault rifle on the edge of a huge tire for support. You and Dave wave over to Mindy, and she runs and swings the large door open. The zombies turn slowly toward the new opening of the barn. You aim at the closest living dead and fire. A zombie dressed in a tuxedo is struck in the head and topples over. You consider the tragedy of becoming infected at a formal event and turning into a raging beast before having time to change. Dave fires and clips 2 more hostiles, knocking them down but not delivering headshots. This first round wakes up the rest of them in the barn, who now storm out of the structure. Uh-oh. A near-deafening wailing comes from the barn. The awakened zombies are more agitated than you have seen them before. Maybe from seeing a meal just out of reach for so long has riled them up. Like a raging storm, the crowd of ex-humans tear through the barn. You continue to shoot, getting 2 more down with headshots before the rest run outside. Dave has brought down 2 more, but again, no headshots. A quick count leaves 5 running out, 4 down, and 3 dead. A farmer zombie with thick boots and overalls runs at Mindy, who fires and takes his head off. 2 hear the gunfire and head to Mindy. 2 others run toward Dave, while the other 4 are in the barn rising. The 4 that Dave clipped and didn't shoot in the head are rising in the barn. 2 are after Dave, 2 are after Mindy, and now I get to either shoot at the 2 attacking Mindy, shoot at the 2 attacking Dave, or run into the barn and kill the zombies rising. Well, I would hope that Mindy could handle herself and Dave could handle himself with 2 zombies each and allow me to kill these zombies while they're still getting to their feet, but I'm always going to try to save women and children first. I think that's kind of how I was brought up, so I'm going to go ahead and play this game the same way, and I'm going to help out Mindy and hope that I can help save her. You take aim and bring down the first zombie with a headshot. Boy, I'm a good shot, huh? Mindy runs from behind a bale of hay, turns and fires at the second zombie, but misses, of course. She's panicked. The zombie lunges and narrowly misses as she ducks at the last moment and runs straight at you. From behind you, you hear Dave calling for help. Oh no. You aim in Mindy's direction, and she seems to be tiring from the chase. As she crosses the yard, you yell out, "Hit the dirt!" Mindy drops face first, and you shoot over her right into the open mouth of the zombie behind her. Its momentum carries it forward, and he crashes down on top of her. You spin and see Dave running through the cornfield with 2 zombies not far behind. Shooting them is very risky since they are covered by the field and are moving targets. On the other hand, the 4 zombies inside the barn are almost up. Should I help Dave and risk taking that shot, or take care of the zombies in the barn? Well, yep, it looks like we've saved Mindy now. Shooting at the zombies running through the cornfield not far from Dave sounds like it could be risky. The last thing I want to do is shoot Dave, not being able to get a good shot and all the corn and everything in the way. I think I'm going to hope that he can run from him and defend himself. I mean, run from him at least long enough to where I can get rid of these zombies and help out something. And maybe Mindy can help him out. I don't know. But I think I'm going to go ahead and start taking the zombies out of the barn before they cause more trouble. And hope Dave can basically be self-sufficient here for a few minutes. Alright. Fearing you may hit Dave instead of a zombie, exactly, you decide on killing off the others before they rise again. You run into the barn just as the 4 get to their feet. Your instinct is to run, seeing the motley crew reaching out to attack as you enter the building. However, you raise the weapon and empty your clip in a devastating flurry of bullets. The noise of the weapon dulls your hearing, and sound resonating off the walls creates thunderous echoes. 3 of the zombies are struck in the head. Wow, good job. And the remaining one twists on the ground to rise again. You reload the weapon and walk over to the creature on the dirt floor. Its torso is ripped apart from Dave, or from me, one of the two. Anyway, its torso is ripped apart, and a large seeping wound pours blood from its neck. Ew. You use the back end of your gun to bash in its skull. 3 whacks later, the zombie stops moving. You head outside and witness the aftermath of a terrible scene. Dave lies on the ground near the edge of the cornfield. Oh no. 2 dead zombies lie near him. Mindy is kneeling a few feet from Dave, hunched over, her shotgun on the ground nearby, so she shot the zombies, but not in time. Brown blood and dirt covers her arms and shirt. "Hey, the zombies, they got Dave," she says, fighting back tears. Dave has multiple bite marks on his arms and wrists and writhes on the ground. The zombies have the remnants of shotgun blasts to the head. "I fired at the zombie behind Dave. I missed. Dave stumbled before I could get off another shot. The zombies got to him. Mindy stares at the fallen man, her arms trembling and her eyes welling with tears. Several minutes go by as your companion thrashes on the ground, sweating and twitching, crying out ever so often. He's suffering, you say. Dave lies before you, lifeless. Already his skin tone is changing to a lighter shade. Soon he will rise. You chamber around and fire a single shot to Dave's head. You stand, help Mindy to her feet, and walk to the barn. Let's just get Carl and go. You head into the barn with Mindy. A man is perched on the loft, with a rifle in hand, aiming it down at the two of you. He looks to be in his mid-30s, with a well-trimmed beard, slicked back hair, and has fairly worn and dirty clothes.
Carl, says Mindy. I'm sure glad to see you. Help me down, and I'll explain everything.
You and Mindy grab the long ladder and balance it against the side of the loft. Carl leans over, turns, and climbs down. His left leg limps, and a red stain covers an area below the knee. When he reaches the ground, he extends a hand.
Hi, I'm Carl.
How do you react? Shake his hand and introduce yourself? Shake his hand and ask about the leg wound? Turn your gun on him and ask to see if the wound is infected. Turn your gun on him and check to see if the wound is infected. No, I'm not gonna be a prick here. I mean, Mindy already knows him and he's Candace's boyfriend. I am gonna ask to see the wound though. I'm gonna shake his hand and ask about the leg wound. Hi, I'm Zach.
This is Heather's friend's brother, says Mindy.
So, what's with the leg, you ask? Carl stares back at you, then kneels down and lifts his pant leg, exposing a long, straight gash from ankle to knee.
Scraped it while running out of a broken window back in the house.
The wound does not appear infected, nor does it seem like a zombie would make it. Carl stands back up.
Well, I appreciate the two of you coming for me, Carl says.
About that, Dave came with us, but he didn't make it. Zombies got him outside the barn. You lead Carl outside and show him Dave's corpse. He inspects the body, checks out the bite marks, and glances around at the dead zombies.
Do you have a vehicle? Carl asks. No, we walked here, answers Mindy. There's a truck here loaded with supplies. Let's bring Dave with us.
Okay, why would we bring Dave with us? I guess to bury him or something? Okay. You head out of the barn and walk to the farmhouse, keeping your gun ready and checking all angles for signs of activity. The area appears clear of any zombies, almost tranquil in the lack of activity. The house is 2 stories and an old colonial American, with rows of plants and bushes lining a white open porch and a brown and white picket fence wrapped around the edge of an unkempt lawn. Decorations in the windows show signs of a birthday celebration. Maggie turned 11. Wow, an 11-year-old girl? You stand guard while Carl and Mindy load a few crates of vegetables onto the back of the Chevy Silverado, along with several bags of coffee, flour, potatoes, and corn. A basket of thick blankets and clothing make it on as well, followed by a milk crate of dishes and other kitchenwares. Finally, Dave is brought to the truck, wrapped in blankets, and laid in the flatbed. Carl takes the driver's wheel, while Mindy sits in the back this time, and you take the passenger seat. He drives further down the road in a direction opposite the path to the cathedral, and takes a small side path that loops around until merging with the main paved road. Okay. The ride is uneventful. To pass the time, Carl relates the story of how he got stuck in the barn.
I was checking the farmhouse and found a storm cellar. I figured maybe I'd hit pay dirt and find a steal of moonshine, right? That'd be something. It was locked tight, like someone had valuables in there, so I busted it open. And guess what's inside? A whole mess of zombies. Must have been a family. Locked themselves inside to keep the zombies away. Not that it helped. Must have had it infected in there already, just percolating with sickness. So anyway, I ran. I ran to the second floor. Stupid, right? You never go up in that situation. But I did, and I ran straight into the master bedroom. Tried to barricade the door, but when that failed, I dove out the window. That's how my leg got tore up. Ran all the way to the barn, thinking to hide in there. Guess what? There's 2 zombies in there. I tried to shoot them. I'm not as good a shot as someone like Javier. Wasted a ton of bullets. Anyway, the zombie family must have heard the shots and found me. I climbed up to the loft, kicked the ladder, and you know the rest. You stare out at the countryside, drowned in the views of the farmland and trees, the falling day sun, and the shadow of the moon poking through the black and blue sky. You soak in the air, the dense smell of pine and oak, the warm, scented taste of nature. A song plays in your mind. I'm going home, and home is where I'm gonna stay. I've barely been there before, but I call it home anyway. Okay. You arrive at the cathedral and are greeted by the gang of survivors, Emma and Candace leading the pack. I knew you'd be back, Emma says. Who else is going to look out for me if you're gone? You smile and give her a hug. A few hours pass as the truck is unloaded. A large meal of pasta is served, family style, in the gathering, and Carl and Mindy relate the events of the day to the group. The zombie attacks, rescuing Carl, losing Dave, and finally returning with the much-needed supplies. You remain fairly quiet, choosing to stay close to Emma and Heather. While you were away from the cathedral, the remaining survivors had their own share of action as a pack of zombies found their way to the front door, requiring a full assault to clear the area. It was a tough fight, but we all pulled together and fought them off, says Tom. Well, except for Candace, who is hiding in the trunk of a car in the lot, says Heather, and receives a round of laughter at Candace's expense. Candace laughs with the group. Well, I didn't just run out there for the heck of it. I swear there was a little girl. Not a zombie either, but a human child. She was walking with the zombies, and they weren't attacking her. She was maybe 7 or 8 years old and had an adorable yellow and white dress. Oh, is that the same girl that I saw? So at that, Uncle Lou says, someone count the wine bottles. Making sure she's not drunk. That's funny. After dinner, Tom states watch duty assignments for the night, and everyone unanimously agrees to let you and Mindy skip your turn. Tired after the day's activities, and very full after Uncle Lou's linguine bolognese, you head to the second floor. I hope I pronounced that right, bolognese. On the way to your small dormitory, you pass Emma, who is unpacking in her new quarters on the second floor. She removes several ornate dishes from a duffel bag, dishes you remember she brought on a trip to New England a few years back, when she had just graduated from college. As you step through the open door, she jumps, and one of the plates slips from her hand. It crashes on the floor and shatters. She looks over at you and bends down to pick up the pieces. You help her in the task, placing the small white remnants of the plate into a circular trash can. I don't know why I'm unpacking. It's not like we're staying here long. You answer, well, why wouldn't we stay here? It's safe, the people are friendly, and we have resources. Why do you want to leave, Emma? We're not going anywhere, Emma? I'm going to say, why wouldn't we stay here? It's safe, the people are friendly, and we have resources. Alright, I feel like something bad's going to happen. I hope not. Or she's going to say something bad. Emma looks up at you, staring right through your eyes. Her mouth quivers as she speaks. We don't fit in. Everyone here knows each other. They have a history. We're outsiders. We're expendable. You don't want to be here? I'm conflicted. It's the safest place for us, but I feel unwanted. We're guests in a prison. You rise from the bed and try to console Emma. Leave without saying anything.
A reminder that I'm in charge. I'm just going to try to console my sister and try to make her feel safe. I mean, I don't know if she's right or wrong. I don't know. You step near the window, touch Emma's shoulder, and kiss the back of her head. It'll be okay, Emma. Now why don't you get some rest? You step back into the hall and walk only a few feet to your own room. You enter a vacant bedroom, your new dormitory. Little more than a cell, the room is 12 by 12 feet and sparse with a single bed, a box-like chest, and a 4-foot-tall lamp along the corner to the right side of the window which fills the top half of the stone wall. A rickety off-white shade hangs loosely over the glass. You close your eyes and lie back on the bed, falling into a deep sleep in minutes. Yeah, I bet you I am tired after that day. Alright. Wow, this chapter's still not over. I thought that was going to be the end of Part 3, Chapter 1 anyway. June 12th, 1 month after the outbreak. You peer across the landscape of the old pine woods, inhaling cool summer air and soaking in the last rays of the sun. The woods cast long shadows against the face of the cathedral, your home for the last month, a prison of sorts, confined by the dangers of the new world. In that time, life has changed dramatically. Food, water, and the basic necessities of life are scarce. Acquiring them comes at great peril. Nothing is taken for granted. Relationships are stronger. This is your new family, maybe the last you will ever have. You stand on a platform 25 feet above the church floor, a suspended window washer's rig raised high for a vantage point through an open window. Stained glass has been removed in favor of clear panes. An AK-47 assault rifle lies by your side. Outside, you watch over Javier, who is fixing the muffler of one of the vehicles, a black BMW. It is the early morning, and the best time to avoid danger outside the walls of the cathedral. You think over the last month and all the hard work, sweat, and blood spent in the cathedral. More than anything, you've worked on... Okay, well, I get to choose what I've worked on. Improving the cathedral's defenses in case of attack. Some of these I can't even choose. Improving the cathedral structure to make living more efficient. Can't even choose that one. Okay, so I've worked on improving the cathedral's defenses in case of an attack, adding more food and water to the cathedral storage, scouting and mapping the area, improving one of my skills, or being a social support for others. I think I've been working on adding food and water to the storage. That sounds like an important one to me. As food and water are the necessities of life, it has been an obvious major concern in the aftermath of the zombie outbreak. Since the human population has been decimated, food production, agriculture, transportation for food deliveries, and distribution has been halted. The only way to acquire food and clean water is from back to basic methods, hunting and gathering. In the past month, you have taken trips to grocery stores, food wholesalers, and distribution warehouses to scavenge what is left and not spoiled. These trips have been dangerous as zombies are more common near those areas, and other survivors have competed for the food. Still, you have succeeded more than failed. In addition, you have hunted in the wilderness and acquired enough game meat to supplement your food stores. Water has been easier to acquire as buckets are set across the roof to collect rainwater, and the nearby river provides extra water, though filtering it has been a challenge. When you weren't working on your primary task, you also spent time... I kind of like this, how it lets you choose kind of how you would spend your time, you know, what's important to you in this kind of a time. Improving one of my skills, being a social support. Scouting and mapping the areas are pretty important, but I think you're going to do that anyway, just looking for food and looking for this kind of stuff, so... I think improving the cathedral's defenses in case of an attack. Deciding to build up the defenses of the cathedral was a no-brainer after the initial attack a month ago when you first moved in. With the numbers of zombies increasing and the greater presence of marauders looking to steal your resources, the defenses of the cathedral have been critical to survival. The old oak doors, weather-beaten and pounded by zombies, have been replaced by a much sturdier new double-plank door with wire mesh as durable underlay. Though thick wooden planks bar the door, you have also erected solid 2x4 planks which connect to the door and are rooted into grooves in the marble floor. Barbed wire now runs along the courtyard walls and strategic areas where scaling the cathedral may be attempted by intruders. A shallow moat has been dug around the perimeter to stop zombie stampedes and to slow down bandits attempting to attack. Flood lamps line the outer walls to light areas and startle zombies or humans. Stained glass has been replaced by thick glass with supporting metal bars to stop them from shattering when objects are thrown at them. Many materials and hours went into making the cathedral's defenses, but the group is happier with the outcome. Yeah, I'd say that sounds like it's a lot better. And now we're ending the end of Chapter 1, Part 3, so the next video will still be Part 3, but Chapter 2, and we'll continue this story. This has been a long chapter, a lot of reading went into this one, and a lot of what sounds like really important decisions. We lost Dave, one of our members, of our group, with the choices that I made, and how that's going to impact the end, I have no idea yet. You guys will have to let me know if you think I made the right decisions, especially there at the barn, and even when I chose to run through the corn, instead of shooting at the two zombies, and every choice that I made there, as well as the decisions I made right here at the end, where I chose that I was out scavenging for food and water, and then trying to upgrade the defenses of the cathedral itself. So you guys let me know what you guys think. Be sure you put those comments down below, whatever they are. Let me know if you guys are enjoying my playthrough of Zombie Exodus. I tell you what, it's really picked up here in Part 3, even more so than the last chapter, which I really liked. I really got into this chapter. I almost felt sadness when Dave died, and I didn't really even know him. He's kind of a newcomer that I met in the group, but I felt sadness when he died. I could only imagine how I would have felt if that would have been my sister Emma that would have died. I think I would have been pretty sad. So I'm obviously getting into this book pretty good, and I think this book is a damn good book so far. I'm enjoying the hell out of it. I think this is I like this. I did read that based on the decisions that you choose in Zombie Exodus, there's 9 potential different endings. Now again, I'm playing this through my first time. I don't know what any of these endings are. I haven't done any kind of spoilers or anything like that. So I'm all new to this. So if you guys want to buy this Zombie Exodus yourself and play it through and make your own decisions, there is supposed to be 9 different endings that are vastly different from each other based on the decisions you choose. So if you've made choices or thought I should have made choices that differed from the ones I made, you might think about actually buying this and playing yourself and see what kind of an ending you get. Not only that, but you kind of get to read it at your own pace and make your own decisions and that kind of thing. The bad thing, I guess, is you don't have me reading to you, huh? But anyway, I hope you guys are enjoying my playthrough of Zombie Exodus. I know I'm definitely enjoying my playthrough of it here. I think this is a pretty entertaining read for sure, and I'm liking some of the choices that come up, how it kind of puts me on the spot. So I want to go ahead and thank you guys for joining me. Be sure you rate my video. Be sure you subscribe so you get all my future videos, whether they be my future parts of Zombie Exodus or some other game or some other video that I just do randomly. I do all kinds of random videos on my channel. Everything from cooking to my pets to product reviews to game reviews to playthroughs like this. Anyway, I want to go ahead and thank you guys for sticking it with me and listening to my playthrough of Zombie Exodus. We'll see you in the next video, whatever it is. Thanks for watching, everybody. Take care, and don't let the zombies get you.
Oh my God, Grandma, what happened to you? What happened to your ears? They're so big.
What better to hear you with?
Grandma, your eyes, they're so big.
Better to see you with.
Grandma, what big bloody teeth you have. What happened, Grandma?
Bigger teeth to eat you with. Zack Zaxter 99.
Welcome to my playthrough of Zombie Exodus. This is part 3, chapter 2. We'll be back right after this.
Zaxter 99.
Hello everybody, this is Zaxter99. Welcome back to my playthrough of Zombie Exodus. This will be part 3, chapter 2. And if you remember in the last part, we had went out on a mission to save Carl, who was Candace's boyfriend. Mindy and Dave and I had went to a farmhouse to try to rescue him. He was up in a loft, basically hiding from a whole barn full of zombies. And we were able to rescue him, but not before we actually lost the life of our companion Dave. So then we made some choices after that. I made some choices of how I spent, I think it was the next month or two, and I chose to build up the defenses of the cathedral we were staying at, and barbed wire fences and double plank doors, all kinds of good stuff. Changed out the the windows with, let's see, where was it? Flood lamps on the outer walls to light the areas, put a pit all the way around, and then the stained glass window were replaced by thick glass with even metal bars to keep the windows from shattering when objects were thrown at them, to try to protect ourselves from both brigands and zombies. And then I also made a choice to spend a lot of my time running around the area and trying to collect as much food and water as I could, and even hunting some. So that was the choices that I made from a whole list of different choices that I had at the end of the chapter. So we're going to find out how those choices play out in this next chapter. So let's go ahead and get started here. Part 3, chapter 2. "Breakfast, Zach," calls Emma from below. "By the time you look down, she is gone. Everyone is still shaken up about last night, so you are not surprised by her tone. You flash a mirror, bending the rays at Javier, so he knows you are leaving the watch post. Descending the ladder, you leave the gun by the side wall and head west through the archway into the gathering room, where the kitchen and dinner area has been staged. Heather, Emma, Tom, Mindy, Carl, and Candace sit at the main table, eating their morning allotment of oatmeal. Uncle Lou stands next to the stove, stirring a large metal pot. What you wouldn't give for something other than oatmeal. Like eggs and sausage or cereal or anything, huh? I can imagine that would get quite old eating the same thing over and over and over again. Hey, but at least we have food. At least we're not starving, right? Emma walks over to you with a bowl, steam radiating from it. "Make sure you eat it all today," she says, and leans in close to a whisper. "I added an extra pat of butter." Ooh, thank you, Emma. Love my sisters. What are sisters good for, huh? It's funny how, kids, brothers and sisters and siblings, when they're young, do nothing but fight. But once you get older, they become like your best friends. The crew looks visibly tired, but after the double assault of zombies and raiders, that is not surprising. You have had attacks from the living dead almost nightly over the past 2 weeks, as those in the cities have started moving out to the surrounding areas as food supplies, namely uninfected humans, are scarce. Raiding parties have also initiated weekly excursions as food and supplies in the area have dwindled. Uh-oh. Carl reaches out for a salt shaker and winces, his taped right arm showing a damp blood spot from where he was shot with a crossbow bolt during the attacks. He places a hand on Candace's back, and she shifts in her chair, pulling away from his touch. He recoils, and she turns and flashes a smile, though it's obvious something troubles her. Interesting. Jason and Javier join the table. Besides bowls of food, they receive quick nods and brief smiles. Breakfast passes in silence. After the meal is over, Tom stands, clears his throat, and leans on the table with both hands pressed on the surface. What happened last night was exhausting, and I understand everyone's mood today. It was a huge attack, but we pulled through, and it shows we are able to defend ourselves and protect our new home. We can take some time today to recuperate, but we have tasks to complete so that we can survive. Tom walks over to a whiteboard nailed to the wall, which reads, Water 30 days, Food 17 days, Energy 10 days, Medicine low, Fuel low. Days until Zombie Exodus, ZE, about 60. Okay. Tom points to the board. Here's where we stand. Clearly, we have several priorities. Based on what Jason is gathering from ServNet, we have 60 days until Zombie Exodus. At that point, zombies in the major cities are expected to move en masse outside to the suburbs and surrounding areas. It is estimated that the closest major city near here has over 100,000 zombies. They will disperse through the countryside, and though we are secluded, it is likely the area could be swarmed by the living dead. We just have no way of knowing the impact of Zombie Exodus, but we'll prepare for the worst. While we are doing fine on most supplies, we need medicine and fuel. As time passes, there is less opportunity to find these essential supplies out in the world, so we need to gather as much as we can now. Medicine is a high priority, Emma says. We can't survive long without certain vital prescriptions. Tom turns and leans against the table. Who is willing to make a run to Temperance for meds? Given the priorities of others in the group, I wonder if Zach will go, asks Emma, turning to face you, her eyes squinting and lips apart. You reply, I'm happy to go, I would rather not go. Well, it's my sister asking me to go, and again, I'm going to be the good guy, I'm going to try to be a hero, I'm not going to turn this stuff down. Maybe I should, but hey, I need adventure anyway, right? Make it interesting. So sure, I'm happy to go. Thanks for agreeing, Tom says. Medicine is vital. Emma, please track everyone's needs and get the list to Zach. Mindy, since you're done with your project, I want you to go with him. I guess we're hitting Temperance, says Mindy, nodding in your direction with a smile so large it's almost worrisome. Interesting. She's starting to like me or what? The meeting continues, and work assignments are distributed until each survivor has several chores. Mindy tells you she will be ready in an hour, and you agree to the time. Emma asks you to follow her to the medical supply room. You and Emma head into the small medical area, a ground floor office converted to a makeshift trauma clinic with 2 cots, an exam table, a portable ultrasound machine, gauze and other bandaging supplies, and a locked cabinet with medicine. Once inside, she produces a list for you. Javier, Lamisil. Heather, Adderall. Uncle Lou, Hydrodural. Lopressor and Lipitor. Prilosec. And Emma needs Risperdal. Wow, that's a lot of stuff I gotta find. I'm sorry for putting you on the spot, but I really need my meds. I'm almost out, says Emma, wringing her hands together. You are not aware of any specific prescriptions Emma requires, but before you can ask about them, she changes the subject. So, what's the plan? She asks. I don't know. Mindy said we'll go to Temperance. Well, that's fine, but that place is desolate except for those things. There's at least one pharmacy and a vet's office. Try each of them. She turns away and checks a cabinet with very few supplies on the shelves. She doesn't seem the same woman you knew even a month ago. Her weight has dropped, and muscles now poke out even beneath loose-fitting jeans and a sweatshirt. Her hair is always tied back, not even with playful bangs like she used to wear. Pale skin and dark eyes replace tan skin and a healthy complexion. Eyes once showing only passion for living, now lost in some inner turmoil she seems unwilling to share. Emma hands you a second list containing various generic and brand names of antibiotics, painkillers, and general use drugs. She gives you a kiss on the cheek and tells you to be safe. You head toward the supply room. Dang. The zombie apocalypse is having its effect, especially on my sister. I imagine it's having an effect on everybody, kind of in a similar kind of fashion, but progress saved, huh? Alright. In the supply room, Mindy looks through the numerous shelves of weapons and supplies. Remember to pack light and take some melee weapons. We need to bust skulls, not shoot them, or the noise will bring those things right to us. You grab a backpack, load it with a day's worth of food and water, and start packing. You are carrying 10 pounds and can carry a max of around 40. Current inventory is a backpack with food and water. Which item do you take? So I have 30 more pounds that I can carry. And I got a huge list of stuff I can take. I kind of like this. This is kind of cool. That's a lot of different choices, but I'm going to be able to carry multiple things. I think rope might be important. I'm definitely going to take rope. Which item do you take? But rope is not the most important thing, but I should get more choices. So I'm going to go ahead and hit next and assume I'm going to get the same list. Okay, so now 13 pounds out of a rack. So 40, I'm going to carry some binoculars. Let's see here. I think I'm going to take that AK-47 assault rifle. Definitely. Okay. A first aid kit, 5 pounds. That might come in handy. Now I have 30 pounds, around 40. Combat knife might be cavalry sword. Crowbar could work, but that would be the last 10 pounds I have. Flashlight could come in pretty important too. I think I'm going to go ahead and take a flashlight. A multi-tool. I have 7 pounds left. How about a sword? And I have 2 pounds left. Well, I guess it's a combat knife. That's the only thing I have left room for. Alright. Having an extra lightweight melee weapon could be useful. You wave a combat knife through the air to get a feel for it, then sheath it and attach it to your belt. I kind of like that, how it knows that I actually taken 2 melee weapons with me, the sword and the combat knife. You consider the weight of all you've gathered and cannot carry any more. However, you fit a pen and notepad in your backpack to keep notes on the trip of anything you may find. That's only smart. After you are both packed, Mindy leads you through the cathedral and then outside to the parking lot. "Let's go, Anderson," Mindy calls out. She grabs your bag off your shoulder and throws it with hers in the back of the truck. She walks briskly around the truck and jumps in the passenger seat. The road to Temperance is an easy shot north. As you have discovered, roads seldom traveled by zombies and bandits. It takes an hour of steady driving, plus an additional 40 minutes of winding back roads to arrive at the outskirts of the small town. Worried about the noise of the vehicle attracting attention, you park in a desolate area at the edge of the woods, in a low ditch a few yards off the side of the highway. Mindy covers the vehicle with fallen tree branches, while you remove your gear. Putting on your packs, you and Mindy head by foot into town. Alright, so we know we're going to have some action here, don't we? Mindy cradles her sighted MP5 submachine gun in both arms. with a sling wrapped around her elbow like a Navy SEAL ready for a gunfight. As you approach the outskirts of town through a light forest area, she moves around trees, aiming the weapon through a 180-degree angle in wide arcs. Mindy, I never did ask where you got your military training. I haven't had any, but I grew up a Marine brat. Well, you move around and use a gun like you have. Lots of video games. Oh, and paintball. You leave the forest and enter a supermarket parking lot. The deep rows of abandoned cars, a metal graveyard, show the desolation and deterioration of the once robust community. Mindy maintains her high degree of readiness, while you follow closely behind. The last trip to Temperance's Shop Saver store was a complete bust, as it had been entirely ransacked. Well, I think that the supermarket's going to be entirely ransacked too. I mean, that's going to be the first place any humans are going to be looking for. Hey, Anderson, if we get separated or things go bad, we can meet up at that bar on Elm and Harker Street. Stogie Joe's sounds good. I wish I could have seen it before the outbreak. At the edge of the building, Mindy throws a fist up, the stop sign. She flashes 2 fingers and crouches, walking out low. You follow and spot wide avenue storefronts and residential houses lining the road, with only a few trees dotting the sidewalks and abandoned cars, packing the asphalt. Directly to your right, graffiti decorates the brick wall with end-of-the-world messages. In the center of the street is an overturned bakery truck 60 feet away, stretched out to block the path of cars, and 2 zombies, both dressed as cheerleaders, wander around the truck, the back of which is open and filled with bags and containers. The zombie girls are pristine, their clothes white and smooth, which matches the exterior of the truck. Billowy steam flows from the vehicle's open cabin, escaping in wisps through the air, and loaves of bread are visible on the shelf in the back of the truck, amazingly not decayed or spoiled. Mindy moves behind a parked police cruiser on your right 15 feet away and waves you over. Far to the left of the bakery truck is a parked brown Dodge van with a back door cracked open. You attack the 2 zombie cheerleaders, move quietly toward Mindy, head to the van on your left, or stay still and observe. Well, Mindy has waved me over to her. Waves you over. I'm going to move quietly towards Mindy. I'm going to do what she says. You move to Mindy, keeping low to avoid alerting the zombies to your presence. They wander aimlessly, seemingly content to pace near the truck for eternity. Once you are at the car beside Mindy, she moves forward again, now to a parked silver Lexus, maintaining her frog walk across the pavement. The smell of fresh bread overpowers the rank odor of the decaying city. As you peer over the area, something catches your eye glinting in the air near the cheerleaders. You blink several times, then focus on the area, and sure enough, your eyes detect something sparkling near the bumper of the truck. While paused, you notice Mindy's feverishly waving you over. What do? Stay still and observe the truck and cheerleaders? Move to Mindy. Well, again, she's feverishly waving me over. She sees something too, so I'm gonna move to her. You rush over to Mindy, keeping low to the ground. She points her gun all around, high toward the top of buildings, low under cars, and at doors and windows, as if frantically searching for something. Something doesn't feel right. As if on cue, a crash sounds behind you as the boarded door of a flower shop flies open and 2 armed men jump out to the sidewalk. Gunfire erupts, and you and Mindy have no choice but to take cover. She jumps behind a series of trash bags next to a candy store. and you find a spot at the bumper of a brand new, now bullet-riddled silver Lexus. Now, jumping behind some series of trash bags, I don't think that would protect you much, but I guess it could cover you. Interesting. Sounds of footsteps, gunfire, and banging car doors create a cacophony of sound. A female, low-pitched, shrieking voice yells above the clamor.
Don't kill them, you idiots! He wants them alive!
The two gunmen, clad in tight-fitting black, full-leather racing suits with bike helmets, hold submachine guns up and stand behind a two-door Buick 30 feet away. Drop your weapons and come out with your hands up, one shouts. Mindy immediately responds. Drop your weapons and come out with your hands up. Uh-oh, talking to me now. You peek over the car in the direction of the female voice. Near the Dodge van, you spot a dark-haired man with a shotgun raised in his hands. His face is partially covered with a red bandana, which barely hides long scars running down his face. Next to him is an older woman carrying an automatic rifle, wearing a yellow jumpsuit with black stripes and an aviator's leather helmet. At this point of impasse, you... Alright, attack the strangers, talk to the strangers, or flee the area? Well, Mindy has come out with her hands up. Drop your weapons and come out. So Mindy immediately responds. She has no weapons. You know what? I'm not going to talk to these guys. These guys are obviously dangerous. They mean nothing good. I'm going to attack. Our only option is to fight, Mindy. If you focus on the two bandits from the flower shop, I'll take the two others. Let's go for it, Mindy says, and raises her MP5 above the car to fire blindly at the bandits near the flower shop. What weapon do you use? Well, I'm going to use the AK-47. Leaning over the car, you aim and fire. The head of the dark-haired man jerks back, and a line of red flips out of his skull. He slumps down at the edge of the van. The older woman, mouth open and eyes wide, turns and fires, hitting the hood of the car in a jagged line of bullet holes. You return a shot, and she runs behind a parked motorcycle, shrieking as if surprised at the sudden escalation of violence. From your right side, one of the bandits yells and drops down, a thick bullet hole in the side of his cheek. He writhes on the ground but quickly goes still. The other bandit fires a few rounds from a short-barreled rifle and runs back to the flower shop, yanking the door shut. Mindy pops up behind the back of a Volkswagen Beetle a few car lengths away and fires a burst that hits the side of the Dodge van.
You're both dead,
the old woman screams as she runs into the back of the van. Bullets fly past your head, so you duck down again. From the angle, you determine it came from the flower shop, and sure enough, as you search the side of the building, you notice the barrel of a gun sticking through a hole in a boarded-up window. Tires squeal, and the Dodge van speeds away. The smell of burnt rubber and oil permeates the air, and a cloud of gray smoke fills the street.
Come on, yells Mindy.
And you see her running down the street, away from the flower shop. You follow suit, ducking between cars to stay out of firing lanes from the flower shop. Wow. Action, action. At the edge of Elm and Harker, Stogie Joe's bar sits in utter shambles from the reckoning of the apocalypse. Once a thriving local bar, it is a filthy, broken rendition of its former self. A neon sign, now faded and dropping, declares the place Stog J. Through shattered windows, you peer into the burnt-out eatery. A lone orange cat sits on the edge of the bar and leaves the moment you step near the door.
The first pharmacy is not far away, half a block. Javier, apothecary.
As you walk down Harker under the midday clouds and shadows of immense elm trees, the cool breeze and rustling of leaves provides a tranquility seldom experienced in recent weeks. You stroll in the center of the lane while Mindy continues her controlled military march. After a minute of walking without incident, she joins your strut down the street. I grew up in a neighborhood a lot like this. Well, for a few years when my father was stationed in an area in New Jersey. I never pegged you for a Jersey girl, you say. She punches your arm quite hard and smirks. Given your destination, it is still a good distance away. You decide to ask Mindy about life before the outbreak. Ask Mindy about the other survivors. Well, I'm not going to end our conversation. I'm definitely going to talk to her and see if I can find something out. I'm going to ask Mindy about the other survivors. You ask her about, wow, I want to know about Emma. What does she think about Emma? Emma's a real sweet girl. I like her. Ever since y'all moved into the cathedral. Now I'm just worried about her. She's changed the most among our group. She keeps to herself more, is quiet, withdrawn, not worrying about how she looks. And believe me, normally that sort of thing doesn't bother me. But with her, she has lost something. Vitality, that's the word. For God's sake, the woman used to wear Hello Kitty shirts and put cartoon character clips in her hair. Now, well, it's all black and gray. I'm not one to butt in on family business, but you should look out for her. This zombie crap has affected her more than anybody else. Wow, well, it's kind of what we already suspected. It sounds like she's definitely depressed. It sounds like, she's lost her spunk. It sounds like to me. Next, you ask Mindy about. Well, Mindy is friends with Candace, and I really want to ask about a lot of people, but Candace definitely made an odd behavior towards Carl. We could tell something was wrong, so I think I'm going to ask about Candace next. Yeah. A smile spreads across Mindy's face. Candace is my best friend. I met her 3 years ago, and somehow we just clicked. I'm not a good friend. Demanding, opinionated, blunt. Whenever I ask Candace to do something, from trying some new strange cuisine to skydiving, she just lights up and says, okay. No care in the world, it seems. But I envy that about her. She's loyal and kind. So I can see us being friends for however long this world lasts, or we last in it. I'd take a bullet for that girl. Well, she didn't give me any information about what's going on with her right now. I was kind of hoping we'd get some more information about what's up with her. Kind of how she, something with her and Carl. Should I ask about Tom is her brother? No. Tom is Heather's brother. This is Mindy. This is Mindy and Candace from the apartment. Let's ask about Carl. Carl's Candace's boyfriend. See if we can find something out. Carl is Carl. She stops and looks straight ahead. You can feel the hesitation in those 3 words, like a great weight hangs in the air. I'll give you my opinion on Carl, but keep this between us. I don't like the man. He's only a few years older than Candace, but he acts like a senior citizen, possessive. He picks on her behind closed doors, nags her, but any time I give her my opinion, she defends him. They're both so worried about being alone, they'll stay together just to spite their own happiness. Wow. So we found out that Carl is not exactly a dream guy, but Candace and him both are so worried about being alone that they're not going to stop holding on to each other. Interesting. Well, am I going to get a chance to ask about everybody here? I want to know something about Jason. I still want to know why he hugged me in the last chapter, but he didn't hug the 2 girls. I mean, is he kind of, you know what I'm saying? Let's find out about Jason if she knows anything. Quite a character, that Jason. He's a good guy, but I just don't want to spend much time with him. He makes me feel stupid when I ask about his computers. But why do I feel stupid when that's all he knows about? Ask the man to cook something. He's 25 and can't make toast. I can make a fire from twigs, catch a rabbit barehanded, skin it with a stone, and fry it up. But because I can't hack into a satellite, I'm the idiot? Well, guess what? Satellites don't help us with zombies running around. Not sure what Candace sees in him. Candace sees something in him, huh? Okay. She pauses and looks up at the sky. Forget that last part. Next, you ask Mindy about... Forget that last part, huh? About what? Well, guess what? Satellites don't help us much with zombies running around. Not sure what Candace sees in him. Candace is on to Jason, huh? Okay. Even though she has a boyfriend, Carl? Maybe she just kind of disagrees with Mindy? Boy, this is kind of vague. I'm not really getting a lot of answers. In fact, I think I'm getting more questions than I am getting answers. All right. Next, I asked Mindy about... I think we already know about Tom. I think Tom's been a pretty good leader. What does she think about Uncle Lou? He's a little bit mysterious. What's not to love about Uncle Lou? He's kind of like me, a do-it-yourselfer. He cooks, hunts, knows how to take apart a rifle like nobody's business. I know the outbreak affected him bad. He misses his family, something terrible. I hear him crying at night sometimes. Aw, must be tough to lose a wife and kids. Damn right it would be. I mean, we've all lost, but losing kids is a terrible thing. But he keeps a good front up most of the time, which I respect. Well, that tells me he's lost wife and kids. That would be really tough. Next I ask about Heather. She's cute, good body, beautiful eyes, but flaky and sarcastic. She's lucky she still has teeth with the way she yapped it up at me when y'all first moved into the cathedral. I respect Tom a lot, so I let it slide. But one day in the gathering, she made a stupid remark. Something sassy about Candace, and I lost it. Told her if she opened her mouth like that again, I'll staple her tongue to the cutting board. She watched herself around me after that. Mindy looks over at you and winks. But I'll admit, I tend to go for the feisty ones. Wow. Alright, next you asked Mindy about... I guess we could ask everything. Should I choose Tom or something else? Let's ask her something else. I think we already kind of know what Tom's up with. I mean, what's up with Tom? You decide to ask Mindy about, because I didn't want to miss this opportunity by asking about Tom. I asked Mindy about life before the outbreak. Yeah, let's ask her about that. I would like to ask Mindy about her past jobs, her family, her relationships. Let's ask about her family. Who cares about her jobs? My family? Let's see. Cliché story of a military family and the rebellious only child. I grew up mostly on military bases, moved a lot, went to a new school every year. Never made a ton of friends where I moved, but enjoyed sports and always found outlets for it. My father was an intense man. He trained Marines, and since most Marines are hard-asses, he was a super hard-ass. Was fiercely loyal to the corps, but loved me and my mom as well, so he didn't put the Marines above us as I saw many other fathers do. At his highest rank, Dad was a captain, so when I turned 15, I finally got stationed in San Diego at a recruit training facility. That's when I got into boys, and girls, and drinking, and drugs, and partying. Needless to say, I butted heads with Dad. It wasn't until college and dropping out of college, my rebellious nature faded away. During my freshman year, I raised a bit of hell, experimenting with just about everything possible. And Dad was around the corner, ready to disciple me, give me pep talks, lecture me on morality, and preparing myself for the future as a responsible citizen. But after I returned to school from summer break and picked up my heathen ways, as Dad would call it, he stopped caring. The lecture stopped. The phone call stopped. He didn't invite me home on weekends. It was a shock because it's clear I look back on my stupid youth. I raised hell for his attention. An undisciplined brat. Pretty cliche. Her voice trails, and you realize this is an opportunity to ask about her relationships. Why not? Her relationships. Getting personal, huh, Anderson? I was single before the outbreak. Had been in relationships with men, women, married, divorced, old, young. I was never, what did my dad call it, discerning? Basically, from college to my mid-20s, I never took dating seriously and just tried lots of things. My father always said I planned for a future like the world is ending. Well, I guess she, planned accordingly, huh? She stops and raises her arms up like goalposts. And here you have it, the freaking apocalypse. She drops her hands and picks up the pace, offering you a chance to ask about... I don't really care about her past job. Something else. Well, I guess that was it. I guess I should have asked her about her past jobs and her conversation. Cool. Mindy picks up her pace, and you follow by her side. The walk to the pharmacy is without incident, though you pass several zombies and houses along the way. None spot your motion through the street. The very presence of the infected creatures adds to the constant reminder of the danger in a trip in the city. In one home, you spot a mother and teenage son in a late stage of infection. Greenish skin sloughing off like a snake shedding skin, sitting on a leather couch, staring at a broken television. Not until Mindy pulls you from the window do you stop watching the undead pair. Man, this is grim. Javier Apothecary is a solitary store stuck in the middle of a residential block. Amid the rectangular row homes, the apothecary is disconnected from the other structures and twice the size, with a cold and dismal exterior. Gray aluminum shutters and closed windows, and the double-wide front door, over which a sign hangs in Old English font. A metal gate is secured across the entire front of the property, brown rust over black bars. Second-floor windows are boarded from the inside with thick, solid pieces of wood, spray-painted in black. Weeds and dead grass grow out of the concrete parking lot on the left side of the store, where no vehicles are parked, but a single flat tire lies on the ground. You walk around the perimeter with Mindy and find a back lot at the start of a wide alley, with a door leading into the pharmacy, though covered in a metal shutter. There are no windows on the first or second floors. So, what's our move here, Anderson? Why do you call me by my last name? Mindy wrinkles her lips and closes her eyes tightly. I don't like your first name, no offense. She doesn't like my name, Zach? What the heck? A moment passes. Low clouds have rolled in and a light drizzle seeps from the sky, coating you in a fine mist. We can break into the store, but it looks pretty secure. Or we can climb to the roof and see if there's a way in. Well, I'm going to climb on the roof. Why not? Get a better view as well. You look up the side of the building and spot numerous divots, ledges, and broken pieces of brick that may allow you to scale the wall. However, you remember the 50 feet of rope you brought. Heck yeah! And realize it will simplify this effort. You remove it from your backpack and tug on a grappling hook to ensure it is secure. You extend a length of rope down to the ground and spin it in a large circle at the side of your body. After several revolutions, you toss it hard toward the roof. The hook hits near the top of the building but bounces off the wall and falls to the floor of the alley with a loud clank. You take a deep breath before trying again, stretching your arms at first to limber up for the throw. It takes several attempts, but on the fourth try, the hook makes it over the edge of the roof and latches onto it. You pull hard on the rope to ensure it will hold your weight, and once satisfied, place your foot on the wall to begin the ascent. From the metal shutter, the crackle of an intercom grabs your attention.
If someone's there, behind the gate is a box. Hit the blue button and tell me what the hell you're doing.
The voice is male, old and scratchy. You search behind the gate, and although there is only a sliver of room between it and the door, your hand slides in. As you run your hand up, it catches something square, and on it you feel a button. You push it, and hear the static of an open microphone. What do you say? We are here for medicine. Do you have any to spare? We thought this place was deserted. We don't want to cause trouble, but are looking for medicine. I'm looking for shelter. May I come in? Or do I just demand that he opens the door? No, I think I'm just gonna be honest with him and tell him we thought this place was deserted. We don't want to cause any trouble, but we are looking for medicine. Why not? A moment passes, and the voice responds through the intercom. Got anything to trade? How do you reply? Yes, we have things to trade. Heck yeah, we do. Moments go by with no response. You look at Mindy and she shrugs. The alley is still, but you wonder how long it will be before zombies wander by. The drizzle has turned into rain, and your clothes are soaking. Finally, the intercom crackles again. I'll unlock the door from the inside. If I see a weapon, or you try any funny business, well, you'll be sorry. You hear the clicking of locks, and a door swings open. The shutter rattles and slides up, disappearing in the metal roll at the top of the door. Standing on the other side is an old man. Thin wisps of hair poke from his head, and long sideburns flare at the end atop puffy cheeks. He wears brown corduroy pants and a suit vest with a pinstripe button-down shirt. In his hand is a double-barreled sawed-off shotgun pointed at you. Now, don't try anything, and we'll get along just fine, he says, and backs away. You step inside a narrow, barely lit hallway with stairs leading up and a side door. The old man introduces himself as Eugene and asks you to wait at the top of the stairs. He closes and bolts the outside metal shutter and door and follows you upstairs. Listen, maybe we got off on the wrong foot. Most people that come by are up to no good. Can't be too careful these days. At the top of the stairs, he leads you into a room. You enter a well-furnished apartment, though its contents are dated to several decades ago. A drab-colored couch and leisure chairs, a console television circa 1980, a cabinet filled with glass and porcelain trinkets and statuettes, a brown throw rug covering most of the hardwood floors, and a lingering smell of medicinal ointment. The old man stands near an open archway of a bright yellow kitchen. At the stove stands another man who is over 6 feet with short dark hair. He waves away smoke streaming up from a pan over a burner. Yo, Zach, how you like your bacon? Crispy or extra crispy? Extra crispy? I hope, 'cause this is some burnt pork right here. You recognize the voice. Devlin! Devlin steps over to a round tile-top table and places a meager plate of blackened bacon in the center. He steps over a chair and sits down with a plate of watery scrambled eggs. Devlin reaches to his belt and pulls his large pistol out, placing it on the table. He stares at you during the motion. His hand hovers over the pistol, his middle finger touching the steel barrel like he is tracing the indentation of the smooth metal. His middle finger, huh? Think he might still be feeling a little bit angry that I left him in the road way back there a few chapters ago. I remember that. He retracts his hand, then shoves a fork full of the mushy yellow mixture into his mouth. Hey, Eugene, this one here is one of the ones I was telling you about, Devlin says, and points at you with a fork. Left me high and dry, like I was one of the zombs. He chews his food and meets you eye to eye. His hand brushes over the pistol, and you think of drawing a weapon. Before you act, Devlin picks up the gun and places it back in his belt, winks at you, and takes another bite of food. Wow. This has gotten intense. Yeah, it's these decisions I've made along the way, even though several chapters ago, when I told you I didn't feel right about this guy, I felt like he was up to no good, and he basically begged me and Emma and Heather to take him with us when we were in that truck. He wanted to go with us, and I said no because I had a bad feeling about him. I left him there in the road, and now this book is excellent. I'm really starting to respect this book even more because that decision is definitely coming back now, several chapters later, and you can see that this guy still remembers, and it's definitely making the situation, the scene here, pretty intense. Yeah, I like this. I know it wasn't your choice, but that girl, what's her name, Heather? Yeah, well, anyways, you can see I'm doing fine right here. Hooked up with Eugene, and we've been doing our thing. Eugene steps near the breakfast table and points to 2 empty chairs. Mindy takes a seat, but keeps it slid out, her hand inside a cargo pocket where the outline of a small pistol is visible through the pants. Okay, so she's ready to fire. You take a seat between her and Eugene. The powdered eggs actually taste great, and the fact that there is real bacon is almost a sensory overload. It is the first bite of different food in a month. Just enjoying the taste eases your guard and even has Mindy sliding closer to the table. Eugene, how is it that you have survived here so long? Temperance is overrun, Mindy asks. Eugene smiles, and Devlin mutters something under his breath that you barely catch. Something about manners. After my Agnes died, God rest her soul, to be honest, I kind of withdrew. My kids had their lives, they lived away, and I became interested more in my business than keeping up with grandkids or, God forbid, retiring and taking up a hobby. I love being a pharmacist and helping keep the community healthy. About a year ago, I started hearing about new strains of viruses coming out of Africa and Asia, deadly viruses that destroyed whole villages, but were not communicable to the rest of the world. Because these people were isolated in remote areas, as a pharmacist, I researched these outbreaks and found disturbing evidence suggesting if these viruses crossed into larger populations, well... He pauses for a moment and pushes his plate back. It would make the Black Plague look like flu season. Eugene takes a swig of coffee and stares at the wall, eyes hazy, as if looking in the far-off distance. You see, the government has no control measures for a pandemic. Existing protocols are for investigation and surveillance, not true eradication of a virus. As the outbreaks in Africa and Asia spread, countries tried quarantine and segregation of infected populations. That's all fine for an influenza virus, but we're talking about highly lethal strains of active viruses. It may sound cruel, but the only method to handle it is to kill the host and do it fast. Or, well, you see what happened. Wow, so this guy is telling us that the zombies is a pandemic, a virus that started in Africa and Asia. He says right here it'd make the Black Plague look like flu season. And he was studying this whole zombie infection thing. This old man, Eugene, might be a good guy to have with us. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Eugene claps his hands together over the table. So, to answer your question, as the outbreak spread across Africa and Asia, I began hoarding food, supplies, medicine, and anything else I needed. So I've been fine living here for all this time in modest comfort. Eugene finally takes a deep breath, which provides a moment of silence. You have an opportunity for a question. Ooh, what do I want to ask? We need medicine. Are you willing to trade with us? How did you meet Devlin? Or supplies run out. What are your plans for the future? Let's ask him what his plans are for the future, and maybe we can take this guy and his supplies and shoot Devlin. No, I don't know. Maybe we can kind of get this guy on our side, though, with all his inventory to help us out. That's kind of what I'm thinking and hoping for. We'll see. Supplies run out. What are your plans for the future there, Eugene? That's a good question, starts Eugene. I have quite a lot of food, and Devlin leans forward, putting his right hand up. Hold up. Our plans ain't none of y'all business. We can last here as long as we need, and unless you're offering to trade, there's nothing else to talk about. How do you reply? Sure, Devlin, let's trade, or I have another question. Well, Devlin's kind of getting in the way. Let's say I have another question. See what happens if we have an option. How did you meet Devlin? Supplies run out. We need medicine. How did you meet Devlin? That's really our only other choice. Otherwise, I could say we could trade. Eugene looks over at Devlin, who sits with his arms folded and staring at the table. Not really your business now, is it, Zach? Devlin says. Eugene shakes his head left to right, scrunching his face up like he's in pain. Look, Devlin, these are our guests. Let's be okay. Now, Devlin came here because he was sick. I was hurt, Devlin interrupts, not sick. Okay, that's true. He came to my pharmacy and I helped him. We decided it was best if we stick together. Devlin peers at Eugene, his eyes piercing the old man. Mouth thin and closed. What do you say next? I get the impression you don't want Devlin here. Is that true? Or why did you help Devlin? I'm going to say why. I'm not going to cause too much trouble right now. I'm going to say ask him why he helped him. Well, Eugene says, and trails off. He glances to Devlin and speaks lowly, though everyone can hear. Should I tell them? Tell us what? Mindy asks. Gene, we don't need to tell them nothing. Look, you want to trade for medicine? Else you gotta go. How do you respond? I agree. Let's trade and head out. And should I say, are you infected, Devlin? I haven't even thought about that. Are you infected, Devlin? I don't think he's infected. I don't know. Maybe he is. I guess I'll ask that. Why not? Devlin jumps up, knocking his chair over, which bangs against the back counter. He paces around the kitchen with his eyes on you. I ain't no zombie, and you two can get the hell out of here. Eugene steps over to Devlin and raises his hands as if to hold him back, though Devlin continues to bounce around the kitchen and glare at Mindy and you like a stalking tiger. You want to know about me? You think I'm sick? Devlin stops and pulls up his right sleeve. Over his right bicep, you see a wide bite mark in a perfect circle, the edges of large individual teeth clearly indented in the skin. The area is raised and bruised with deep purple and black marks, and several patches of green with white spiderweb patterns. Ew. Yeah, I was bitten days ago, but I ain't infected, he says. Before another word is spoken, Mindy is against the wall with a small pistol clenched in both hands, aimed at Devlin. If he's infected, it's just a matter of time, Mindy says. We have to either deal with this or leave, Zach. How do you react? Discuss this more before making a decision. Leave the pharmacy. Kill Devlin. I'm worried that the old man might do something if we kill Devlin. Like he might, because, he's trying to help this guy out, so I don't know. Leave the pharmacy? I don't want to leave the pharmacy. I kind of want this Eugene guy coming with us. So to get there, I think I'm going to go for it. I'm going to go ahead and go for killing Devlin. Well, let's discuss this more before making a decision. Let's see how that goes. Yeah. More information is better, right? How long ago was he infected, you ask? About a week. No fever, no other signs of infection except for the localized bruising, says Eugene, his voice high-pitched. Eugene steps closer to Devlin and reaches out to touch the bitten area. I am surprised by the physical evidence. The scarring, size, and demarcation of the bite indicates that it was a traumatic event. Dark striations align the bite mark, as if the skin tried stretching quickly. The spider webbing appears to be teeny blood vessels radiating from the bite that are now dead and reabsorbing into skin. The tone of the flesh is normal for severe trauma, although the scarring of the teeth indentation was so rapid it appears permanent. It's just amazing. Mindy and you move over and lean in to closely examine the arm with Eugene. It looks like the bite triggered its normal body changes from the infection, but Devlin's body was able to mount an immediate response, continues Eugene. I have tried to examine him, but my facilities here are less than appropriate. Hey, here we go now. Hey, we got a place. We got a medical room. We have equipment at the safe house, but I don't know what exactly it is, you mentioned. His sister has examined blood, so I'm pretty sure we can do it. Oh, hell no, Devlin yells and backs away. I ain't no lab rat. This could mean a cure or treatment for the infection, Eugene says. Devlin leans against the kitchen counter. Fine, Eugene. If you think this is the way to go, I'm down. But y'all owe me for this. Agreed, Devlin. If this leads to a discovery of a cure, the whole world will owe you, you say. Wow. We're onto something now, huh? Eugene prepares a fresh syringe and a vial for the sample. Devlin is a terrible subject, as he apparently hates needles and is disruptive throughout the entire physical exam. After you finish with Devlin, Mindy suggests you deal with the issue of gaining medicine for the group. Eugene agrees to trading for the needed supplies. So I guess we're just going to take the sample back. We're not taking Eugene and Devlin with us to our place. Obviously, we don't want to, without the group agreeing or whatever, we don't want to take them up there and show them where we're at. That could be dangerous. Okay, that makes sense. Within a few minutes, you are led downstairs to a solid, heavy wooden door. Eugene produces a keychain from his pants pocket and spends a full minute matching keys to the numerous keyholes before unlocking it. Inside is the pharmacy with rows and rows of packed shelves, counters spilled over with products, and a dozen locked hanging cabinets. The front of the store is boarded up with thick wooden sheets and metal slats, crisscrossed to form a huge lattice of support. So, what can I get for you, Zach? Asks Eugene as he steps around the corner, taking his position as a pharmacist. You hand over the two lists from Emma, and Eugene reads it aloud, shaking his head at each item. Well, we have all of this, so we're off to a good start. Okay, so what do you have to offer? Asks Eugene. You look through your gear. Currently, you are carrying the following. All the stuff that I picked out. The sword, the backpack, the first aid kit. Okay, so what am I going to offer him? I'm going to need... No, I'm not going to need the rope and grappling hook to get back down. Because I'm going to go back home as soon as I get this medicine. That's what I came here for. So, you know what? You can have... Can't give him the backpack. That's the whole thing, ain't it? You can have my combat knife. It won't let me pick more than one. Okay. I'll offer him my... You know what? No, I'm not going to offer him the AK-47. I'll offer him the sword. You hand Eugene the sword in its scabbard. He slides the blade out and glances closely at the weapon. A moment later, he turns and places it on top of a high cabinet. Devlin leans against the end of a counter. What else you got? Asks Eugene. You look through your gear. Currently, you're carrying the following. Let's see. Might need the flashlight tonight. Want some binoculars, dude? You place the binoculars and a leather neck strap on the counter. Okay, these are useful, Eugene says, and lifts them off the counter, placing them on a shelf. Devlin leans against the end of the counter again. What else you got? Asks Eugene. You look through your gear. He's still wanting more stuff. You know what? Take my 50 feet of rope. You place the coiled rope and grappling hook on the counter. Definitely something I can use, Eugene says. Devlin cracks his knuckles loudly and stares at you. We're close, but I think one more thing should make this fair, Eugene says. You look through your gear. You know what? You can take my multi-tool. Take that. You hand over the multi-tool and Eugene examines it, flipping out the various gadgets and tools. I guess I can use it. Eugene steps back from his counter and claps his hands. Sounds like we have a deal. Within 10 minutes, Eugene has gathered all of the needed items. You pack everything securely in yours and Mindy's backpacks, and Eugene even gave you some free medical supplies, pain relief medicine, rolls of tape, and some surgical gloves. With the trading done, Eugene and Devlin escort you down to the back door of the pharmacy. Devlin leads and talks with Mindy while Eugene hangs back next to you. I don't mean to pry in your business, but one of the prescriptions, Resperdal? Who is it for? Eugene asks in a whisper. Resperdal, who was that for? I don't even remember. I don't know, it was just on the list. One of the members of the safe house. It's not for me. I don't think it's for Emma either. I know it's not for me. Was it for Emma? I don't think so. I think it was for like Heather or somebody, or not Heather. I don't know. I forgot already. I know it was on the list. I'm just going to say one of the members of the safe house. No. Do I want to say safe house? I'm just going to say, I don't know. It's just on the list. I'm going to be vague. I see, says Eugene. Just so you're aware, Resperdal is for schizophrenia. You reach the bottom of the stairs before you can discuss this with Eugene any further. Good luck, Zach, says Devlin as he unlocks the door. Be careful, exclaims Eugene. You thank both of them for their hospitality and head through the door into Temperance. Wow. Outside the pharmacy, Mindy takes lead and hurries down the back alley to the main street. Clouds are thick overhead, though no rain falls, and off in the distance sheets of lightning flash in the silent sky. Trash rustles down the street, and pigeons shoot overhead, passing above the rooftops. We have some daylight left. Should we try the animal hospital or head back to the cathedral? Asked Mindy. Going to the animal hospital might give us more stuff, but it could also present dangers, zombies and stuff that we've traded some of our gear away for. I still have my gun. I'm sure she still has her weapon. It looks like it's about to storm. I think it's time to head back to the cathedral with what we got. Mindy is an amazing partner, and she navigates the streets of Temperance as if she lived there her whole life. You glide through shadows and pass between cars and fences and flora to cover your passage from the eyes of living or unliving. In the fading light, the city casts a strange glow as if absorbing the remnants of the sun and reflecting them back for your eyes alone. The track to the car is a long mile under the threat of the rain. As you reach the camouflaged vehicle, the clouds open and spill pebble-sized hail on the outskirts of Temperance, pinging the roof of the car as you set off to the cathedral. With no words, Mindy lies in the passenger seat, and quickly falls asleep. Boy, this heavy hail and the dark clouds and storm, I think, made me happy that I didn't get greedy and try to go to the animal place. So, arriving back at the cathedral, you are greeted by Heather, Emma, and Tom in the parking lot. You provide details of your trip to Tom as you head inside. He is thrilled at your success in finding medicine and returning home safely. In the sanctuary, the rest of the group has gathered, and you spend several minutes describing the events in Temperance, the mysterious bandits and the zombie cheerleaders, the desolation in the town of Temperance, and Eugene and Devlin at the pharmacy. The group listens to every detail in perfect silence, like an attentive congregation, and the fact that the meeting is held in a church is not lost on you. That evening, as you head into your dormitory on the second floor, Emma bursts through the door. She wraps her arms around your neck, crying and kissing your face. Aww.
Thank you so much for the medicine. I really needed it.
Knowing the main reason for taking Risperdal is for schizophrenia, do you discuss this with Emma? Ooh. Schizophrenia, in case you guys don't know, anybody listening, I don't know a ton about it, but I think it's like an imbalance in the brain of like chemicals or something. And what it does is it causes you to basically have hallucinations and, you kind of retract from reality. And you can kind of hallucinate and have delusions and kind of freak out. It's pretty scary stuff. We don't want somebody in our group that's hallucinating and having delusions and retracting from reality and really kind of going psycho. That could be very problematic, whether it's Emma or anybody. So I'm definitely going to discuss this with Emma. I hate to break her happy moment here about getting the medicine she needs, but we need to talk. Emma, I found out that the drug you asked me to get, Risperdal, is for schizophrenia. She stops kissing you and leans back, then slips her arms from around your neck. Oh. I'm not crazy if that's what you think, she says, and backs away with her hands on her hips. There are things that go on in my head, but the medicine stops it. I'm fine. I know you were worried, but I swear I'm fine. Emma heads out of the room. You consider stopping her to talk more, but you are so tired and so stunned by her behavior that you feel it's best to let it go for this evening. Exhausted, you crash into bed and fall asleep in moments. Next chapter. Okay, so that is the end of Part 3, Chapter 2. So we will be back here real soon. This was another long chapter, but another very interesting chapter as well. We learned something that's pretty scary about our sister Emma. She has schizophrenia, and we actually got her some medicine, but all she's telling us is, hey, it's not what you think, but there's things that go on in her head that the medicine stops. So that's pretty scary, and this is our sister that we dearly love. So I'm definitely anxious to find out what's going on with Emma and find out how this story continues to unfold. I gotta say that I'm really liking Zombie Exodus a lot more than I thought I would back in the first, chapter or first part, first couple of chapters, first 5 chapters, whatever. It was interesting, but I never had any idea that it would get this riveting or this interesting. So I'm really enjoying this. Be sure you comment down below. Let me know what you guys think. Let me know what you guys think about Emma and this need for the Risperdal for schizophrenia, and her telling us that things go on in her mind that the Risperdal stops. So let me know what you guys think. Let me know what you guys think is going to happen. Whatever it is, whatever your comment is, put it down in the comments below. Please let me know if you're enjoying my playthrough of Zombie Exodus and this chapter in particular by giving me a like, especially if you like it. That certainly helps me out more than you know. So if you've listened to this whole chapter over an hour long, definitely, and you've enjoyed it, definitely give me that like. That certainly helps me out a lot. I appreciate that. Want to go ahead and thank you for viewing this, whoever you are, whether you're a subscriber or whether you're not. And if you're not subscribed, consider subscribing to me so you get notification of every new video I put out, whether it's another new video on this playthrough of Zombie Exodus or maybe something else that you'll enjoy. Want to go ahead and thank you guys for watching my playthrough so far. This has been Zaxter99, and we'll see you in the next video. Take care, everybody.
Oh, these days are wearing on me nothing but wave after wave of zombies every day. If only before this apocalypse had I played those games like Call of Duty Black Ops more. Instead, I spent all my time playing those indie text adventures where I just read text and made choices. Silly me. God, I wish I would have played those zombie games more. The ones where you actually shoot them and kill them. Oh.
Hello everybody, this is Zaxter99. Welcome back to my playthrough of Zombie Exodus. This will be part 3, chapter 3, and we'll get started on this new video right after this. Alright everybody, welcome back to my playthrough of Zombie Exodus. This is going to be part 3, chapter 3, as we're going to call it. Progress has been saved, and if you'll remember in the last chapter we read, probably one of the most exciting and interesting chapters we've read yet. It just continues to get better and better. We took a trip with Mindy over to a nearby small town to see if we could find medicine, as Emma had told us that we are running, desperately low on medicine. And one of the medications we actually were looking for was something for schizophrenia, who we found that out from a scientist we met. We came across a scientist named Eugene, and we also came across Devlin. He was the guy we left in the road that I had bad feelings about at one point. He was with Eugene in a house, and we found out that I believe Devlin had got bitten, but he said he was okay. Yeah, a lot happened. It was pretty interesting, and I actually wanted to end up taking the scientist Eugene back to our place with us, but we ended up just trading some of our gear for some of the medications that some of the people need, including Emma, who needed the Respersol or something like that for schizophrenia. And we found out from Eugene that that medication was for schizophrenia. So when we got back, basically after trading some of our supplies for medications that we needed, I asked Emma about the schizophrenia medication, basically implying, hey, you have schizophrenia, what's up? And she kind of let go of me. She was hugging me at the time, and she's like, look, it's not what you think. I just, I go into a dark place and the medication helps with it. And then we ended up drifting off to sleep. So that was what happened last. So we're going to go ahead and continue here at the same point. As you can see, it does say progress has been saved. I want to go ahead and show you guys something though. Let's go ahead and take a look at the stats here. I was just looking at this. Shows I'm an athlete is my profession, my name that I chose, part month 1, strength 25, dexterity. I'm pretty mobile and agile. I'm not real smart, definitely not very technical. I don't have much will or charisma, and my humanity level at 65%. I think that's like, how willing am I to help people out and that kind of thing. And then we have in our inventory the rest of the stuff that we've acquired, including that MK47, I believe, or AK-47, I mean, an assault rifle. And then we're uninjured. And our relationships, we definitely have a close relationship with our sister Emma. And then the next closest relationship we have is with Mindy, and I think that's because we went out on a couple of runs with her now. One was to save Carl, who was Candace's boyfriend, and the last one we went to get those medications. And then everybody else is just kind of about average or whatever. A little bit closer with Mindy. And I know that somebody had commented in one of the previous videos that I did, and he was basically saying, hey, you need to try to have a relationship because you can have a relationship in this game. It sounded like it could be pretty meaningful or whatever. Now, I don't know if he was implying that you get laid or, if it was just like that you get close to somebody in this apocalypse. But anyway, Mindy might be the one to go for. I don't know. I don't know a whole lot about her, really. I know that we seem to get along pretty well, so that's pretty cool. But here we have group stats. Group offense is 37. Cathedral defense is at a 37. Water supply, we have 30 days left. Food supply, 17 days left. And energy use, 10 days. So, pretty interesting stuff there. And then you can also look at the achievements. And it says you haven't unlocked any achievements yet. There are 25 possible achievements, including 12 hidden ones worth a total of 920 points. And we haven't unlocked any yet, but I'm guessing that as we get closer to the end of the game, I believe this is 5 parts, we will maybe start unlocking some of these achievements, maybe like Born Leader or Social Elite, Best Friend to All, whatever it might be. So we're going to go ahead, and I don't think it's going to be High Will or Charisma. Those are both really low right now. But let's go ahead and move on now. I wish we had an option to resave the game so that if if something crashes or I lose it or whatever, we don't lose everything, but I don't see that as an option. So progress is saved. We're going to go ahead and continue. The progress is saved. That is good. If we make a choice that kills us or whatever, at least we'll be able to restart from this point. All right, so June 24th of 2012, 6 weeks from the outbreak. A noise startles you awake. A scratch or tapping, distant but sharp enough to hear in your deep slumber. You sit up in bed inside your cathedral dorm, alone, sheets and skin drenched in sweat, stomach tight, breathing rapid. The window is closed and the wind knocks against the glass, brushing by teeny stones and twigs. Your forearms are scratched, long and superficial, skin embedded under your fingernails. What? Was I having a nightmare? The clock reads 8:45. That means breakfast is almost over. No one woke you. Rising from your bed, you throw on some clothes and rush downstairs to the gathering for breakfast, or get dressed and see if anyone else is on the second level. Well, I'm not going to run down the stairs like a lunatic. I think I'm just going to get dressed casually and slowly and kind of check things out and see what's going on. Why do I have skin underneath my fingernails? Interesting. So let's go ahead and check things out on the second level here. You head into the hallway and hear no voices, no sounds, no movement beyond your own footsteps across the cold wooden floor. On the opposite side of the hallway are several other rooms. You head towards Carl and Candace's room, Mindy's room, Javier's room, or head downstairs to the gathering. I know that Carl and Candace were, kind of getting into it the last chapter of the very beginning. Let's head over there and see what's going on with them. They may not even be there, but let's see if we can get any clues or something, at their room. Nearing the dorm rooms on the southern side of the second floor, you spot Carl and Candace's unmistakable door, decorated with a holiday wreath, and handcrafted sign with their names written in multicolored sparkles. As you draw closer, you hear shouting coming through the walls of the room, a back-and-forth shouting match. Their voices are somewhat stifled through the wall, and as you arrive at the worn welcome mat at the front door, you decide to knock on the door or choose another upstairs room. So they're fighting again. I can't really understand what they're saying. I'm curious and nosy, but I don't think I want to be too nosy and knock on the door. That would be just a little bit awkward, and who knows what might happen. I have a inkling to kind of help Candace and save her, but this is going to be one of those things where, if she's liking this guy, even if I save her, I'm just going to be intrusive, and she's still going to cling to the guy anyway. She has to save herself if the guy's treating her bad. We're going to go ahead and ignore that and choose another room. Feeling you would only be intruding in the quarrel, exactly, you decide to move on to another room. Speaking of relationships and Candace and Carl, why don't we try to go ahead and see if we can, I don't know, spark up a relationship with Mindy? If she's even in her room, she might be downstairs eating breakfast, I don't know. Let's move over to Mindy's room and see what's up. The door to Mindy's room is partially open, so a flickering of light shines out and washes away some of the hallway's darkness. You hear Mindy singing, but as you draw closer to the door, she stops. Hey, here we go. The door swings wide, and Mindy stands at the door in a white terry cloth robe. Hey, here we go. Hey, come in, she says, and skips over to her bed, her bare feet slapping the ground. Small black locks of hair are piled on the floor in the center of the room, and a pair of scissors and square-handled mirror lie at the edge of the bed. She's cutting her hair? Wow. Mindy's hair looks shorter with jagged ends poking out the top and shaped in sharp geometric angles. And as she sees you staring, she runs both hands through her hair several times. What do you think? She asks with a wide smile. She is definitely flirting with me, people. Look at that. What do you think? And she puts her hands through her hair several times. So it's hard for me to visualize exactly how she's cutting it by the description. You know, it's jagged and she has sharp geometric angles. I mean, that could mean anything. I don't know anything, but it could mean a lot of different things. I'm going to go for trying to have trying to hit on this girl and see what we can do. And this idea is mainly coming from the comment that was left on one of my videos. So if you guys have any ideas or, any suggestions or whatever, what you want to see me play towards or try to do or whatever, if I have the option, definitely put it down in the comments below. Also, let me know anything, let me know if you're enjoying this, whatever it might be. Be sure to comment that down below. I certainly appreciate that. As I say, I always read every comment I get on every video, even though I may not reply to them. So a comment here is definitely kind of swinging me one way, and I think I'm going to swing towards trying to get it on with Mindy, or at least get closer to her. So she asked me what I think. I can say I love it. It looks nice. Or I don't like short hair. No, I'm not going to be a douche. I'm going to be like, man, I love it, even if I don't. Really? Cool, she says, and checks it out in the mirror. As you sit on the edge of a wooden chair against the wall, you think of your relationship with Mindy after the trip to Temperance for medicine, and we've gotten closer, and over the past 2 weeks we've spent much more time together. Okay, that sounds reasonable. Or I have feelings for Mindy that go deeper than friendship. Possibly. Mindy has become a good friend, but not someone I want to get close to. Now, I already decided I'm going to try to get closer to her. Just talked about that. I have no greater connection with her than any other survivor. Well, that's not true. And I have no interest in being friends with Mindy. No, I think we do. I think we're going to go for this, and it's going to be one of the first two options. We've either gotten closer, and over the past 2 weeks we've spent much more time together, or I have feelings for Mindy that go deeper than friendship. This isn't saying that I'm saying that to her. It's just saying, how do I feel about her? It's trying to ask me how I feel about her. I'm going to say I have feelings for Mindy that go deeper than friendship. Wink, wink. All right. You talk with Mindy for 20 minutes, and the banter back and forth becomes flirtatious, charged by an undeniable mutual attraction. Hey, there we go. As she cuts and shapes her hair, she moves in close to you and offers to provide you with a haircut as well. When you decline, she tries to cut it anyway, finding yourself playfully holding her away until the two of you are laughing and wrestling to gain control of the scissors. Sounds like fun. Within a few moments, you and Mindy lie back on the bed, panting from the exertion of play fighting. Sounds like foreplay. So that's pretty cool. We're kind of getting it on and getting close to Mindy. All right. Zach, it's fun hanging out with you, but... Uh-oh. Her voice trails. You feel the awkward need to break the silence, but before you get a chance, she hops off the bed. I better get dressed, so I'll see you around, okay? She says and opens the door wide for you. You say goodbye and head out into the hallway where you decide to... Wow, okay, I wonder what's going on with Mindy now. Well, at least it said she had mutual attraction for me, and we had some playful kind of foreplay stuff going on there. So it'll be interesting to see. In fact, can we even see if we've increased our stat? I think it was at 63 or something like that before, or 61. It's already went up to 67. Okay, cool. Return to the game. Look at that. I like how you can actually see, increases and difference in stats immediately. That's awesome. All right, we're going to return back to the game. So, what am I going to do? Let's check out Javier's room. Why not? I don't really know much about this guy. The door to Javier's room is closed, with no sound coming through. You knock. After several minutes of waiting, you knock again. Minutes pass. Hearing no movement inside and seeing no light from beneath the door, you check the doorknob and find it unlocked, so you enter and search the room, or head to another room. He's not in there. I'm going to be nosy, I think, this time. I don't have people in there fighting. Let's enter and search the room and see what we might find. Javier's room is in a state of controlled disarray. His clothes are piled in the back right corner of the dorm. Musty hardbound books are stacked high against the back left corner, and a mattress with a single balled-up sheet lies in the center. A massive dresser juts out from the left wall and touches the end of the mattress. On the wall next to the dresser, you see a half-drawn image painted in charcoal on the sheetrock, the top of a woman's face, with long flowing hair and two dark piercing eyes. Below it on the floor are several pieces of charcoal and a stained rag. So he's obviously an artist. He draws with charcoal, and he's drawing some kind of a woman with long flowing hair. Interesting. You check through the clothes and find he has mixed clean and dirty shirts, pants, and underwear. Why am I looking at his underwear? I don't want to do that. The entire bundle smells like sweat, even those folded on the top. The books are an assortment of philosophy and religion texts, all with titles like The Meaning of and The Dissertations on. In the dresser, you find several pistols, knives, and a submachine gun, ammo for all the guns, and several bottles of medicine. Zyvox and Van Comison. Reading the labels, you discover both are antibiotics. You recognize both bottles from Eugene's pharmacy. You return the bottles to the dresser and close it up. Having checked the room, you head back into the hallway and head towards... Okay, so we found out that he has lots of weapons, knives and pistols and a submachine gun, and ammo for both, and he's got some of the antibiotics we got from Eugene. He's got dirty clothing, and he's drawing a picture. I don't think we've really found out a whole lot about him. Alright, so let's go ahead and head downstairs to the gathering now. Hearing the sounds of people talking and dishes clanking from below, you head downstairs to the gathering. In the gathering, Emma and Heather stand at one end of the central table, clearing dishes while Uncle Lou and Jason sit at the opposite end, still eating. No one looks your way as you enter. You step inside and ask why no one woke you for breakfast. Grab a bowl of oatmeal and join Jason and Uncle Lou. Grab a bowl of oatmeal and sit alone, or leave without food. Well, I'm not going to do that. I mean, I'm probably going to get sent on some other task today. We know that from the last two chapters, so I'm definitely going to need my energy up. Should I be kind of a prick and say, why didn't nobody ask me for breakfast? That might actually cause our relationship with everybody to go down a little bit. I don't know. Let's just go ahead and grab a bowl of oatmeal and sit over and be sociable with Jason and Uncle Lou. The gray liquid in the pot hisses as you ladle a spoonful into a bowl. Gray oatmeal, huh? Sounds delicious. The quicksand mixture blows steam up as you cross over to the central table and position yourself near Uncle Lou. We were just reminiscing about the old days, before zombies, says Uncle Lou, as a light mist of oatmeal sprays from his lips. This is a good opportunity to ask Uncle Lou about life before the outbreak, Uncle Lou about the other survivors, Jason about life before the outbreak, Jason about his personal life before the outbreak, Jason about ServNet, Jason about the other survivors. Still kind of wanting to know about Jason and his personal life, like is he gay or not? I still remember a moment when we first came into this cathedral area, we met Jason for the first time. He hugs me tight, And then I have pretty attractive women with me I know, including my sister and other people, and he didn't hug any of them. He like shook their hands, so I thought that was kind of odd. Maybe he's not gay, but I've been kind of wondering. But before we ask something like that, let's go ahead and ask Jason about ServNet. See if we can find any more information about what's going on with all that. Well, the system you call the Internet, okay, the World Wide Web, it exists on a backbone, which are ISPs and data centers around the globe. In the few days or weeks after zombie apocalypse, these centers ran out of power, and people like me banded to make a new system called SurvivorNet, aka ServNet. You see, before laypeople had internet access, various local BBS's, electronic bulletin boards existed that computers could dial into. With this system, called FIDO-NET, you left your PC on at night, and your neighbor would call you, drop off your mail, and the mail for everyone else down the line. At the appointed hour, your PC would automatically call the next node, and send and receive the mail. You might be configured to make more than one call. In Armageddon, there are no phone lines to use, but with shortwave radios, we have the ability to send and receive data in text. We connect the shortwave radios to our PCs and use them like the nodes back in the old days. Interesting. Now, this system is slow, so no online games, people. It takes days to send messages, but I'm connected to survivors in Dallas, Vancouver, and even as far south as Argentina. Sounds great, until the zombies start using computers, says Uncle Lou in a sarcastic tone. Jason throws his hands up as if to say, I give up. And you use it as a chance to ask about... Okay, Jason didn't really like Uncle Lou's sarcastic, witty comment about zombies using his, not dial-up, but his, whatever he calls it, shortwave radio connection to connect to other people around the world. Sounds pretty smart to me to be able to do that. Alright, so what should I do now? Should I ask Uncle Lou about life before the outbreak? Ask Uncle Lou about the other survivors? Let's ask Uncle Lou about life before the outbreak. Uncle Lou shuffles in his seat, leans back in his chair, and folds his massive arms across his barrel chest. I actually owned a lunch truck outside the university in the city. Uncle Lou's big truck, I called it. At first, it was just Lou's big truck, but the students gave me the Uncle Lou nickname, so I guess it was a respect thing. Anyway, I was a popular place for breakfast and lunch. Worked right outside a biology hall. All the professors used to come to my truck. It's actually a crazy thing because they did research on immunology and viruses at the hall. The chief there, a guy named Professor Larkin, he apparently knew about the zombie virus before the outbreak. I have a feeling he even tried to warn me about it. But that's in the past. Uncle Lou pauses and gives you an opportunity to ask about Larkin and his research, Larkin trying to warn Uncle Lou, Uncle Lou's family, something else. Well, let's ask about Larkin trying to warn him. One day, matter of fact, it was a Tuesday because I had just made a batch of blueberry pancakes for my Tuesday pancake special. Anyway, the professor comes to the truck and orders coffee. He never just orders coffee. When he pays, he slips me a note. It told me to get my family and leave the city. Well, I closed up and went home right away. I talked it over with my wife, and well, it's just hard to pack up and leave just because of a note. We never would have guessed the professor was right. The next day I went back to the biology hall and made my way to Larkin's lab. I just wanted to talk to him face to face. I pretended to be delivering food, so I got up to the floor where his lab was located. But the place had military all over it, and soldiers lined up in the hallways and stopping people. Well, that's when I knew the warning was real. Uncle Lou takes a sip of tea, and you decide to ask about Larkin and his research. What was going on with his research? I don't know exactly what he was working on, but a month before the outbreak, the campus was filled with military. I even had to move my truck to the next street because of all the equipment and mobile facilities the Army brought in. Uncle Lou takes a spoonful of oatmeal, giving you a chance to ask about, well, we're going to go ahead and continue asking him, talk about his family. Plus, surround charisma divided by 2. I don't think that's supposed to be in there. I think that's a stat that's supposed to be in the game code. Anyway, as soon as I left the lab, I called my wife and told her not to waste any time. Pack up the truck, get the kids, and leave the city. That I'd meet her on the interstate leading out of the city. She was worried and didn't believe in Larkin's warning, but I don't know. Maybe it was the sound of my voice or something, but she listened. By this time, news of the outbreak was spreading. The military were standing to form blockades. I raced outside the city. Uncle Lou's face becomes red, and tears form in his eyes. Uh-oh. Oh no. By the time I got outside the city, I found the lunch truck on the left side of the road. Tipped over. Doors ripped off. All the food was gone. My wife and kids were gone, and I couldn't find them. Oh, crap. Uncle Lou's arms shake, and his body quivers as he tells the story. You think it's best to discuss another topic. Wow. What a way to lose your wife and kids, huh? Trying to meet them outside the city and... man, poor Uncle Lou. Alright, let's go ahead and talk to Jason about his personal life before the outbreak. Let Uncle Lou kind of regain his composure there. Jason sits back in his chair, his hands stop moving, and his voice evens out from its normal frenetic pattern. What do you mean, like girls? Well, there was this one, Julianne, but it didn't work out, really. Why didn't it work out there, Jason? Check it out. She started at my company as a project manager, fresh out of grad school. Hottest girl I ever saw in a business suit. Amazing body, short, petite, long brown hair down to the middle of her back, and she kept it styled and pulled back, you know, corporate-like. Huge, gorgeous eyes like anime. Who's Annie Mae? Says Uncle Lou. That's funny. Because Jason says anime, and Uncle Lou's like not knowing what anime is. Who's Annie Mae? That's hilarious. No, it's anime. It's like Japanese animation, cartoons. Anyway, the minute she's working there, I couldn't think straight. She's supposed to work with all us IT guys to track timelines, set up meetings, administrative crap none of us will do. But she's totally out of my league, so I just never asked her out. But we worked together and got to be friends at least. Anyway, months go by, and our director suggests that we go to a training seminar in New York for a weekend. He picks me and Julianne to go with him. Well, I figure this is my chance to spend some time with her. Just us two. So I've kind of altered the director's itinerary and made him miss the flight. Oh, that's funny. Wow. All right, Jason. We get to New York, and I set up ahead of time to have tickets to some Broadway shows ready for us and dinner at the best restaurants. It was easy to get that info. The stuff people post online about themselves is incredible. This guy's pretty slick. Kinda creepy, Jason. Never figured you for a stalker, says Uncle Lou. Come on, man. I have to stack the odds in my favor. New York was awesome. We spent loads of time together. We even got drunk one night and got matching tattoos. Jason shows you a teeny blue butterfly tattoo on his index finger. During this pause, you consider it a good opportunity to ask about something else. Let's ask him about other survivor. Let's ask him about Julianne. I see that one popping out there since he mentioned her. After New York, we got closer. I think she knew I had set the trip up. At work, things were different. We went to lunch together. She'd hang at my desk a lot. We'd leave together at night and walk to the train station. Almost a week before Zeta went global, Julianne asked me out on a date. Me on a real date. We set it up for Friday of that week. I couldn't believe it. She was perfect and I was so happy. Then the word started spreading about Zeta. Legit, legit, was scouring the internet and private networks for information. I didn't go to work. I didn't sleep. All I did was search and discover and post to the web. Finally, Friday came and went. It wasn't until Sunday that I even remembered my date with Julianne. Wow, okay, so this guy totally got into the whole Zeta zombie thing when it started. He kind of sounds like a really big, like, rather than being gay like I thought, he sounds, and he's so excited about this date with a hot girl, Julianne. It kind of sounds like, he was a big time nerd. It's like, wow, I got a date, and setting all this stuff up, and I don't know, he sounds like a smart guy, but kind of sounds like an unpopular guy. All right, so let's go ahead and continue on. So he forgot about his date with Julianne. Wow. On the day when the military lockdown started, I knew I had to leave the city, and I wanted to take Julianne. I packed up what I could, threw it in my car, and sped off to her apartment building. It wasn't easy to get around the blockades, but I was listening through a secure military line and knew all the roads they were blocking. Her building was in shambles. Haunted house style with bloodstains, people screaming, and corpses around every corner. I made it to her apartment and found the door open. Jason's voice drops, and his normal agitated state settles into a more sublime storyteller. I walked into the living room. It's funny, I always hoped to see her place, had imagined in my head. But the room was torn apart, broken glass and ripped couch. Blood splattered on the TV, ash and debris from a huge crater in the wall, like it was shot by a tank. Drops of blood led into her bedroom, and I followed them, hoping now I wouldn't find her, and I didn't. She was gone, except on her bed in the middle of a pillow was a severed finger. "That's the thing shriveled up in your dorm room? You kept it?" asked Uncle Lou, his expression a cross between shock and disgust. "It has that purple mark. It's a butterfly." Jason looks down at the table, his hands tapping the wooden surface, his eyes glazed over. Wow. Okay, so Jason lost Julianne, it sounds like, a lady that he kind of had a crush on that he liked. So maybe he's not gay, he's just a real big-time nerd, which we already knew he was a pretty smart guy. He's the one handling all our communication and with shortwave radio signals and everything else. Wow, he's got a finger from this lady. He went to try to find her and, save her, and all they found was a finger of her on her bed, and he kept it, according to Uncle Lou. And he is definitely, wow. All right, so now I think it's time to go ahead and talk back to Uncle Lou while he kind of regains his composure. We may not be increasing our relationship with either of these guys, making them both cry and making them upset about somebody they lost. Let's go ahead and ask Uncle Lou about the other survivors. Let's ask him about Emma. She's my number one priority. "I love your sister. She's a sweetheart. Reminds me of my own sister. I just worry about Emma. She looks sad all the time. And I know we're in a terrible state of affairs, but she's not coping with this thing of ours, the apocalypse. I try to talk to her, to give her advice, but she won't talk. A month ago, she was fine and talkative. Now, nothing. It's like she's a different person." Well, that's kind of sad. We already kind of heard this from somebody else as well. I think Mindy or somebody told it. Yeah, when we was asking Mindy when we was with her on that mission to that town. Mindy kind of said the same thing. She's changed a lot. He shakes his head side to side, and you figure it's best to ask another topic. Let's ask about... well, my next interest is Mindy, since I'm getting kind of close to her. Let's ask him about her and see if he knows anything that maybe we should know, and that kind of thing. I hope she's not bad in his mind. Ah, good. I can see hell of a woman there. That's cool. "Mindy is a hell of a woman. Great person. Smart. And very nice." Uncle Lou squirms in his chair. Uh-oh. "Truth is, she scares me. Very serious woman. Big eyes. Just stare at me. Like she's gonna send me outside and hunt me. But no, she's great. I like her a lot. He leans forward, mouth close to your ear. And I know she likes you. Well, we kind of already figured that out there, Uncle Lou. But thanks for letting me know, buddy. Next, you ask about... I don't know, let's ask about Candace. Find out what's going on with her. Candace is a real sweetheart. She lightens the mood whenever she's around. I hope things with her and Carl work out. I can't see what she would do wrong to upset him, but they sure have some blowouts. Next, you ask about... Carl, her boyfriend. Uncle Lou pauses, as if he doesn't want to hear you. I don't really know what to say about Carl. He's not someone I get along with all the time, but that's okay. Not everyone has to have friends with everybody. Wow, he doesn't like Carl very much. Okay. Let's ask him about Heather. Heather's a great girl. She has a funny personality, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but she's a smartass. I'm used to that. My wife is a smartass. That's cool. So Heather reminds Uncle Lou of his wife, who's gone missing. Who's probably dead, sadly. Next, you ask about Javier. Don't know much about that guy. Searched his room, but... Javier's a great guy to have around. He can do everything. He finds us a lot of food out in the woods. I just get nervous when he's out so long. Sometimes a whole day. And he doesn't even get that much food anymore. I ask if he wants help since I used to go hunting, but he just goes alone or with Emma. Okay, so he goes with Emma. Next let's ask about Tom. Tom is such a good leader. He has us safe here, comfortable. Uncle Lou takes a mouthful of oatmeal and swallows hard. I don't think the drinking is a big deal if that's why you ask about Tom. Who doesn't like a drink? And he's had a tough time losing his family and the stress of running this place. I drink a bottle a day too. Wow, he kind of gave up that Uncle Lou kind of gave up that Tom's drinking a bottle a day. That's quite a bit. So Tom's drinking pretty hard because of losing his family and the stress of running this place. Interesting. Next you ask about, well, why not ask about Jason? Jason's right there, but Jason's my buddy, my bro, my paisano. He talks too fast sometimes, and he'd rather be on those computers than socialize, unless it's with a certain redhead. Uncle Lou lets out a hearty laugh and smacks Jason in the arm. Next, you ask about, and so, is the redhead, who is the redhead? Candace? Why am I thinking Candace? I know that Mindy told me something about Candace liking Jason or something like that. Must be Candace. Next, you ask about something else. Jason about life before the outbreak, or Jason about let's ask about Jason about life before the outbreak. Jason sits on the edge of his chair, bouncing his legs, hands tapping on the table. I worked in IT for a biotech company, but that just paid the bills. I was part of a group called Legit, Legit, information seekers and publishers for the masses. We'd probe the corporations and governments of the world, locate their deep, dark secrets, and share the data with 99%, the rest of our civilization. Ooh. So, you're hackers, says Uncle Lou. No, man, that's derogatory, yells Jason and slams his hands down on the table. Hackers steal. We liberate the truth. It's like this. The czars and presidents and dictators and CEOs, they take all their dirt and put it in safes locked in vaults behind walls. Who needs safes? People who want to hide things. Well, we go behind the locks and walls and set the truth free. Wow, okay. That's using your technology and your know-how and your brains for maybe a little more than you should there, buddy. That's my opinion anyway. I guess it could be a good thing, but Uncle Lou doesn't think so, I think. Uncle Lou says, I'll tell you who needs safes, starts Uncle Lou. People with valuables. And then, yes, valuable blood-written evil deeds. But Legit cracks into those secluded hideaways and exposes it for the world to see. We're renegades on the information superhighway, and we found out about Zeta a week before the news was out. That's how I got ready for the apocalypse." As Jason's pitch reaches a crescendo, he quiets down enough to provide you an opportunity to discuss something else. Well, let's ask Jason about the other survivors. We don't have as many to ask him about, so we're going to go ahead and ask him about Candace. "Candace? Not really sure why you're asking me about her. Yeah, I like her, but no more than Mindy or Heather or Emma. We hang out sometimes, but it's just 'cause this place gets boring. And we are both social people. Is she pretty? Of course. But she's with Carl." Alright, so it definitely was Candace. Candace has red hair, I guess. And him and her kind of got a secret thing going on, but he knows that she's with Carl. I wonder if that's part of the reason her and Carl are fighting a lot. Who knows? Next, you ask about Javier. "It's funny you ask about Javier, 'cause he's been acting strange lately. Goes off on his own a lot. Tom is always looking for him, and Carl acts like I should keep tabs on everyone. So this past Friday I went looking for him and found him in the infirmary. He had a scalpel in hand and had all these medical supplies laying out. When I asked him about it, he got pissed and told me to leave. So I did. Now I just avoid him. I don't need that hassle." Wow. Okay, that's a little bit interesting. Had a scalpel in his hand and medical supplies out. The hell, did he get bit and try to cut it off, or what's going on there? Interesting. The plot thickens. Next, you ask about Tom. "I like Tom a lot. He took me into the cathedral, and I appreciate what he's done to keep us alive. And he's a good leader. But I don't know what else to say. He's just been off his game. That's all I can say about that." Though you feel there is more to discuss about Tom, Jason is clearly avoiding the topic. Instead, you ask about Carl. "What about him? He's a good guy, works hard, doesn't really talk to me." Jason's eyes shift as he speaks, looking across the room at the table and at Uncle Lou. You figure he isn't going to give you his honest opinion on Carl, so something else. And next, you ask about in the conversation. So that a lot of talk there. I know that's probably not the most exciting part of Zombie Exodus, so thank you guys for staying patient while I try to get some information about, from some people, and I think I found out a couple of pretty interesting things, but we're going to go ahead and move on now. Hopefully there's more than talk now. Jason stands and walks straight to the sanctuary, while Uncle Lou clears the plates and starts cleaning the breakfast dishes and pots. As you stand to leave, Javier enters the gathering and walks over to you, his shaggy brown hair covering most of his face and lying across his eyes. The stubble on his face has odd missing patches, like a poorly kept lawn. "Tom would like to see you in his office," he says, and immediately turns and walks away. You finish up the meal and head over to Tom's office. Uh-oh. Gonna send us out on a mission again, I'm guessing. Tom stands at his desk, hands pressed firmly down on a large folded map of the area. As you enter, he extends a hand to the brown, weathered leather couch against the wall, and you push aside a pile of books to sit down. Tom's appearance has altered the least among the survivors in past weeks. Always a slim but toned man, he's maintained his weight and vigor despite the rationing of food. His beard is thick and sharply cut, like a statue etched in stone, and his eyes always show an intensity, as if he is holding back some secret of the world and revealing it through those dark blue circles. His sole concern has been the survival of your group, and meticulous planning has led all of you through the past 6 weeks with the best results possible given the circumstances. Before Tom looks up from the map, you ask about his life before the outbreak. Now let's ask about the zombie exodus. The theory on zombie exodus started when Jason picked up some communications with other survivors, some of whom claimed to be U.S. government officials. Looking at the numbers of zombies in densely populated cities and understanding their motivations, they came up with several educated guesses. First, zombies need food, just like any organism, but their food is non-infected flesh. The virus wires their brains to find food, and therefore, when they bite non-infected flesh, it passes on the virus. Without food, zombies die like any other living thing. As the population of non-infected humans dies off, zombies will move out of cities in search for food. Their exodus will push them to the suburbs. The second point is that Jason has heard of zombie exodus happening already in other parts of the country. In Philadelphia 2 weeks ago, zombie hordes ravaged through small towns outside the city, driving through like locusts on a feeding frenzy. Not only did they kill the living, but their sheer numbers decimated buildings and farms and bridges and anything in their path. Tom leans back and looks up at the ceiling. I fear nothing more than zombie exodus. Shaken by his words, you think it's best to change the subject and ask, well, that is pretty scary. We know that zombie exodus is coming our way. We're kind of in the suburbs in this cathedral. And probably just a matter of time until we have lots more zombies coming by where we're at. So that definitely, lets us know there's a huge storm coming our way in this book. One of the reasons it's definitely keeping my interest. So shaken by his words, and I think that would definitely shake you up. Let's go ahead and ask him about his life before the outbreak. There's not a lot to tell. I was married to an amazing woman, Emily, he says, and points to a small square photo on the wall behind you, where an attractive blonde-haired woman sits on a sandy beach with her feet in the water. She has her mouth open in laughter, tilting her head backward towards the camera overhead. She didn't want to come here, to the cathedral. Carl and I bought it and decided to turn it into a tourist attraction and haunted house during the fall months. Emily didn't like the move we made. She loved the city, and Temperance was too small for her. No theaters, no fine dining restaurants, no ballets. She loved bright lights and skyscrapers. I really hate the irony. Worst place you can be in the outbreak is a well-populated city, so the best chances at survival are in towns like Temperance. We moved out of the city well before the outbreak, so you'd think our chances of survival together were much greater than had we not moved. His voice drifts, and he stares past you at the photo on the wall. While he takes pause, you ask about, why did she die, buddy? Tom looks at you, his eyes cutting deep into your own. Best not to talk about such things, he says. Damn. Alright, next you ask about, we're being kind of nosy with several people and making people tear up and get emotional about the loss of their family and with Jason and Juliet. Okay, buddy, why did you send for me? Let's get down to business, he says, and turns to pin the map to the wall. Taped beside it is a list of the current status of supplies. Water, 16 days. Food, 3 days. Energy, 1 day. Medicine adequate. Fuel low. Days until ZE, or zombie exodus, about 30. Now, I know we looked at the stats before we started this chapter, and it said, water, 27 days or something like that, and food, 14, I thought, or 17 or something. So, the food has definitely gone down a lot since we started this chapter, and we've only talked about 1 day, 1 morning. It's kind of weird. Is this why Tom is keeping his weight, because he's hoarding food for himself and telling us we have less than we do? That's interesting. Let's go ahead and take a look at the stats right now and see what the stats say about food and water. Okay. The stats does say 3 days and 16 days here. I could have swore it said more at the beginning of the chapter. Out of curiosity, let's see. Jason, 63%. We've moved up. Jason and I have moved up on our relationship. And Uncle Lou as well, I believe. And Mindy has moved up as well. So we're actually increasing our relationship with all this talk, even though it's upsetting some people. Okay. Alright, so our food supply is dangerously low. We need to supplement it, or we'll be starving soon. Zach, I'd like you to take a run for those supplies. So I need to get some food, huh? Okay, I'm happy to help, Tom. I guess I'll go, Tom. Or my time and skills are better used elsewhere. No, I think I've already proven that my time and skills are definitely, efficient enough to help either save people or get medical supplies, which I've already done. Can I ask Tom to take Mindy with me? Kind of want to take her. I don't see that as an option though, but I guess I'm going to go ahead and say I'm happy to help. Javier and Emma step into the room. Tom, may I make a suggestion? Javier states. Most of the grocery stores and supermarkets are empty. It makes no sense to, how do you say, squeeze blood from a stone. But Emma and me, on our trip for supplies last week, ran into a military depot. We did not go inside, but maybe this is good for us to search. I had a really bad feeling about that place, Emma says. She shifts on her feet and shakes her head side to side. So Emma's like saying, no, we don't want to go into that military depot. Well, what other choices do we have? Tom asks. Like Javier said, we have few options. Javier and Zach, you two go together, investigate, and report back. If it appears to have a sizable cache of food or supplies, radio us. We can send out another group to help haul it back. Javier suggests you get packed and ready to go soon, at least before 11 a.m. You glance at your watch. It's 9:38. As you walk outside to head to the supply room, Emma pulls you off to the side of the hallway and waits for Javier to leave the area. Listen, that place you're going is not safe. I don't have concrete evidence, but just a feeling that there is danger inside. Besides, Javier is a wild card, so even if you do go, he is not reliable enough to have your back. Wow. This is why I said, hey, I want to go with Mindy. I know that girl has my back. She likes me. I think she cares about me a little bit. I've already been with her on a couple of runs. Why can't I go with Mindy again? You reply, why do you mean wild card? I appreciate your concern, sis, but this is our best chance for supplies? Or do I flat out tell her no need to stop worrying about and let me do this? No, I'm not going to be a dick to my sister. I'm going to definitely ask her what she's talking about. What do you mean, wild card? He kept pushing and pushing to move faster everywhere we went. He walked through the woods with no care for caution or safety. I kept behind cover like I'd been taught, but not Javier. He made noise, took shots at tree branches just for the hell of it, and even joked about trying to catch a zombie to bring it back to the cathedral. Oh my God. You can't rely on him or trust him. Emma leans against the wall, slowly banging her fist against it. Her eyes are dark and cloudy, making you wonder if she's gotten any sleep in a while. Her eyes are chapped and slightly swollen, and her hair pulled back tightly into a sharp ponytail, much like the vague image of your mother you have tucked far back in your memory. Ah. As you walk to the supply room west of the gathering, Emma follows behind. We only checked out the military depot for a few minutes, because I told Javier I was leaving him if he went any further. There was a chain-link fence and wall around the place, and this tiny path leading up to the doors. The whole place isn't even that big, like maybe the size of the church here. The entrance was totally dark, even though it was midday. Javier tried to open the door, but it was locked up, and he wedged a crowbar into the door, but it wouldn't budge. And there was some kind of security camera or circular thing that moved once, though Javier swears it didn't. Wow, okay, interesting. So going with Javier is going to be risky, as we're already going into a risky place to try to find food, and now I'm going with a guy that my own sister is warning me about and telling me is very dangerous. I mean, walking through the woods and shooting at tree branches and then mentioning you want to bring a zombie back to the cathedral. This guy is freaking crazy. Like I said, I wish I could go with Mindy, but I don't know if I'm going to have that option. It looks like we're headed into part 3, chapter 4 as we head to the depot next. Let's see if it goes ahead and saves our progress. Yeah, progress saved. So we'll go ahead and continue this in part 3, chapter 4, guys. That'll be video number 10, as this is video number 9. Want to go ahead and thank you guys for watching. If you have any comments, any suggestions, whatever it is about my playthrough of Zombie Exodus, if you're enjoying it, please let me know. If my videos have, made you decide to go buy Zombie Exodus on Steam, so you can play yourself, definitely let me know. Let me know what you think of this, and I'll have a link down where you guys can go get this yourself on Steam, right down in the video description. I want to go ahead and thank you guys for watching. Make sure you stay away from the zombies this holiday season, or whatever time of year it is when you're watching this. Thanks so much for watching, guys. Be sure that if you're not already subscribed to me on my channel, you go ahead and subscribe, that you get notifications of not only my future plays of Zombie Exodus, but you see all my other videos, maybe another video or a game video that you'll enjoy as well. Thanks again for watching, everybody. This has been Zaxter99, and we'll see you in the next video. Take care, everybody.
Dad, look, I made a new friend.
Christian, no! He's not a friend, that's a zombie!
Aw, but Dad, he's so much fun! Ow! Dad!
Christian! No!
Hello, everybody. This is Zaxter99. Thank you for tuning in to my new video of Zombie Exodus. This is going to be video number 10. This is part 3, chapter 4. And we'll go ahead and get this chapter started right after this. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Zombie Exodus. This is going to be video 10. This is actually part 3. I believe it's chapter 4 of part 3. And if you remember in the last part that I did earlier this week, we had gotten to know a lot more about the people through quizzing Uncle Lou and Jason before breakfast. And then Javier came down and told us we needed to go see Tom. Tom needs us to make a food run, try to find some food, as we are in a desperate need for food for the group, for survival. And I volunteered to go, and Javier's going to go with me. He knows a place, a dangerous location, a military establishment or something like that, where he wants to go and try to look for food. Emma was already there with him, and Emma tried to warn us about Javier, that he's dangerous, and we are risking our life by going with Javier. And we were just getting ready to go, and that's kind of where we left off in the last video. So we're going to go ahead and continue from right here. I do want to go ahead and take a look at our stats real quick. Still have strength 25, dexterity 35, intelligence 15, technical and will sucks basically, and charisma kind of sucks. Inventory, I carry nothing. I did have some stuff before I started talking to everybody, but I guess I put everything I had down. Emma, relationship is still strong. I think we grew our relationship with Mindy a little bit. I'm surprised it wasn't more when we kind of flirted and played around, a little foreplay going on. Her and I even wound up playfully bantering and teasing each other on the bed before she had to get dressed or something. That was pretty interesting. But yeah, food supply right here, 3 days, and that's why we're having to make a food run. So we're going to go ahead and pick this back up now, see if we've met any achievements yet. Haven't unlocked any achievements yet. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and get this party started. Okay, again, it's me and Javier fixing to make a food run, and Emma has been really concerned. She's concerned about going out with Javier. She thinks he's dangerous, and I think she is really wanting me not to go. But I've already told Tom I'm going to go, so let's go ahead and start reading here. Inside the supply area, you look over the shelves of guns and other supplies. First, you take a black backpack and pack it with 2 sandwiches and 6 bottles of water. You take a canteen of water and connect it to the back of your belt. You look over the items across the shelves and consider other supplies for the trip. You're carrying 10 pounds and can carry a max of around 40. So we've been here before where we're actually, selecting the items that we want to take. I kind of like that. All right, so AK-47 assault rifle. I think I'm going to go ahead and take that. I like that. And let's go ahead and take some rope again. Now we're at 23 pounds. First aid kit might come in handy. Flashlight might come in handy. Multi-tool for 1 pound could definitely be useful. I'm going to go ahead and take the cavalry sword again, even though I know I gave some of this stuff to that Eugene guy in trading for supplies, but it looks like we have another sword. I have 4 pounds left I can take. Crud. I'm going to take a revolver. Better than a combat knife, right? I already got a sword, so I'm good. There's nothing else I can take. Okay. You grab the shotgun, connect a strap to it, and sling it over your shoulder. You consider the weight of all you gathered and cannot carry any more. However, you fit a pen and notepad in your backpack to keep notes on the trip and anything you may find. As you pick the last of your items, Emma grips your arm and stops you from leaving. Her right hand is blistered, and the skin is cracking, red, and flaky. Uh-oh.
Zach, if you get back, we have to talk. I mean, when you get back, I need to talk to you.
Wow, okay. What do you need to talk about? When I get back, we will spend some time together. Get a hold of yourself. We're not kids anymore. Now remember, Emma's my sister, people. I'm going to ask her right now, what's up? So I'm going to say, what do we need to talk about? She squints her eyes and wipes her forehead.
It's okay. We'll talk when you're back.
She releases your arm, turns on her heels, and heads out of the room. You head through the gathering and into the sanctuary where Javier is giving his gear a check. In the room are Uncle Lou keeping watch along the catwalk, Jason at his computer array, and Heather sitting against a folding table with a pile of various electronic equipment. After loading the Ford F-150 truck with gear, you get final instructions from Tom. Scout first and only enter the depot if it appears abandoned. As Emma leans in for a final goodbye, she wraps an arm around your shoulder, yanks you in close, and whispers, "Watch your back there. You're all alone. Don't rely on Javier." Boy, she just doesn't trust this guy at all. You head to the passenger side as Javier is already in the driver's seat. With a final look back at the cathedral and at Emma, you turn your attention to the road and the track to the military depot. All right, here we go. I'm a little bit nervous. It takes 40 minutes through many winding back roads to reach your destination. The sun decorates the midday sky, burning orange through the light blue canvas, its blurred edges nearly hypnotizing. Turning a sharp bend, you see a gated entrance to a well-paved path, with a sign above reading, Scar Road Depot. Tree branches and vines hide most of the tall metal gate, but you spot a stone wall, starting on both sides, leading away in a tight circle. The path is short and ends at a 4-car lot, with bright painted lines and a blue handicap symbol on the ground. Javier parks the truck sideways and turns off the motor. You consider now to be an opportunity to discuss any plans or strategies while on this mission. You got 5 different options here. I can tell Javier you're in charge. Just tell me what you need me to do. He has more knowledge of these things, and I'll defer to him. Or I could say, you're in charge, Javier. Just tell me what you need me to do. And I have no intention of listening to him, however. Kind of deception. Or I can take charge and let Javier know that you're calling the shots, or that I'm calling the shots. Or I can tell Javier, let Javier know that neither of you are in charge and everything should be discussed before proceeding. Or say nothing and see how things go before discussing plans or strategies. I'm going to go ahead and go with option number 4. I'm going to let Javier know that I'm going to let him know that neither of us is in charge and everything should be discussed before we do anything. Javier, before we go inside, let's agree to discuss things before acting. We've got to watch each other's backs. Javier nods and smiles. Sure, whatever you say, he says, and hops out of the truck. The depot entrance is only 1 story tall and made of charcoal gray stone and tan concrete, giving the image of a World War II bunker. Brownish ivy grows across the roof, and a nameplate across the top is partially torn off to read SCRADEP for depot. SCR. Okay. Tall dying trees wrap around the edges of the walls, and the overgrowth of dull green plant life creates natural barriers from circling around the building to check for another entrance. A shoebox-sized camera sits atop a single metal door. As you draw closer, the door appears to have no handle, and the seam of the door well is barely visible as dirt and dust have covered it over in a dense film. Javier pushes against the door, kicks the bottom of it with a loud bong, and slides his fingers along the seam. What do? Let Javier try to open the door while you stand watch? Ask Javier to back off and let you inspect the door? Notice I don't have a crowbar, so I can't use a crowbar to open the door. Maybe I should have brought one. I didn't bring a combat knife, but I do have a multi-tool or a cavalry sword to open the door, or make your way around the side of the depot to check for another entrance. Well, according to Emma, Javier is dangerous, and I'm going to go ahead and consider him expendable. I think I'm going to kind of watch what he does and see what happens here. You back away and look to the east where the path leads out to the main road. The area is silent. No sounds of insects nor the wind rustling the trees can be heard. The air has a light fought, but it's clear enough to see, and you keep attention on your only way out. Javier utters Spanish words under his breath, but loud enough to be heard, and with enough intensity to know he is swearing. You glance towards him, and see his hands are prying at the door jamb, with a small utility knife in his teeth. He takes the knife and attempts to jam it in, but to no avail. A whirring sound catches your ear, and you spot the overhead camera move. It raises and points in your direction, then shifts lower towards Javier. Then back to you. Javier falls on his back as a sudden sliding of the depot's metal door catches him off guard. Just inside the depot is utter darkness, and no sound can be heard emanating from beyond the doorway. You ready your assault rifle for any danger and step inside the depot. Daylight illuminates a short portion of an inner hallway. Sterile white walls, now slightly gray from dust, extend beyond the darkness. A small, square metal trash can lies on the floor, tipped over with trash spilled out. Javier produces a flashlight from his knapsack and shines it down the corridor. You step inside, and luckily the hallway is wide enough to allow both of you to stand side by side. Far ahead, the hallway ends in a door on the western wall, and another door splits the hallway going south. When you pass the threshold, you think it may be wise to block the door open in case you cannot figure out how to open it again, though this will increase the risk of someone or something following you in. Block the door or don't block it. Wow, that's a big decision. I have a feeling this is going to be a big decision here. Wow. So we could have more bandits or other people follow us in if we jam the door open. But if we don't jam it open and something happens in here and we need to get the hell out, we may be hosed and in big trouble. Boy, I'm going to go ahead and block it and see what happens. What object do you want to use to block it? I'm going to use a trash can. Yeah, that sounds good. Definitely don't want to leave my cavalry sword. That'd just be a weapon for somebody that comes in after us to use against us. You slide the metal trash can over to the doorway, prop it over the threshold, and hope it blocks the door if it closes. The sounds of your footsteps thump through the hallway, ringing off the walls and causing you to flinch with every movement from worry of alerting others to your presence. You haven't seen one of those things, as your group has started calling the zombies since last night at the cathedral. The ride over was too peaceful, so you superstitiously expect one to pop out at any moment. As you move through the hallway, lights go on dimly, enough to see the surroundings, and Javier shuts off his flashlight. At the edge of the hall, the two closed doors are the only paths to take. On your right, light floods from under the door, as does the low humming static sound of a fan or a generator. You gather no information from what lies past the door in front of you, and while you listen, Javier reaches for the handle. I'm gonna go ahead and let him open it, why not? Better than me opening it. I'm gonna kind of hopefully stand back a little bit. Javier opens the door, revealing a closet-sized room with circular stairs leading down, a broken light panel overhead, and a gas mask on the tiled floor next to the stairs. Without hesitation, Javier starts down the stairs. Oh, he acts like he knows this place. Interesting. Follow Javier down, take the gas mask, head to another room in the hallway, or head out of the depot. Well, why would I agree to go with Javier and then head out once he starts heading down the stairs? I wonder if I shouldn't take the gas mask, though. I'm going to take the gas mask. You pick up the gas mask and throw it in your bag. What do you do next? I'm going to follow Javier down. You step down the stairs, following closely to your companion. As you walk into complete darkness, Javier turns his flashlight back on. He moves briskly, and you follow closely. Momentary flashes of light shining through the room provide short windows of opportunity to look around. It appears you are entering an auditorium-sized room with boxes and containers laying out everywhere in neat rows. In the vast darkness, you hear nothing but the hammering of boots against metal stairs. That's our boots against the metal stairs as we head down. At the bottom of the landing, Javier walks so suddenly that you can't keep up. The light flashes to your right, and as you try to follow, it disappears behind some object, and you are in total darkness. You hear footsteps moving away to your right, and sounds of heavy breathing from the left. Oh crap. Take out your flashlight, try to make your way around this room, or follow the stairs back to the top. I'm going to take out my flashlight and see what the hell's breathing. You take out your flashlight and flick it on to reveal an immense room that almost overwhelms you from the sheer magnitude. Possibly the size of a football field. This area is made up of tall, long metal shelves with various boxes and containers covering every inch of them. You read over the labels on the storage units: food, purified water, ammunition, and other common necessities for life after an apocalypse. On the side of the room is a control panel covered with knobs, buttons, switches, with 2 screens on the panel and 2 overhead monitors. Near the panel are 2 zombies, both still alive, their mouths moving and arms lifting to reach you. However, they are immobile, seeming to lack the strength to rise. One zombie lies on the ground, his appendages swinging slowly, but as if falling through the ocean water. The other zombie, dressed in a U.S. military gray, tan, and green camouflage uniform, sits at the console, his left hand moving over a joystick. Wow, that's a little bizarre. Kill the zombies, look around the storage room, check the control panel, or head back upstairs. Boy, this head back upstairs and get out of here is an option every time. Is that a clue or what? Well, this looks like supplies and food that we desperately need, and Javier is still down here. I am not about to just leave him here or leave the food, so I'm not headed back upstairs. I'm not going to kill the zombies if they can't get to me right now. I'm not worried about that. That might just alert more attention to us, whether by somebody that's here or other zombies. I think I'm going to check out this control panel. No, I'm going to look around the storage room real quick. I'm going to do that first. Alright. You head to the wall and decide to follow it around the entire perimeter. After several hundred feet, you reach a corner and peer down the long wall, near the middle of which is a square metal gate stretching from floor to ceiling. Reaching the gate, you inspect it and find it made of thick steel that rolls up into a chamber above, much like a garage door. A narrow switch box exists on the right side, but it is locked with a circular keyhole present in the center. Having no idea how to raise the gate, you continue your walk around the perimeter and find no other exits, but more and more rows of shelves and supplies, too many to count. The lights in the room flicker and pop back on with a strange electrical crackling sound. This momentary change in the atmosphere gives you pause to consider your mission to find supplies, and having hit the mother lode, you have a decision to make. Alright, I can start looking through the supplies and figuring out what is best to take. I can get out of this depot and let your group know what you found, or find a way into the garage. I know Tom had said if we find supplies to contact him, and he'll have other people come help bring supplies back. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to follow Tom's advice of once I find supplies, get out of this depot and let your group know what I found. A phone rings, and you freeze. Uh-oh. After a few seconds, you hear the distinctive ring again. The ring of a 1980s style rotary phone. You haven't heard a phone in over a month, though Jason mentioned it is still possible through older wiring. You have almost forgotten the technology existed. A third ring brings you back to focus, the source of which is close, and you head over to the control panel. A swing-away door is popped open, and inside, sure enough, is a black receiver, with no dial pad or wheel. The phone continues to ring while you stand to consider whether to answer it or not. After half a minute, a female voice sounds out in the room. "Answer the control panel phone." You grab the receiver and lift it to your ear. Static comes through the earpiece, but after a few seconds, it clears and a crisp male voice speaks. "Hello, please identify yourself. Give your full name. Tell him your first name. Give a false name. Or tell him nothing." I'm going to just tell him my first name. I don't want to lie to him, but I'll tell him my first name. Why not? "My name is Zach," you reply. The sound on the other end becomes muffled, as if the microphone is covered and several people are speaking. Then the male voice returns. "Zach, we know you are in a depot, but do not know your exact location. Please provide directions." Wow, what the heck? "We know you're in a depot, but do not know your exact location. Please provide directions." I don't know this person. Why would I give him my location? I'm going to say nothing. I'm not going to do either one of these. I'm going to say nothing and see what happens. You remain silent. "Are you deaf?" the voice asks. "I can print out the question on the monitor." One of the screens lights up and fades black. Green letters scroll across. "Give us the depot location." Give him my location or give false directions? Wow, what a decision, huh? Boy, I don't know what to do here. Give my location. I don't know these people. I don't know who this is, and I don't trust anybody in this apocalypse. So I'm gonna say nothing again. See what happens. You remain silent again. "We can see you on the monitor, so we know you're there. Tell us the location or face the consequences." I'm gonna give him false directions at this point. Or should I hang up the phone? I'm definitely not going to give him my location. It's one of these. I'm going to give him false directions. Why not? You figure that they must have approximate location, so you just need to throw them off. This depot is approximately 5 miles north of a small town called Temperance. The roads are fairly clear. An interstate leaves it, so continue north. You'll see Uncle Fester's tow yard after a 40-minute drive. Turn left and head down that road. The depot is past a small creek, which will be on your right, and there's a short bridge which opens to a dirt road. Take it for less than a minute to the depot. Thank you for the information, the voice says. We are sending a team to your location for assistance. There is motion on the other end of the line, the chatter of multiple voices, scraping of metal chairs on floors, and the shuffling of papers. This may be an opportunity to find out more about the people on the other side of the phone. Should I ask who am I speaking with? Ask what kind of group are you? What kind of team are you sending? Or hang up the phone? I'm going to say who am I speaking with? I mean, he asked my name, so the voice comes back on the other end after I ask who it is. Where are my manners? He says with a chuckle. Call me Colin. After a few seconds, he adds, anything else? We're busy here and need to wrap up this call. Ask, do you know how to open the garage door here? What kind of team are you? I'm going to ask him how to open the garage door. Why not? It's best to avoid the door, Colin says. There's lots of traps and stuff inside. I don't want you blowing up before we get you out of there. Some noise in the background on Colin's end interrupts his response. You hear a woman's voice, what sounds like skin slapping skin, and a muffled yell. Colin comes back on the phone. Sorry about that, Colin says. Just turning the TV down. Gets kind of loud. That sounds like a lie. A heavy crash comes through the phone, causing you to pull it away from your ear. Screaming and shouting shriek from the other end, until finally a soft, whispering female voice speaks through it.
Hello, hello. Listen, whoever you are, he's lying to you. They are an ex-military group taking hostages, stealing food, and hunting survivors. They can control the depots from here, but don't know their locations. Get out of there. To open the garage, you need a key from the panel. Alpha Tango Kilo 797. Alpha Tango Kilo 797. Something makes me think I should write that down. Alpha Tango Kilo. Okay. 797. Her voice breaks off, and you hear more shouting and fighting through the phone. The line goes dead. Well, makes me glad I didn't give him my location. What do you do next? Kill the zombies? Enter the code in the control panel? Enter a shutdown code in the control panel? Or head upstairs to make your way out of the depot? Where is Javier in all this is what I want to know. I guess he's right beside me? I don't know. To open the garage, you need a key from the panel. Okay, so enter the code in the control panel. Enter a shutdown code in the control panel. I don't know if that's a shutdown code. I think she's given me the code. I think I'm going to go ahead and enter the code in the control panel. See what happens. You stand up to the control panel and look at the various monitors, LCD screens, joysticks, and buttons. You press the keypad button. A plain panel lights up in the middle of the board and slides open, revealing a secret compartment. Rising from the area is a slender keypad with teeny buttons. On a low LCD screen, a green icon blinks. You type ATK797 into the keypad. On the LCD monitor, a message prints, code accepted, garage door set to open. Cool. The line clears after a few seconds and returns to the ready prompt. You press the keypad button, the keypad slides down, and the panel slides back over the open compartment. You head back to the garage door found earlier, and sure enough, it is open now, revealing a side hangar with several Jeeps, a camouflage truck, and 2 motorcycles. Wow! The garage is dark and damp and barely lit by a string of light bulbs crisscrossing the metal ceiling. It barely fits the 5 vehicles. Oil stains mark the floors, and the faint smell of sulfur hangs in the air. All of the vehicles point away from the garage door towards an odd wall, which is split in 2 by a thick seam in the middle. As you enter the room, you head slowly along the left side of the truck, which is the size of a typical delivery truck, but has 2 sets of wheels on each of the axles and thick camouflage canvas pulled over the frame.
You check underneath the vehicle and see no one. As you reach the front, you turn and walk back the length of the truck, next to an army green Jeep. On top of the vehicle is a large machine gun fixed to a mount with a box of ammunition next to it. A similar Jeep is next in line, and you follow the back of the vehicles until you reach the two motorcycles. Both are light green with a small frame, not like the much bulkier Harley your neighbor owned back when you and Emma were growing up. On the side of both motorcycles you see the word diesel written across the top of the frame. The handlebars are angled back with 6 long mirrors spreading out like peacock feathers. From behind you a sound catches your attention, a moaning. Wow, this could be a zombie? Or, I'm guessing it's a zombie. We'll find out, I guess. You spin towards the sound of the moaning, drifting from further past the motorcycles. Okay. On the wall, shelves jut out with various metallic parts and pieces for the vehicles, and a row of new tires of several sizes line the floor. A narrow door stands flush with the wall on the far end away from the open garage door. No light shines through, and the constant moaning cuts the silence. How do you proceed? Investigate the moaning, or inspect the odd wall? I'm going to investigate the moaning. You creep along the wall, aware of sounds in all directions, but focused on the door and what lies behind. The noise does not sound like zombie moaning, but the variety witnessed in the control area defied anything you have seen to date. Your hands sweat as you glide along the wall, and you pull back as the sound of skin on cement makes a screeching that echoes through the garage. You step to the door and spot the outline. It is no wider than a high school locker. You find a square recessed latch on the door, which pops with a click as you press it. Pausing, you listen and only hear the moan, which seems tied to an exhale as if air is squeezed out of shallow lungs. The door creaks open, and a pair of legs jut out. You lean in and see Javier lying on the floor, his right arm twisted and bloody, his face ashen with eyes closed. He is confined in the space of a closet, shoulders propped against a busted crate with a metal grate lying off to the side. His eyes pop open, and he calls your name in long, stretched syllables. Oh no. Did we make a wrong choice somewhere? I mean, I already got that one guy Dave killed. Oh boy. Provide first aid to Javier? Inspect Javier for signs of bites or infection? I'm going to inspect him, I guess. I guess I'll have to turn my flashlight on, but... You crouch down next to him and look over the damaged arm. The skin is unbroken, but the forearm is bent several degrees. Above his eye, a wound trickles blood in a line down his cheek and neck, and blood spots his hands and face. No bite marks or signs of infection appear over his visible skin. Javier, are you awake? Have you been bitten?
No, arm broken.
He points to the ceiling, and you spot an open vent above, barely wide enough for a man of his size to fit through. Fearing he was infected, you lift his shirt and search for any fresh cuts. As you ascend his body, his eyes go wide, and a hand clamps to your throat. Uh-oh. This is getting good. Javier's eyes close, and he mumbles Spanish phrases as his hand clenches your throat. Struggling, you grip his left forearm and twist, which alleviates pressure. His lips quiver and spittle flies in your face. His chest puffs and then collapses, and this pattern continues as you fight against him. Knock him out or break away from his grip. If I break away from his grip, I'm afraid he might grip tighter and rip my throat out. To be honest, I think I'm going to try knocking him out. You lean back as far as his grip will allow, raise your left hand, and punch him in his square jaw. His head bounces against the metal back wall, and he sucks in air with a wheeze. His hand goes limp. Javier may or may not be infected, so you consider your options. Leave him there or tie him up. I'm going to use that rope. I may not have even had this option had I not brought the rope. So I'm going to use the rope and tie this bastard up. You take the rope from your backpack and move into the closet. Starting at the legs, you wrap his body, making sure he does not attack you in the process. Once his legs and arms are secure, you cut the extra length of rope, drop it back in your backpack, and head to the garage. How do you proceed? Check Javier for wounds or bites, or inspect the odd wall? I guess I'll check him for wounds or bites. You kneel next to Javier and methodically examine his body for wounds, signs of infection, or bite marks. You search the arms and torso first, then inspect his legs. On his right calf, you find a 2-inch laceration oozing a light brown substance. As you go close to inspect it, a rotten odor drifts through the air. You recoil and cover your mouth and nose, nearly vomiting in your mouth. You cover Javier back up and step into the garage. How do you proceed? Okay, now we'll inspect that odd wall. So it seems like Javier's been bitten next down to his on his right calf. 2-inch laceration oozing a light brown substance. Yep, Javier's been bitten. Damn. Inspect the odd wall. Good thing we tied him up. The back door is made of a flexible metal, rigged and segmented. The cold surface clings as you touch it, and you note a rubber seam running horizontally through the length of the door. On the far side, closest to the truck, a box sits with a long plunger sticking out of it. You press the plunger, hear a buzzing pour over the area, and see the door swing away in halves, one side up, the other down. Past the new opening is a gravel slope up towards a road with a metallic plate in its path, and beyond it a large metal gate. You figure it's best to start loading up a vehicle and heading back to the cathedral. Next to the plunger, you find a key box. Which keys do you take? The keys for the truck, the keys for a Jeep, or the motorcycle? Well, I'm going to take the truck. I can load it up with more stuff. I don't have Javier anymore, but I want to still take as much stuff as I can, and the truck's going to be the best way to do that, I think. You unlock and open the back sliding door of the truck and drop the back hatch. The space is immense and clear. You begin the arduous task of carrying boxes from the storage room to the back of the truck. At least an hour passes and your arms and legs ache before half the truck is full. You focus on non-perishable foods, ammunition, tools, batteries, camping gear, and weapons. At the end, you stack 2 cases of beer in the front compartment for Tom. From the overhead speaker system, the familiar female voice delivers a message. The extraction team is en route. Please wait for their arrival. Having given a false location to the depot, there is no reason to wait around. Before leaving, you must decide what to do with Javier. Okay, I can leave him there. He's tied up. He's going to be turned into a zombie. Take him with you. Or I could take him but dump his body along the way back to the cathedral. Yeah, I don't know when he's going to turn. The last thing I want is him giving anybody any kind of information about where we're at before he dies, and he might do that after we had a fight and a struggle. So I think I'm going to take him and dump his body on the way to the cathedral. Or should I just take him with me? Maybe I'll take him with me as proof of what happened to him. So other people can see, so other people trust me more. I think I'm going to do that. And then Tom and everybody else can kind of help me figure out what to do. Javier has not been much help so far on this mission, but you can't just leave him here. You walk over to the closet and find him awake and alert. He struggles against the rope, and you look for any signs that he is turning into a zombie.
Why am I bound like this?
You attacked me, grabbed my throat. I had to restrain you.
Well, I'm fine now. Take these off.
If he had been infected, he would be a zombie by now. and you realize it would be easier to have him walk to the truck than to be carried, so you untie him. Well, I'm surprised they didn't give me a choice for that. He thanks you, and the two of you head to the vehicle. Can you drive, you ask, thinking that you may be able to load another vehicle and have him operate it. I can barely see. Must have hit my head, he answers. You help Javier into the passenger side of the truck and run around to the driver's side. You start the engine and hear the low roar of the motor. As you press the gas, the truck lurches forward and out of the garage through the open hangar doors. As the vehicle hits the metal plate on the path, the heavy gate at the top of the hill swings open, and you find a paved road covered in blown grass and weeds. You turn right and follow the path until it meets with a road. Wow, fancy place. It's got metal plates that open the gates. There's a lot of supplies inside this place, and vehicles and everything. Well, we come across a gold mine, it sounds like. The sun is setting, and clouds forming, but enough light covers the road for you to see. Traveling through the winding forest, you fly under the dark cover of shadows from dense trees and keep alert to any dangers waiting for you to pass by. Having Javier with you presents an additional variable. If you choose to keep some information about the true nature of the depot, he may complicate matters. He was worthless on the trip. You pull into the parking lot of the cathedral and cut the motor. It is dark outside, but you spot Uncle Lou in a watchtower waving down and calling to the rest of the survivors. You step down from the truck and Javier climbs out on his side. As you head around to help him, Tom and Emma are already inside, rushing toward the truck. Emma wraps Javier's arm around her shoulders and walks him toward the cathedral. We have a lot to talk about, Tom, you say. Glad you made it back. And it seems you have a new vehicle for us, Tom says, his hand on the back bumper. You swing down the back door and show him the boxes of gear and food. When you head into the cathedral, the rest of the group are in the sanctuary to greet you. Jason sits behind his computer array while Heather and Emma lean against a stack of wood and debris. Carl and Candace stand at a pillar where a statue of St. Peter rests, and Mindy sits on the edge of a table of guns. So, Zach, tell us about the depot, states Mindy. How did Javier get hurt? asks Carl. Tom stops abruptly and raises his hands up to the group as if holding back a crowd. Look, everyone, I want to take Zach to my office and get all the details. We'll meet as a group in the morning. With all due respect, Tom, we want to know now, says Mindy. Were there a lot of zombies and bandits there? Asked Heather, eyes wide and wearing a slight smile. Should I explain the lethargic zombies and the contact by the so-called military group, mention the lethargic zombies, and make no mention of the military group, or state that the area was nearly overrun by zombies? Well, I don't have a choice to wait and talk to Tom, as I think that's what I would. I think I'm just going to mention the lethargic zombies, but make no mention of the military group right now until I talk to Tom. You describe the zombies in the storage area, how they had barely any energy to move, and the details of the storage area and garage, but you leave out any mention of the military group, Colin, or the woman who warned you at the end of your call. The group remains silent and attentive as you recount the details of the trip. At the end of the impromptu meeting, each of them thanks you for your efforts. Tom suggests you meet with him after breakfast to go over the finer points of your mission. Tell Tom about the marks you found on Javier, or I don't tell Tom about the possible infection. I'm definitely going to let him know. Okay, so I tell Tom, there's one thing we should discuss before you go. You describe the 2-inch mark on Javier's calf and how it may be infected. That's curious, Tom says, rubbing his bearded chin. He hasn't turned yet, which means it is not the zombie-causing disease, or he is slowly contracting it. I don't want to alarm the rest of the group, but can't risk Javier becoming one of the living dead. I'll have to consider what to do about it. For now, let's keep this between us. You head off to your room exhausted from the events of the day. You arrive in your room and immediately remove your gear and clothes and slip into the very inviting bed. Your mind races with visions of the depot, but sleep casts a deeper hold, and in minutes you drift off. Alright, so that is the end of this chapter, which has been part 3, chapter 4, and I will be back with another video here in the coming days with part 3, chapter 5. Definitely getting interesting as this big depot, we have another group that we gave false directions on how to get there. When they find out that I gave them that false information, we may be in pretty serious trouble, especially if they have any idea where we're located at. But we don't know that that's the case. But we definitely know that there's another group of people that could be a high danger to us at some point. And then Javier, back on his calf, the 2-inch laceration and the brown pus and smell, that sounds pretty interesting as well. And we still haven't talked to Heather, not Heather, but Emma. Emma said she needed to talk to us when we got back, so I expect a pretty important discussion with Emma as well. So this is definitely getting interesting, and I hope you guys are enjoying Zombie Exodus and my playthrough as much as I am. Hopefully I made the right choices or good choices in this chapter. There was a few very difficult decisions I had to make, but at least we got supplies and we got food, so I think we're doing pretty good. Let's go ahead and take a look at the stats here. I bet you our Javier's still 54%. I was going to think it would be lower than that. Mindy, 69%. Emma's still at 81%. Okay, now we have a food supply of 43 days, water supply of 46. Still, these are the same. The offense and defense is 37. I'm surprised those didn't go up with finding more, guns and weapons and stuff like that. Interesting. This is the important thing, I think, right here. My health is uninjured. I do have a gas mask, which I picked up as well. So I'm glad I picked that up. And all these stats look like they're the same, so none of that. I'm surprised your strength doesn't go up, or, I'm surprised these stats don't go up as you use them more. Anyway, be sure you guys put down in the comments below. Let me know what you guys think of this Zombie Exodus playthrough. If you have any comments, any advice, any suggestions, or just comments of if you're enjoying it or not, or especially if these videos have made you decide to go out and buy this game yourself and give it a playthrough, let me know that as well. I'd love to see that. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. We'll be back with part 3, chapter 5 here in the coming days, and you guys take care. We'll see you in the next video.